Just then, a cold female voice rang out from the back row. "I heard Mr. Sterling wanted to kill me. Well, I'm standing right here. I'm waiting for you." As soon as the words fell, Lance took a step forward, oozing murderous intent. The moment Preston Sterling realized I was guest 39, his expression shifted instantly, especially when he met Lance's lethal gaze. His hands began to tremble uncontrollably. "You two, you're really taking this too far." Having said that, he suddenly turned to Susan beside him and said with a dead serious face, Maybe I should go home and talk to my mom first." Susan barely suppressed the urge to roll her eyes. Where was this logic earlier? Now he remembers he has a mother? From the very beginning, she had been against letting this playboy participate in the auction. Now, not only had they lost the most important plot of land, but they had also offended the organizers. The Sterling Group's reputation with the officials had hit rock bottom. But there was no point in dwelling on that now. The urgent priority was to find a way to fix the current mess. Plot 33 in the north side, that could absolutely not fall into the hands of an outsider. Preston suddenly seemed to realize something, and his eyes lit up. "Ms. Miller! How could she possibly have that much money? All we have to do is wait. She won't be able to keep it up for sure. When the time comes, she'll naturally have to give up the land. She might even come begging us to buy it from her." His words weren't entirely baseless. Preston had investigated my assets before. I had won 4 plots of land in total this time. Where would all that cash come from? He wasn't wrong in his guess. The liquid capital I had on hand was only enough to cover the deposits. According to industry standards, the deposit is generally around 10% of the total price. Take the 3 plots I won in the south side and plot 33 in the north side, for instance. The deposits alone added up to nearly $60 million. The deposit for plot 33 in the north side accounted for nearly $40 million of that. Furthermore, within a month of paying the deposit, would have to pay nearly half of the total land transfer fee. That amounted to roughly $240 million. As for the remaining half, it would depend on the specific terms of the contract, to be paid off within 6 months to a year. Additionally, a huge portion of the money I used for this auction came from the supermarkets, accounts payable, and various loans. On top of that, I still had to pay Caleb Montgomery roughly $50 million, even though I had a way to make Caleb transfer the supermarkets to me for free. I wasn't going to do that. Anything that carried unnecessary risk, I wouldn't touch. Compared to those 6 already established supermarkets, $50 million was indeed below market value, but it was still within a reasonable range. One must understand that these 6 Vanguard signature branch stores in Pearl City each had an area of over 20,000 square feet. These weren't just neighborhood convenience stores. I didn't care for those small shops anyway. What I wanted were large, comprehensive supermarkets that carried everything from daily necessities to fresh produce, and from home appliances and electronics to clothing. Generally speaking, for a supermarket of this scale, the initial investment cost for a single store was usually around $10 million. Here, getting 6 stores of this type for $50 million was already a steal. However, as for the Vanguard signature in the University District, since it overlapped with the store I already owned, I naturally wouldn't spend money to acquire it. Now, the Grand Apex supermarket chain in Pearl City had 7 locations across the 4 major districts. Adding the 4 stores in the surrounding towns, the total reached 11 stores. It was now among the top supermarket brands in Pearl City. I had expected Preston Sterling to act like a real man and charge at Lance for a fight after being provoked. I didn't expect him to fold so quickly. He simply left in a huff. The people present looked at each other in surprise. They never expected that someone from the prestigious Sterling Group could be such a coward. Everyone's curiosity was piqued. They began whispering among themselves, trying to guess this young woman's identity. Most of the people sitting here were big shots in the real estate world. They were veterans of the business world and were quite well informed. Yet, not a single one of them could recognize her. This girl, she wouldn't happen to be some wealthy heiress, would she? No idea. But, seeing that the second Sterling son was so scared he didn't dare say a word. Her background definitely isn't simple. So, should we still participate in the Sterling's investment project? Let's wait and see how things play out first. In an instant, many of the real estate bosses in the hall tacitly chose to wait and see. Anyone with eyes could see how Preston had been terrified by that girl. The Sterling Group, at this moment, didn't seem to have the power to cross this young woman with such a heavy background. If they rushed into a partnership with the Sterlings now, they might end up suffering if the power behind this girl decided to settle scores. Most importantly, everyone was focused on Plot 33 in the north side. If the Sterlings couldn't get that plot back, what would be the point of following them in the development? On the other side, after paying the deposit, I headed straight for the parking lot. Just as I was about to get into my car and leave, a young man wearing glasses and an administrative jacket came jogging over. "Ms. Miller, wait a moment." I recognized this person. He was Secretary Flint, the secretary to the chief executive of Pearl City. "Hello, Secretary Flint. Is there something I can help you with?" I asked politely. Secretary Flint pointed toward an Audi with a low-numbered plate, parked not far away. "The leader would like to have a private word with you," he said. I was slightly startled, my mind filled with confusion. I didn't know why the chief executive was looking for me. After all, I didn't usually have any interaction with this official. At the university gala, I had seen many officials, but the only one I had actually dealt with was Gary Reed. It was very strange for this leader to suddenly seek me out now. Moreover, this clearly wasn't the kind of formal setting for a meeting with an entrepreneur. If it were a formal talk, why would it be in a car? Confusion aside, I nodded and agreed. Then, I followed Secretary Flint and got into the car. The moment I stepped inside, I felt a shift in the atmosphere. Under normal circumstances, an official of his level would have a professional driver, but now, Secretary Flint was the one driving. The actual driver had been arranged elsewhere, and had already left. The official sitting in the back seat was a middle-aged man around 50 years old. He looked a bit different from the typical image of an official I had in mind. He was lean and had a somewhat stern presence. The moment I got in, the leader didn't say a word. He simply gestured for his secretary to drive. Since he wasn't talking, I naturally didn't open my mouth either. The less said, the fewer mistakes made. No matter the situation, you don't want to offend a high-ranking official. If I accidentally upset him, there would be major trouble. I sat in my seat, appearing calm and collected on the outside, while my mind was racing, trying to figure out why he had called for me. Just as I was completely stumped, the official finally spoke. He began by asking me some standard questions. How did starting a business feel? Was it difficult? They were very official questions. Of course, he also asked about the development of the Grand Apex Alliance. Especially when he heard that the staff of the Grand Apex Alliance was about to pass the 1,000 mark, his expression softened slightly. He nodded. A flash of surprise crossed his eyes. Although the core members of the Grand Apex Alliance only numbered around 100, once you counted the other staff and peripheral members, the headcount was nearly several hundred. Once the takeover was finalized, the Vanguard signature staff would push that number past 1,000. It's perfectly normal, according to my plan. Every supermarket over 20,000 square feet needs to be staffed by 100 employees. Implementing a 2-shift system. 11 supermarkets means no fewer than 1,000 people, plus logistics, catering, and our other business sectors. By the beginning of next year, the total headcount of the Grand Apex Alliance will likely surpass 2,000. At that time, core members will also expand to about 200. I estimate the ratio of core members should stay around 10,001. It can't be too low. Too low makes joining the core feel too easy, killing ambition, but it can't be too high either. Too high and people lose the motivation to strive for it. The leader grew more satisfied the more he listened to my answer. The more he looked at me, the more he liked what he saw. The conversation drifted imperceptibly from business to private matters. "Vanessa, I noticed you today at the auction. You seem to be chatting quite well with the young man. You looked quite happy. How long have you known him?" I was stunned to hear the leader say this. What did he mean, chatting happily? Caleb Montgomery is lucky he didn't cough up blood from rage. Wait, I suddenly realized something. An absurd thought surfaced in my mind. The leader's next questions confirmed my suspicions. The leader asked, seemingly casually, "What do you think of Vanguard's signature?" "I think that kid, in the supermarket business, he really isn't cut out for it. If you're interested, I can step in and talk to him for you. I could have him give you the supermarkets as a gift. How about that?" This was an incredibly explicit hint. And while he was speaking, his phone sitting aside kept lighting up, but he just kept hanging up on the calls. I remained calm. "Sir, you must be joking," I said. "Mr. Montgomery and I just have a normal business relationship. We're not close enough for me to accept his supermarkets for free like that." However, I've always felt that Mr. Montgomery, in terms of business, is a rare talent. He has vision and boldness. In time, he will surely break through his limitations. The leader was an incredibly shrewd man. He naturally caught the hidden meaning in my words, knowing that I was politely declining. But he didn't push it. He just laughed and said, fair enough, fair enough. You young people nowadays are much more impressive than my generation. You have ideas and the courage to take risks. I just feel that you young people should interact and exchange ideas more, learn from each other, and grow together. I'm sure we will. I enjoy dealing with smart people like Mr. Montgomery. Every time is quite rewarding. Is that so? Ha ha ha. The leader, seeing the conversation had reached a good stopping point, didn't intend to continue further. Some things are best left as they are. Take it slow, Vanessa. Where are you heading next? I'll give you a lift on the way. Thank you, sir. I was just about to say I was going back to campus, when my phone suddenly let out a chime. I'd received a text message. The message was short and to the point, just as the Grand Apex staff were preparing to take over the Vanguard signature stores. A group of people suddenly burst into one of the locations and trashed the place. After wrecking one store, they immediately fled the scene. Then they rushed to a second location to continue the rampage. By the time the Grand Apex crew got word and rushed over there, the culprits were long gone. However, they analyzed the group's route of movement and determined that they would likely head to other branches to continue the destruction. The leader saw me staring at my phone in a daze. He couldn't help but ask, Vanessa, what is it? Did something happen? I finally snapped out of it. Realizing my lapse in etiquette, I quickly apologized. I'm sorry, sir. I was just distracted for a moment. When sharing a car with an official, checking one's phone is incredibly rude. But I quickly thought of an excuse that would explain the situation without offending him. Sir, here's the thing. Mr. Montgomery just invited me to discuss the supermarkets. I thought I'd head to the Vanguard signature stores for a site visit, to study their management experience. Sure enough, when the leader heard this, not only was he not offended, but he immediately said to Secretary Flint, what are you waiting for? Get Vanessa to the supermarket right away. By the way, Vanessa, which store are you going to? The one over at 92 Hillsborough Road. Thank you, sir. I thanked him as Secretary Flint quickly responded, understood. Ms. Miller. His attitude toward me was still very polite, even more so than toward some higher-ranking officials, by a few degrees. After all, the leader valued this girl so much that perhaps one day she would become. After I said my goodbyes and got out in front of the Vanguard signature at 92 Hillsborough, it was early evening. The supermarket was still operating normally. No one had come by to wreck the place yet. I walked straight toward the store while Lance parked the Mercedes and immediately followed behind. The leader's car didn't leave immediately, but pulled over a short distance away, in a spot with a clear view of the supermarket. The leader might have suddenly felt curious and wanted to watch for a bit longer. Just then, his phone rang again. Secretary Flint, sensing the situation, tactfully stepped out and stood guard outside the car. As soon as the call connected, a young man's angry voice came through from the other end. I'm warning you, stay out of my business. Stop sticking your nose where it doesn't belong. The leader snapped back. I'm your father. Tell me, do I not have the right to care? Heh, so you actually remember you're my father. What a joke. Regardless, don't forget exactly who gave you everything you have right now. Kid, you don't seriously think that just on your own you could make such a name for yourself in this city, do you? I can succeed without you just as well. Save your lectures. You want to say that one more time? Neither father nor son would back down over the phone. The argument grew louder and louder. Outside the car, Secretary Flint could see how agitated the leader was becoming. In the entire region of Pearl City, who else could make the leader this angry? Only this one person. Finally, the leader hung up the phone in a rage. That brat is getting more out of line by the day. Who do I do all this for anyway? It was precisely because he knew his son was frantically chasing a girl that he'd taken such an interest in her. Secretary Flint waited until the coast was clear before returning to the car. Sir, should we head back? The leader asked instead. What did you think of that girl just now? Secretary Flint straightened up slightly and gave it some serious thought. Sir, he answered, Ms. Miller speaks with great clarity and logic, and she remained perfectly composed in your presence. She's definitely going to be someone to reckon with in the future. and the Grand Apex Alliance she leads has incredible internal cohesion. That alone shows she's very capable. She's a natural leader. The leader nodded slightly, a small, satisfied smile appearing on his face. Then he asked again, "Do you think she and that brat are a good match?" Secretary Flint quickly added, "Sir, I think they're a match made in heaven. Ms. Miller is composed, intelligent, and capable. Meanwhile, Caleb has a straightforward personality, but he's sometimes far too impulsive." Exactly. He needs a girl like her by his side to guide and support him. Hearing this, the leader felt the anger from the argument with his son instantly dissipate quite a bit. He couldn't help but let out a loud laugh. Exactly. That brat has a terrible temper. He's stubborn and conceited. She's the only one who can actually keep him in check. An ordinary girl wouldn't stand a chance with him. Secretary Flint quickly agreed with the leader's assessment. But in his mind, he was thinking, what the leader saw in her likely went beyond just her being a good match for his son. Thinking of this, a name suddenly flashed through his mind. Wesley Vance. Just as they were about to leave, a crowd of people suddenly appeared not far from the supermarket. They were carrying various weapons and charging toward the supermarket with aggressive momentum. The leader's gaze instantly sharpened. He said in a low voice, "Wait. Let's see what's going on." At that moment, I was inside the supermarket, inspecting the operational status. Almost as soon as I had stepped inside, George Young rushed over without a moment's delay. The urban area of Pearl City wasn't that large. From the office to this location, it wasn't far at all. Naturally, it didn't take much time. As soon as George saw me, he immediately greeted me, "Miss Miller." I didn't waste any words and asked directly, "Tell me the current situation." George hurriedly reported, "Miss Miller, we had just finished the handover with the management. A Vanguard signature when word came that a store was being trashed. So far, 2 locations have been hit. At the first one, most of the staff are unharmed, but the interior was completely wrecked. We'll have to close for 3 days for repairs before we can reopen. The situation at the second store is a bit more serious. I just received word that several former Vanguard signature employees were injured. Fortunately, their injuries aren't severe, and they've already been sent to the hospital for treatment. Also, we called the police immediately. I gave my orders regarding the injured staff, even though they were originally Vanguard signature employees. Now that the supermarket belongs to us, we must fulfill our responsibilities properly. Take some time to visit them in the hospital personally. Make sure their accommodations and care are handled well, so they can focus on recovering." "Understood." George thought for a moment and added, "By the way, Miss Miller, some staff reported that many of the people involved in the trashing seem to have been part of that rebate scheme Levi Hunt ran. Now that their money has gone down the drain and they can't get it back, they're taking their rage out on the supermarket." I frowned slightly. "I'm afraid it's not that simple. The timing is far too convenient. Actually, a long time ago, I had already started taking precautions against this sort of thing. Even though the people who put in money before were targeting Levi Hunt, and it was considered his personal behavior, he was still the manager of the supermarket at the time. When something like this happens, those people won't care who is actually responsible. They'll just blame the supermarket. So, I had anticipated this, and leaked the information to Gary Reed in advance. While Gary was gathering and organizing evidence, he had already put a monitor on Levi Hunt's bank accounts, just to prevent him from taking the money and running. In reality, although Levi had raked in a fortune, he hadn't even had the chance to spend it before he was brought to justice by the police. That money will definitely be returned to the users by the police following the proper procedures. As for the membership top-up and rebate activities conducted by Vanguard Signature before Levi Hunt's time, the relevant accounts had already been clearly separated. Logically, it shouldn't involve the supermarket anymore. In a situation like this, there's usually only one possibility, and that is, someone knows I've successfully acquired Vanguard Signature, and is intentionally spreading rumors and fanning the flames, inciting these people to trash the stores. For the time being, I can't be certain who is behind the scenes. After all, there are plenty of people who want to mess with me, like Patrick Hale, Preston Sterling, or even Caleb Montgomery. And then there's the Ward family, who I've had a grudge with since that incident with Justin Gold. Besides these obvious opponents, there are also plenty of enemies hidden in the shadows. You could say, I have quite a few enemies out there right now. It's a long and difficult road ahead. I quickly pulled myself together and instructed George. Restore operations at those 2 trash stores as quickly as possible, and then find a way to quiet the public outcry. George scratched his head, looking troubled. Miss Miller, how exactly am I supposed to quiet it down? I spoke in a calm tone. Most of these people are just ordinary citizens who were cheated by Levi Hunt. At the end of the day, they have no personal grudge against us, so we should handle them with a gentle touch. Don't escalate the conflict. George nodded. Understood. I'll have the staff notified right away. Lance spoke up first. Miss Miller, I've already sent out the notification. I've called in at least 300 men. It's enough to crush any resistance. George stared at him in confusion. Wait, didn't Miss Miller just say to take a gentle approach? You call this gentle? He couldn't help but glance up at the sky. The sun seemed to be setting, while I was still discussing the follow-up work arrangements for the supermarket with George. A sudden commotion erupted outside the store. Dozens of people came, surging toward the supermarket, like a tidal wave, looking aggressive and hostile. In the crowd were citizens with faces full of indignation, as well as some thugs with dyed hair. Behind the crowd, there were even a few people with cameras, sneaking around, taking photos on the sly. George's face changed instantly, and he walked quickly to the store entrance. The passers-by shopping nearby saw this, and couldn't help but stop to watch the scene unfold. As the crowd was about to storm the supermarket, George was frantic with anxiety, and shouted, What are you doing? If there's a problem, let's talk it out. Don't be impulsive, and definitely don't gather like this. Everyone, please disperse. On the surface, his words sounded like an attempt to de-escalate, but in reality he was telling them, Our Grand Apex people will be here any minute. If you don't leave now, you won't be able to. But the crowd wasn't having it at all. Why should we leave? Vanguard's signature ran off with our hard-earned money. Is it a crime for us to demand an explanation? Yeah. Is it a crime? Hell, give us our money back. Pay us back. This group was clearly agitated to the extreme. They were all shouting at the top of their lungs, looking like they were ready to tear the store apart just to vent their frustration. George had no choice but to grit his teeth and raise his voice even higher to warn them. I'm warning you. Do you have any idea what you're doing? Trashing a store like this is illegal. You'll end up in the slammer for this. Illegal? What are you talking about? We're just here for our money. What right do you have to say we're breaking the law? Besides, there are so many of us. They can't arrest everyone. It's power in numbers. Who are you anyway? Move aside or we'll beat you too. I am the manager of Grand Apex Supermarket. Vanguard's signature has already been sold to our Grand Apex Supermarket. Strictly speaking, what the Vanguard signature manager did has nothing to do with us. Even if you want revenge, you shouldn't be coming for us. He intended to clear things up by telling the crowd they were targeting the wrong people. But he didn't expect that his explanation would only make things worse. A few people in the crowd exchanged glances, and then a gravelly voiced guy started shouting that Levi Hunt was actually in league with the Grand Apex people. Their goal was to cheat us out of our money. Since this guy says he's the manager of Grand Apex, then he must be the mastermind. Brothers, charge. Grab him, and make them pay us back. Charge. Grab this bastard. George was fuming when he heard that. Who the hell are you calling names? Who are you calling a bastard? He suddenly found himself hoping that the brothers from the Grand Apex Alliance would hurry up and get here, calling him a bastard. The nerve. Just then, driven by the incitement of some malicious actors in the crowd, those people who were already highly agitated completely lost their minds. Like a pack of hungry wolves, they surged toward George Young. Watching the crowd charge forward, I tilted my head slightly and whispered to Lance, Did you get all of them? Lance nodded. I got them. Miss Miller, there are 6 in total. 4 insiders, and 2 filming. When it came to filming, the Grand Apex crew were the real professionals. The subtle movements of certain individuals in the crowd couldn't escape. Lance's eyes, which were sharpened by professional habit, Lance slowly took off his jacket. Since the main force hadn't arrived yet, he had to hold back this mob intent on trashing the store by himself. But just as he was about to continue by taking off his shirt, a sudden cold wind gusted past. He silently lowered his hands. It was the middle of winter. He shouldn't follow Ethan's lead and strip bare just to be a show-off. Just as someone reached George Young, intending to give him a brutal beating, a figure suddenly lunged from behind him and sent the man flying with a single kick. It was Lance. Next, Lance was like a tiger in a flock of sheep, tearing through them in every direction. In an instant, rioters were hitting the ground left and right, wailing in pain. At the same time, a car parked not far away was acting very suspicious. Watching the commotion at the supermarket, there were two people inside. Seeing Lance engage, they got excited. It's starting, they're fighting. Holy crap, that guy is strong. He's taking on all those people without breaking a sweat. Good, good. This makes for great footage. Get the photos ready. Then we'll post them online and send them to reporters. We'll say Grand Apex is in league with Vanguard Signatures execs to swindle people out of their money and then beating innocent citizens who just wanted an explanation. I wonder if the Grand Apex Alliance will send more people? It would be even better if they did. Then we could change the headline. Colluding with gangs to beat innocent civilians. Total lawlessness. The mob of rioters numbered at least 60 or 70 people, swarming the supermarket entrance. But after a few minutes, not a single person had managed to breach the doors. Lance stood at the entrance, projecting an aura of a one-man army that no one could pass. Seeing this, the thugs inciting the crowd couldn't help but curse, useless. They're all useless. But that was expected. Most of these people were just incited, ordinary citizens. They had no cohesion whatsoever. Once the people in the front were easily taken down, the ones in the back naturally became hesitant. If these people were actual street thugs and were more unified, Lance alone might not have been able to stop them. Inside a black van parked 500 meters away, two suspicious-looking heads were pressed against the window watching. What the hell is this? They're too useless. They can't even handle a simple thing like this. Tell me about it. Looking at the videos they're recording, far from having an effect, they might just end up making that guy more popular. You're really an idiot, aren't you? Just find someone to edit it afterward. Specifically find the shots of him hitting the elderly. Get close-ups. Cut them together. And it's done. That's a good point. But speaking of which, is the Grand Apex crew actually coming or not? I'm starting to think they won't show. There's no way they won't come. If they don't, I'll give them a little push. As he spoke, the bald man pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Hello? Mr. Sterling, things aren't looking great. One guy is a total beast. The mob we incited can't even get inside. Yeah, right. What? What? Call in more people? We have to drag Grand Apex's reputation through the mud, Mr. Sterling. This is getting difficult. So, you'll have to pay more. After some bargaining, the bald man finally hung up. He reached up to rub his bald head, then turned to look at the young man beside him. He asked again, "That method you mentioned? Is it really going to work?" The young man spoke with total confidence. "Big Ray, don't you worry about a thing. I've got experience with this. The troll army I have is unmatched in real-world results. I successfully smeared a singer before. Who wouldn't play ball with his company? I helped his backer get him blacklisted and erased from the industry. Internet influence is very powerful these days. As long as the content we film is explosive enough, and our trolls spread it everywhere, the authorities will definitely take notice of a gang like Grand Apex. In addition, I've arranged for people to make anonymous calls to all the major news stations. There will be plenty of risk-taking reporters coming to interview people. Do you think those leaders in Pearl City will just let this public outcry ferment? When the time comes, they'll come down hard on Grand Apex. Once all that is taken care of, Mr. Sterling's goal will be achieved, right?" Big Ray nodded in satisfaction. "Yeah, that's a solid plan. You'll get a nice cut once this is over." Although the power of public opinion back then was a bit weaker compared to later years, with all the major portals, blogs, forums, and social spaces, information still spread incredibly fast. "Thanks, Big Ray." The young man's face lit up with joy, but inwardly he was feeling quite smug. Vanessa, you'd never guess this in your wildest dreams, would you? Last time, even though I accidentally broke my arm and ended up in the hospital, it led me to meet a benefactor. I can't beat you in real life, but now I have an army of trolls at my fingertips. Just wait and see how I deal with you. This young man was none other than the one who was forced to kneel and sing Conquest by Preston Sterling and his group, Dexter Stone. Speaking of which, it was strange. Dexter didn't know if he was standing on a lucky spot or what, but his luck turned around as soon as he hit the hospital. First, he met an investor in the same hospital room. They hit it off, and the man later invested $1 million in him. With that money, he immediately opened an internet cafe. Actually, Dexter's family was originally well off, but since he'd been scammed twice before, and lost nearly $1 million. From then on, his family refused to give him another cent for any business venture. In fact, his father now believed one saying above all else: you don't fear a rich kid losing his ambition. You fear a rich kid finding it. Before his son had caused those 2 major messes, the family business had been smooth sailing. But ever since the kid lost those hundreds of thousands, his father found that the family business had started to run into problems, and the situation was only getting worse. This made his father even more convinced that he must never support his son's delusional entrepreneurial attempts again. So, even though Dexter had a heart full of ambition, he had been helpless. He just didn't expect that this time in the hospital, he would actually meet an investor who had broken his foot. The man even gave him $1 million. With that startup capital, the internet cafe was quickly renovated and opened. However, the current revenue of the cafe wasn't exactly ideal. The ideal here referred to his agreement with the investor. The cafe had to reach certain revenue goals within a specific time frame. Only then could he secure more follow-up investment to expand into a chain and realize his dream of a business empire. Just as he was racking his brains for a way to increase revenue, he met a regular at the internet cafe. That guy was plain looking, but he was incredibly generous with his money. Every time he came to the cafe, he'd order instant noodles with 3 extra eggs. Later, after getting to know Dexter Stone better, he found out the guy ran a troll army. Though the scale wasn't huge, the income was pretty good. Dexter started getting ideas. He planned to develop a side business for the internet cafe. And so, he and the troll guy hit it off immediately. The bot business grew bigger and bigger. At first, they could only get small jobs to earn some hard-earned cash. Later on, they became elite. They directly took down a singer, even though he was just a no-name reality show singer. Well, you couldn't say he had no fame at all. He was a typical case of the song being more famous than the artist. You've likely heard one of his viral hits. Everyone can hum a few lines once the melody starts, but if you ask who the singer is, or what he looks like, most people wouldn't have a clue. Although Dexter still didn't know how that singer had offended the company behind him, regardless, they had finally achieved some results. The name Swarm King Trolls gradually gained a certain level of recognition in the industry, and the profits kept rising. Of course, Dexter put all those earnings into the internet cafe's financial reports. He didn't actually care about that small change. What he really wanted was the follow-up investment. Currently, he was still a bit short of the internet cafe's revenue goal. He didn't expect to land a major contract at such a critical moment. This big job was given to him by the bald guy right in front of him. The mission: smear the Grand Apex Alliance. Even though Grand Apex was already pretty shady, once Dexter realized who he was dealing with, he agreed without a second thought. He even showed up in person. He wasn't exactly the type to let a grudge go. Of course, he and Big Ray were smart enough to stay out of sight, hiding in the shadows. Big Ray made another phone call. Before long, over a dozen thugs began to arrive one after another, blending into the crowd. These thugs were actually reinforcements Big Ray had prepared long ago. He wanted to be in a better position to bargain with his client at a critical moment like this, to squeeze out more money. Soon, these dozen or so thugs led the agitated crowd to launch another assault on the supermarket. But this time, they had clearly wised up. They adjusted their tactics. The thugs split into 2 groups. One group was responsible for pinning down the man with the incredible fighting skills. The other thugs went straight for the person behind him, me, who had been watching the scene with cold indifference. By the way, Big Ray, will the cops be here soon? Even if they come, it's fine. They can't arrest everyone, right? These people are all victims who were scammed. When the time comes, it's hard to say who will be getting cuffed. This isn't the university district. Hearing Big Ray say this, Dexter instantly perked up. True, this isn't the scenic area, much less the university district. Everyone knows by now that the precinct over at University Town is in bed with the Grand Apex Alliance. But it's different over here. This place is outside the jurisdiction of the University Town Police Station. At the same time, on the other side, the leader and Secretary Flint were watching the supermarket. When he saw the crowd suddenly erupt into a riot and turn into a full-blown brawl, Secretary Flint couldn't help but ask, "Sir, should we step in and stop this?" The leader's face was dark. He let out a cold snort. "No, I want to see how long this chaos lasts. before someone finally comes to clean it up. To dare to trash a place in broad daylight, and to trash that brat supermarket of all places. This is total lawlessness. He still didn't know that I had already acquired the supermarket. Seeing the leader's attitude, Secretary Flint knew that someone was about to have a very bad day, so he didn't say another word, just as they refocused. On the supermarket entrance, another group of people who looked like thugs arrived aggressively. They charged into the crowd, swallowing out the incited citizens, and launched yet another attack on the supermarket. Some even bypassed Lance and lunged straight for me. Clearly, they knew who the real person in charge was. To catch the bandits, you have to catch the leader. Even though Lance saw the two men approaching, I wasn't panicked at all. While blocking those trying to charge past him, he began closing the distance toward me. The two thugs saw they were closing in on me, and joy began to flash on their faces. But then, my gaze turned cold. The moment they got close, I suddenly stepped to the side, the hem of my trench coat tracing an arc in the air. Immediately after, my left hand precisely caught the wrist of the first man to lunge. Using his own forward momentum, I guided him along while thrusting my knee violently upward. The man instantly clutched his stomach and collapsed to his knees. Seeing this, the second man hurriedly raised the weapon in his hand, about to swing it down at me, but my reaction was even faster. While successfully dodging the club, I raised my long right leg high and delivered a half roundhouse kick. My 3-inch stilettos hit him squarely in the jaw. The thug's head snapped back as he spat out a spray of blood, flying backward and crashing into a shopping cart behind him. After dealing with these two thugs, I took half a step back. I looked down at the two figures groaning in pain on the ground, and my voice turned soft. Really now, Jaw, you got my new shoes dirty. George Young watched from the side, absolutely dumbfounded. This was his first time seeing Miss Miller fight. It completely shattered his impression of her. He had always thought she was frail, and didn't know how to fight at all, but now he saw he was wrong, and he was wrong by a mile. Miss Miller's skills were truly incredible. She had taken down two thugs with ease. Her movements were clean and efficient, without a hint of wasted effort. It wasn't just George. Many people present had no idea I was capable of this, although some had seen me going to the gym from time to time. They all thought I was just there for inspections. In fact, I had started working out a long time ago, not just to keep my figure, but more importantly, to have some self-defense skills, so I wouldn't be threatened at a critical moment. So, I often practiced kickboxing privately with Lance. After several months, though I was still far from Lance's level, against an average thug, I was more than capable. Lance didn't feel that nervous precisely because he knew what I was capable of. People who underestimated Miss Miller usually paid a heavy price. Watching from a distance, the leader saw this, and for some reason, he suddenly started worrying about his son. He knew Vanessa Miller's men could fight, but he hadn't expected her to be this formidable herself. Equally terrified was Dexter Stone, watching from his hiding spot. The sight made him shudder. He instinctively clutched his groin. From his vantage point, he had a clear view of that sharp knee strike. It had landed squarely on the target without missing an inch. Damn, this woman is brutal. She's trying to end that guy's bloodline. Just as the scene descended into total chaos, 20 black sedans and several light trucks roared to a halt on the road in front of the supermarket. Immediately after, car doors began to slam one after another. A massive wave of underworld figures surged out. A dense, black crowd exerted a chilling sense of pressure. The sight instantly terrified the onlookers who were still watching. They screamed and scrambled to get away. When Mitch saw someone, as Mitch rushed toward the young lady, without even setting up any tactics, he picked up a megaphone and shouted, "Don't let a single one escape." As soon as the words fell, the group of men in black surged forward like a dark flood. By the time those who were storming the supermarket, the rioters and thugs, realized what was happening, their spines went cold, and their legs turned to jelly. It was too late for them to run. Faces in black were everywhere, closing in from all directions. In an instant, everyone was taken down and surrounded. Just as the Grand Apex men were about to keep going, I raised my hand, signaling everyone to stop. Just keep them under control. Wait and hand them over to the police. After all, many here are just criminals who were incited. Of course, they aren't exactly innocent. From the moment they picked up weapons to trash the supermarket, they ceased to be innocent. If their money really was stolen, It was their own greed that caused it. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been scammed. Besides, it's not like I haven't done anything. I've had people watching Levi hunt for a long time. The money will be returned sooner or later. A simple question to a police officer would have cleared things up, yet they let themselves be incited. Their intentions were malicious. In a case like this, there's usually only one possibility. They didn't just want their principal back. They greedily hoped to use the chaos to extort extra interest. With hundreds of Underworld figures standing there, especially with more than half, dressed in the black suits you only see in movies, the onlookers watching secretly from a distance were scared, out of their wits, seeing those innocent civilians ordered to squat with their hands on their heads. Wailing and crying, many uninformed bystanders felt their hearts tremble. Is this seriously happening in the city? This is way too bold. Many secretly pulled out their phones to call the police. The thugs mixed into the crowd weren't particularly panicked. They were waiting for things to escalate anyway. Besides, Big Ray had said, the police would eventually step in. Just then, the dense sound of sirens approached from afar. The blonde-haired thugs squatting on the ground suddenly perked up. Now we're talking. Ha ha ha. You're all dead meat. The cops are here. Yeah, you finished. My uncle is the head cook in the slammer. Believe me, I'll make sure you're served cilantro and mooncakes every meal. I think feeding them sweet tofu pudding would be a much better punishment. What's that supposed to mean? Are you saying sweet tofu pudding tastes bad? What's wrong with it? Say that again, I dare you. Savory tofu pudding is the best. Like hell it is. Even if God himself came down, tofu pudding has to be savory to be good. Clocking, no, no, no. Spicy is the only way. Because of a bowl of tofu pudding. The vibe shifted instantly. Sweet tofu pudding? Bullshit. You're the one talking crap with your savory crap. Sweet? Screw you. Say that again, sweet? I'll kill you. Sweet. Sweet. Hit me then, damn it. Fine, I'll hit you. A few blonde thugs instantly started brawling with each other, leaving the surrounding Grand Apex. Alliance members completely stunned. What is going on? People in Pearl City are usually so inclusive. They eat sweet, savory, and spicy. To start a fight over this, stop it, all of you. Mitch couldn't stand watching it anymore. He stopped them. I'll take the side if whoever tells me who's behind this first. The thugs heard his words and instantly went silent. Asking them to reveal the mastermind was out of the question. I'm snitching. Big Ray told us to do it. The blonde with the black eye on the left stood up. Big Ray. Yeah, Big Ray from the bar street. Now that I've talked, tofu pudding is savory, right? Mitch was about to nod. Soren. Another thug with a black eye on the right jumped up. I know where Big Ray is hiding. See that beat-up gray sedan? He's crouching inside, watching us. Tofu pudding must be sweet. Mitch looked at the two of them, and for a moment, he didn't know whose side to take, so he directly tossed this ultimate dilemma. To the young lady. Miss Miller, do you think it should be sweet or savory? I didn't answer. Go catch him already. I really didn't expect that the mastermind would be revealed so easily. Mitch immediately signaled a few men to leave the crowd. He even took a detour on purpose. Only when they reached a blind spot did they slowly start to surround the car. These actions of the Grand Apex Alliance, in the eyes of the bystanders, in the eyes of those onlookers watching from afar, were clearly the actions of a criminal gang. This is too much. They're actually forcing those innocent people to entertain them, right? And I think I heard something about tofu pudding. They're actually forcing those people to eat sweet tofu pudding. Is sweet tofu pudding even for human consumption? It's absolutely insane. Hey, what's that supposed to mean? Sweet tofu pudding is the best in the world, got it? If you insult sweet tofu pudding again, believe me, I'll slap you. Like hell it is. Savory tofu pudding is the undisputed champion. And then, among the onlookers, someone else started fighting for no apparent reason. Some bystanders who hadn't caught the conversation watched the chaotic scene before them, looked at the innocent civilians surrounded by the men in black, and suddenly felt like, maybe, Underworld figures weren't the only ones who enjoyed a show. Two young men in the crowd were also watching the group of Underworld figures nearby. One of them was dressed fashionably, with a hairstyle fitting the era, a fluffy cut with side-swept bangs. He was also wearing a pair of sunglasses, as if he were afraid of being recognized. Seeing so many Underworld figures, he suddenly felt a tinge of regret. Regret for coming to this small city to invest in an internet cafe. Hundreds of people brawling at the drop of a hat, with thugs in black suits all over the streets. especially that girl surrounded in the middle. Earlier, when he heard those men in black, all shouting, Miss Miller in unison, he was speechless. Even such a young, beautiful girl is in the life? It was ridiculous. Who the hell told him that small-town folk were simple and kind? Is this simple and kind? Truckloads of men arriving at once is certainly kind. If he really invested in an internet cafe here, who knows when, he'd be taught a lesson by a truckload of men himself. Just then, the young man standing beside him broke the silence. He spoke first. Charlie, you should understand by now that doing business isn't that easy, right? Can you really handle this environment? Just be a good boy and come back with me. Do you have any idea how hard it is for me to find a job? I finally clawed my way up to being a manager, only to end up with you. Now you've offended people and the company's blackballed you. What about me? I have to eat too, you know. Charlie, I just want to release an album. Hearing this, Arthur spoke up. His temper instantly flared. You're still thinking about an album? Where was this drive before? The most important thing for us right now is to survive. Understand? That album thing, just forget about it. Ms. Lewis specifically told me that as long as you're willing to grab some drinks with her and sing a little bit, she'll pay you $100,000 per appearance. $100,000. If Ms. Lewis hadn't rejected me, I would have thrown myself at her long ago. If I could do a sexy pole dance, I might even make some extra cash on the side. Charlie remained unmoved. I want to release an album. Seeing his stubbornness, Arthur finally reached his breaking point. Let me tell you, Miss Lewis, you're going to that party whether you like it or not. There's no. If you're going to be ungrateful, don't blame me. If I have to play rough. As he spoke, he looked around. After confirming no one was watching, he actually pulled open his collar, exposing his shoulder while looking at Charlie suggestively. Now, make a choice. Spend the night with Ms. Lewis or with me. Charlie was stunned. Are you really forcing me like this? He couldn't help but steal a few glances at Arthur's face, which was covered in acne and looked quite rugged. Then he looked over at the men in black, who looked like they were straight out of the underworld. Suddenly, those guys didn't seem quite so scary. I choose to invest in the internet cafe. I'll make my own money to release my album. On the other side, Dexter Stone saw a blonde guy in the distance point in their direction. His heart skipped a beat instantly. Although he thought he might be overthinking it, out of his respect for Vanessa Miller, he used the excuse of a bathroom emergency to slip away. Big Ray didn't pay much attention to it, continuing to report the situation over the phone. Mr. Sterling, don't you worry. You can go ahead and wire the money now. A ton of their people showed up. Probably around 200 or 300. But so what if there are a lot of them? Even if God himself came down, he'd have to. Holy crap. What happened? Nothing. I just dropped the tofu pudding I bought in the car. As he spoke, he pushed open the car door, crouched down, and used some tissues to wipe the stain off his pants. But the moment he looked up, a ring of men in black appeared right before his eyes, completely surrounding him. Big Ray swallowed hard. He quickly raised his phone and yelled into it, "Quick! Wire the damn money right now." As over a dozen police cars arrived at the scene, dozens of officers filed out one by one. The one at the lead was a middle-aged officer who was starting to go bald. Judging by his air of authority, he was at least a deputy chief. When they saw the hundreds of people gathered at the scene, even they were taken aback. Why were there so many underworld types? But they were the police, after all. They quickly regained their composure and began to shout, "What are you all doing here? Are you looking to spend some quality time behind a sewing machine? Who's the leader here? Step forward right now." As soon as Deputy Chief Harold Reed finished speaking, the crowd that had been packed tight suddenly parted to create a path. A young woman wearing a trench coat, radiating elegance, stepped forward in her high heels, walking gracefully. "I'm the person in charge. To be precise, they are all my employees, and I am their boss." Harold Reed was visibly stunned. A flash of surprise crossed his eyes. A female underworld boss in this day and age? Is this a movie? Even in the movies, you rarely see female bosses. Moreover, the girl in front of him had beautiful, shining hair and was dressed elegantly and properly. She looked exactly like a college student. She didn't look like someone from the underworld at all. Just as he was about to start questioning her, Big Ray was escorted over by Mitch and several other men in black. The moment Big Ray saw Harold Reed, it was like he'd seen his savior. He cried out, "Deputy Chief Reed, you have to help us." These thugs are out of control. We just came here for an explanation. Look at what they did. They beat us until we all have black eyes. Everyone around here can testify to it. To hint that he was on the same side, he even pointedly added, the Sterling Group has always cared about the safety of our district. Gangs like this must be severely punished. Is that so? Harold Reed's gaze shifted to the calm girl standing beside him. Vanessa Miller. Take them all in. Hold on. I stopped them. Deputy Chief Reed, on what grounds are you taking us away? Aren't you going to ask what actually happened first? Illegal assembly. And assaulting innocent civilians. There are plenty of witnesses right here. Is that not enough reason? Deputy Chief Reed, you should stick to the evidence. As it happens, I have plenty of that. I then had someone bring over the prepared video. Evidence. In the footage, it showed the scenes of the previous 2 supermarkets being trashed, followed by the blonde thug's own acts of aggression. As for whether the Grand Apex Alliance was an illegal assembly, I also provided sufficient proof. Whether it was the security company's credentials or the employees' ID cards, everything proved that they had only intervened to protect the company's property. Deputy Chief Reed, is this evidence sufficient for you? Harold Reed hadn't expected her to be so well prepared. His expression shifted slightly, but he still insisted, evidence or not, you all have to come to the station for questioning. And if we refuse to go? I met his gaze head on. That isn't up to you. Harold Reed's face darkened. He directly gave the order, anyone who resists is to be arrested immediately. He was only doing this because he was forced to. The Sterling Group's headquarters was in the Highland District. They were the largest local taxpayer and had an extraordinary relationship with the local leaders. He had to do this, even if it was just for show. Upon hearing the order, the officers were about to move in. Just then, a booming voice suddenly rang out from behind. Harold Reed, you certainly like throwing your weight around. Arresting people just like that? Harold Reed was furious when he heard this. He wanted to see which blind idiot dared to mouth off to him. But when he saw clearly who had arrived, his face changed instantly. His attitude took a total 180-degree turn. Secretary Flint, what are you doing here? Why do you think I'm here? A mass riot nearly broke out here, and the leader wants me to ask you something. From the time the incident started until you arrived, did it really have to take over half an hour? Secretary Flint questioned him sternly. Cold sweat instantly broke out on Harold Reed's forehead. Secretary Flint, we rushed over as soon as we received the call, and we're following procedure. What procedure? Secretary Flint coldly interrupted him. The video evidence is right here, yet you pretend not to see it. Instead, you want to arrest the victims. Is this the procedure you're talking about? Harold Reed was left speechless, but he was quick on his feet. He turned and roared at his men, handcuff that bald guy, and every one of these suspects who trashed the supermarket. Take them all back for a thorough interrogation. The officers looked at each other, not quite registering the change. Are you deaf? Follow the order. Yes, sir. I stepped forward, casually tucking a stray hair behind my ear with a smirk. So, Deputy Chief Reed isn't going to arrest us anymore? Reed said with a bit of embarrassment. A misunderstanding. It was all a misunderstanding. Our work was a bit sloppy. If you have any requests, Ms. Miller, please feel free to state them. We will take them into serious consideration. Since ancient times, wise commoners don't fight with officials. I knew he had some social obligations that were hard to decline, so I didn't use Secretary Flint's presence to intentionally make things difficult for him. I simply pointed toward Big Ray. Since you're asking, Deputy Chief Reed, I hope you will punish these crimes severely. This man is suspected of inciting a violent mob, destroying property, and malicious false accusation. The standard sentence is 3 to 7 years. I hope you'll push for the maximum sentence. I also demand a full investigation into the mastermind. Secretary Flint added in a timely manner. Harold Reed, a special task force must be formed for Ms. Miller's case. Investigate everyone and deal with them accordingly. There will be no leniency. Do I make myself clear? Yes, sir. We will definitely investigate to the very end. Harold Reed hurriedly agreed. Big Ray and his crew's faces changed instantly. What's going on? They were trying to bury them alive. They never could have imagined that the Grand Apex Alliance had such a powerful backing. Judging by Secretary Flint's attitude, he must have been here for a while. Maybe the leader was here too. Sure enough, some sharp-eyed people noticed a black sedan with a special license plate parked not far away. Big Ray's heart turned cold instantly. It was over. His sewing machine was about to go up in smoke. Right now, he just wanted to call Preston Sterling as fast as he could. Not to give a status update, but to scream, "Damn it, I need a raise." Harold Reed didn't dare hesitate for a single second. He immediately directed his subordinates to haul Big Ray and his crew into the patrol cars. The 300-plus core and peripheral members of the Grand Apex Alliance instantly erupted into a roar of cheers. All hail the young lady. The young lady is invincible. When you're in this life, choosing the right boss is the most important decision you can make. Now, the answer was standing right in front of them. Even though they weren't in their home turf of University Town, they could still walk with their heads held high anywhere they pleased. The word legendary couldn't even begin to describe their absolute adoration for the young lady, Vanessa Miller. With her methods and her rock-solid backing, did they ever have to worry about not living the good life? Did they ever have to worry about not making the alliance bigger and stronger? Hundreds of people chanting one name in unison. The scene was truly staggering. It didn't just startle Secretary Flint and his group, it also terrified the onlookers and bystanders, watching from a distance. When the police first arrived, many of the bystanders thought they were there to arrest these lawless thugs. After all, any normal person would be afraid of people in that line of work. They all hoped the officers would lock them all up. At first, things really did seem to be heading in the direction everyone expected, but then the vibe shifted completely. The officers didn't touch the men in black. Instead, they hauled away the victims who had been squatting on the ground. And to top it off, those thugs were actually cheering. It was like a bucket of ice water had been dumped over everyone's heads. Their hearts turned cold. Instantly. My God. Are the cops here to act as an honor guard for these guys in black suits? What the hell is going on? Why aren't they arresting them? Anyone with eyes can see that those guys in black are the real criminals. Exactly. Seriously. How is this happening? Suddenly, the world feels very dark. Maybe it's just because the sun went down. Charlie, standing in the crowd, had also witnessed the entire process. In particular, seeing those men in black shouting triumphantly right in front of the police made his heart sink to the pit of his stomach. What kind of world is this? Why weren't they arrested? This is way too corrupt. He suddenly felt that what his manager had said earlier actually deserved some serious consideration. Maybe going to have a few drinks with Ms. Lewis was the right choice after all. In a place where thugs were this rampant, investing in an internet cafe really didn't seem safe. Arthur, seeing that Charlie seemed to be wavering, quickly struck while the iron was hot. He continued his persuasion. This place is a mess. It's no place for an investment. And think about it. Can an internet cafe earn as much as hostessing? Can a cafe make $100,000 in a single night? But if you can make Ms. Lewis happy, it'll be a walk in the park. Besides, other than being a bit full-figured, having a few freckles on her face, a bit of bad breath, and a habit of drooling, she's a catch, right? Isn't everything else about her a plus? Arthur's attempt at persuasion backfired. As soon as he said that, Charlie became even more determined in his original plan. Thugs might be rampant here in the Highland District, but can't I just invest somewhere else? I heard University Town is in the Scenic District, and it's full of bright-eyed college students. An internet cafe there would definitely do a killing. Arthur, stop trying to convince me. The Sterling Villa. Preston Sterling, his mother Beatrice, and his uncle Jerry Sterling were all in the living room. The three of them had been discussing the details of the land auction. Currently, Chairman Silas Sterling was still recovering in the hospital, but the group had just suffered such a major setback. This would have a massive impact on their future plans. Beatrice had been constantly calculating how to slowly transfer the group's assets into her own name and her son's. After all, no matter how big the Sterling Group was, at the end of the day, it didn't belong to her. In fact, strictly speaking, it didn't fully belong to Preston either. This wasn't just because Nolan Sterling held a larger share of equity. There were other reasons. Plus, her husband, Silas Sterling, had always been in poor health. If something were to happen to him suddenly, Nolan would have every legal right to inherit the majority stake. Although she and Preston both held some equity, their shares were minimal. Her husband Silas was a tyrant who made all the decisions, and hadn't allocated much stock to them at all. Furthermore, she and her husband had a prenuptial agreement. The agreement clearly defined the ownership of assets acquired before and after the marriage. But even with such harsh conditions, Beatrice had still agreed. In fact, she was the one who went proactively, suggested the agreement back then. Given the circumstances at the time, she had no choice. She couldn't have secured her position otherwise. If her husband really were to have an accident, according to the rules of inheritance, and adding in the shares Nolan held in his father's name, Nolan would very likely leapfrog to become the group's largest shareholder. So, to prevent this from happening, Beatrice had been slowly embezzling the group's assets ever since her husband's health began to fail. She hadn't just secretly arranged the formation of a construction company. She had also covertly taken over and continued to run the luxury goods smuggling ring her husband used to operate. Currently, at least half of the inventory in the luxury stores across Pearl City's major malls was supplied by her. Even some of the goods on e-commerce platforms came through her channels. It was only after she got into smuggling that she realized just how profitable it was. She even privately mocked her husband for being willing to give up a golden goose like this. It was precisely because she controlled this smuggling route that she had enough capital to start companies, win projects, and develop real estate. Otherwise, even as the wife of the Sterling Group's chairman, she couldn't have possibly come up with $200 million for a bid all at once. Originally, after winning 2 plots of land, she had planned to leverage the Sterling Group's influence and brand recognition to make a fortune along with them. She hadn't expected a glitch in the middle. At this moment, Preston was kneeling in front of the leather sofa, his knees already numb with pain. His mother, Beatrice, and his uncle, Jerry Sterling, were sitting on the sofa, discussing group business, completely ignoring him. "Mom, Preston just started to speak. "Stay down." Beatrice didn't even look up. "If you hadn't taken it upon yourself to mess with the bidding price, would we be in this defensive position?" Jerry Sterling chimed in as well. "Preston, the chairman, is in the hospital, and the group is at a critical juncture. It's one thing to play around normally, but how could you be so reckless now? You need to learn your lesson." Preston grit his teeth and didn't say another word. But in his heart, he hated that woman, Vanessa Miller, with a passion. Just as Preston was about to give out, he suddenly received a message. He lunged to his feet. Seeing this, Beatrice immediately barked, "Who gave you permission to stand up?" Preston didn't care about that. He said frantically, "Mom, Big Ray and the others have been arrested." Beatrice didn't believe it. "How is that possible? Your uncle already cleared it with the people over there." Preston was so anxious he was stomping his feet. "It's true!" I don't know what happened, but Deputy Chief Reed suddenly arrested Big Ray and his crew. The Grand Apex people walked away without a scratch. Jerry Sterling frowned as well. "Impossible. Given my relationship with Harold, he wouldn't do this." "It's true. Why won't you believe me?" "Uncle Jerry, if you don't believe me, call him yourself," Preston said. Actually, arranging for people to deal with the Grand Apex Alliance, and even setting a trap for them, it was actually his mother and uncle's idea, with the goal of putting pressure on the Grand Apex Alliance. The moment Preston learned from Caleb Montgomery that the Vanguard signature stores had been transferred to me, he rushed to consult his mother and uncle for a counter-strategy. By doing this, the scale of the supermarkets, the primary source of income for the Grand Apex Alliance, instantly more than doubled. Even though they believed the Alliance couldn't possibly produce that much cash to pay the land transfer fees, they still staged this incident just to be safe. As long as they could keep the Grand Apex Alliance on the hot seat, Vanessa's focus would be divided. Revenue at the Alliance's supermarkets would inevitably drop. When that happened, they would at best face a cash shortage, and, at worst, a total collapse of their capital chain. Even if she had won the bid for the land, she'd have to cough it back up. They could even take the opportunity to drive the price down and skin her alive. But they didn't expect that their plan would fail before it even got off the ground. Hearing his nephew's certain words, Jerry Sterling's expression grew serious. He picked up his phone and made several calls. After confirming the news was true, he put the phone down and said to Beatrice, "Beatrice, Preston is right." Just as it looked like they were about to round them all up, Secretary Flint suddenly appeared and bailed them out. "Secretary Flint? How is that possible?" Beatrice was stunned, unable to believe it. Flint had no reason to do such a thing. Could it be? Preston was furious. "Damn it. Caleb Montgomery is intentionally working with her to set me up. I spend every day kissing his ass, and he stabs me in the back the second I turn around." The more he thought about it, the angrier he got, until he finally snapped, "Bastard. He only acts like that because he has a powerful father. At the end of the day, he's nothing but a stray dog." In fact, earlier, when Preston learned that Caleb had transferred the supermarkets to me, a faint suspicion had already crossed his mind. If Caleb hadn't suddenly asked to borrow 100 million, resulting in the loss of that plot of land, he wouldn't be in such a defensive position now. At the time, even though he was suspicious, he still trusted Caleb Montgomery fairly well, thinking Caleb might have been played by me. But now that Secretary Flint had suddenly intervened, this incident was essentially solid proof that Caleb was suspect of digging a hole for him, even though Jerry Sterling also felt that Caleb Montgomery might be the one behind this. He wouldn't lash out as Preston did. Preston, we can't be 100% sure that Caleb was behind it yet. Watch your tone, especially when you're out in public. Don't say anything reckless. The most urgent matter now is to shut Big Ray's mouth. You cannot let him name you. Hoi Wei. In reality, Big Ray was just as unreliable as his lackeys, by trying to use the Sterling name to pressure Harold Reed into arresting the Grand Apex crew. He had already exposed who was behind the scenes. Of course, Big Ray wouldn't admit it after being caught. Beatrice said, "Jerry, I'm leaving this matter to you. Make sure it's handled cleanly." "Don't worry, Beatrice, I've got it." Jerry Sterling nodded in agreement, his gaze inadvertently sweeping over her pale, shapely legs. Even though his sister-in-law was over 40, she had maintained herself remarkably well. Her skin was fair, her figure was alluring, and she exuded the distinct charm of a mature woman, not losing out to any woman in her early 30s. Preston didn't notice his uncle's gaze. Hearing the words, he breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank you, Uncle Jerry. We're family, don't mention it." Jerry Sterling waved his hand and withdrew his gaze. "How are we going to solve the issue with Plot 33 in the north side?" Beatrice massaged her temples, feeling a wave of irritation. She really wanted to give her son a thrashing. How could he handle things so poorly? If she had known, she never would have let him go. Jerry Sterling pondered for a moment, before speaking slowly. "We take it in 3 steps. First, have Preston negotiate with that girl. Offer a premium to buy the land back. The main goal is to find out her floor price first. We'll decide whether to buy it later. Second, contact the people from the One-Shot Gang. Find a way to stir up trouble between them and Patrick Hale. Let them tear each other apart. Ideally, they'll start a war. If necessary, we can leak some information. For example, how Ray Miller died, and who was actually responsible. Of course, this information must be leaked very carefully through a third party. Otherwise, it will backfire on us. Third, even though Big Ray was arrested, the original plan doesn't necessarily have to stop. Use the troll army as needed, whether it affects them or not. It will add to our leverage in negotiations." "Fine. Let's do it that way then." Beatrice nodded helplessly. A few days later, at a small bar, Scar was pounding back one drink after another. He had originally thought the position of Master of the Onyx Hall was a done deal. But now a rival had appeared out of nowhere. Jimmy Owens. This man had once taken the fall for the gang, and had only been released from the joint a few days ago. According to the gang's rules, anyone who goes to the Slammer to cover for the organization is a hero. Naturally, they have to be compensated once they get out. Scar originally controlled 2 venues, specifically 2 mid-sized bars, but the boss had directly taken one of those establishments and given it to Jimmy Owens. Jimmy had even put out the word that the position of Master of the Onyx Hall belonged to him, Big Kane. What the hell is the boss thinking? Scar took another swig of his drink and complained angrily to Big Kane beside him. He clearly knows Jimmy Owens. Used to be one of Ray Miller's guys. Why is he so hell-bent on supporting him? Just because Jimmy did time in the Slammer? Big Kane took a sip of his drink, thought about it, and said, "Boss Scar, I think you're overthinking things. The boss isn't sincerely trying to help Jimmy Owens. Even though Jimmy was one of Ray Miller's men, he went inside for the good of the organization. If Ray Miller were still around, Jimmy might have, actually, landed that hallmaster position after getting out. But the situation is different now. Because of that business with Vanessa Miller, many people in the organization are talking behind the boss's back, especially the old-timers. The more critical the timing, the less choice the boss has. After all, everyone knows how he got that position in the first place. He has to push Jimmy forward to win people over." Scar grew even angrier. He slammed his glass onto the table. "Then what the hell am I supposed to do?" he barked. "Am I supposed to just sit here and watch the hallmaster position fly right past me?" Big Kane replied, Boss Scar. We still have a shot. Even if Jimmy Owens wants that throne, it's not like it's easy to just sit on it. The lackeys at the bottom have to support him for it to work. Take this street, for example. Several territories are still in the hands of outsiders. Someone has to find a way to take them back. If Jimmy Owens really has the skills to reclaim all those territories, then he truly would earn the Hallmaster position. Scar asked, What are you getting at? Big Kane leaned in closer. He lowered his voice. It's simple. While Jimmy Owens is still hesitating, we strike first. Take over the rest of the territory on this street. First, it shows the boss exactly what you're capable of, boss. Second, Jimmy Owens is relying on his status as an old-timer, and the fact that he did time to get promoted, right? According to our rules, a Hallmaster must be able to control at least one street. If half the venues are already in our hands, Jimmy won't be thick-skinned enough to ask for them, will he? That way, even if he does become Hallmaster, it'll be a name only. He won't have any real power. Scar listened, looking a bit worried. But everything you said makes sense. But will the boss actually agree? Since the boss is dead set on promoting Jimmy Owens, he might still force me to hand this territory over. Big Kane spoke with absolute certainty. He won't. Scar froze. He won't? How is that possible? If he wouldn't, then why did he already make me give one of my 2 venues to Jimmy Owens? Big Kane calmly poured more wine for Scar. That's because the boss hasn't seen your true potential yet. Boss Scar, if I may be blunt, you are a man of great loyalty. You never sell out your teammates. You're generous to a fault. You're incredibly capable. And you even have your own unique skills. The boss just doesn't see these things. Even as his confidant, you usually stay low-key and humble, because you don't like to show off. But if the boss can't see what you can do, how can he entrust you with real responsibility? Boss Scar, if you ask me, you can't afford to be low-key anymore. You have to show your hand. Let the boss see your strength. That way, even if you don't get the Hallmaster spot, you'll at least move up the ladder. Most importantly, once you take over all the territory on this street, the boss definitely won't make you give up territory that's already in your grip. He knows who is actually worthy of his trust. Since you're so smart, boss, the boss will obviously value you more. Jimmy Owens is a different story. Deep down, the boss wants someone to keep him in check. After all, he was originally Ray Miller's man. The boss is probably worried about how to handle him. Hearing Big Kane's analysis, Scar felt like a light had been switched on. He grabbed Big Kane's hand and said excitedly, Kane, you really are my right hand. But then again, those venues are currently covered by Big Dummy's crew. With the few men we have, how can we possibly take them by force? I've already prepared for that. Big Kane shouted toward the entrance. Come on in. As soon as he spoke, about 30 men, dressed in white suits, swarmed into the room. Leading them was a young man with a stoic face. Boss Scar. Boss Scar, they all shouted in unison. Scar was startled by the display. He turned to Big Kane, his face full of disbelief. Bis, what is this? Big Kane explained. Here's the deal, boss. These brothers are all your admirers. I've been spreading word of your legendary deeds, especially that part about you catching a blade barehanded. It got their blood pumping, and they all want to follow you and do great things. Since we're short-handed, I called them all here. It's not a huge crowd, but they can definitely hold their own in a fight. He pointed to the lead young man and whispered, This guy is Ethan. He can take on 12 men by himself. Even though he's still nowhere near your level, boss, he's good enough for now. Don't be too hard on them, boss. Scar's face was a mask of confusion. What do you mean, too hard on them? When have I ever been hard on anyone? One guy taking on 12? That's a total freak of nature. However, Scar wasn't completely stupid. He guessed that Big Kane must have hyped him up as some kind of god of war, which is why these experts came to join him. So, he had to put on the persona of a powerful boss. He started to flex. I hear you guys can fight, but compared to me, you're still rookies. Back in the day, I fought my way from the east side to the west side with a machete. I hacked through crowds for 9 days and 9 nights, and I didn't blink once. Later, when I went to the doctor, he told me that's how I ended up with chronic dry eye syndrome. Of course, I'm not telling you this to brag. I just want you to know that even though we're in the life, you still have to stay humble and low-key. I wasn't actually planning on taking you in. An expert of my level. Doesn't really have much use for more lackeys. But since you're so sincere about joining me, I'll graciously accept you into the fold. Just remember, there is one rule you must never forget while following me. Never ask me for a sip of broth while I'm eating instant noodles. Do I make myself clear? Yes, Boss Scar. The crowd shouted in unison. Ulber porned. Big Kane, hearing so many people calling him boss with such respect, made Scar feel incredible. He had always been envious of the young ladies. Men in their black suits, looking so imposing. Now he had his own crew. In their white suits, though not as intimidating as the black ones, they still looked pretty sharp. Where did the suits come from? Scar asked suddenly. Big Kane had someone bring over a shopping bag and handed it to Scar. This one is yours, boss. Scar wasn't shy. He took the bag, stripped off his jacket, and put on the white suit. The moment he put it on, he felt like an even more majestic boss, especially with those letters on the chest, FB. Not bad, not bad. It's a brand name, Adidas. The subordinates' eyes fell on the letters on Scar's white jacket, their expressions turning a bit strange. The white suits they were wearing didn't have such an obvious logo. They were plain and clean. Only Scar's was this eye-catching. Then they all looked at Big Kane at the same time. Big Kane must have bought this at the last minute, and it looked like a total knockoff. Luckily, Scar didn't even consider that. Instead, he thought having a logo on his chest fit his status as the boss. He figured the boss should look different from the lackeys, to highlight his uniqueness. Just like the young lady, Scar slapped Big Kane heavily on the shoulder. Kane, you did a good job on this. Once I take my seat as master of the Onyx Hall, I'm making you my Vice Hall master immediately. Thank you for the reminder, boss. From now on, I, Big Kane, am yours for life. By the way, boss, I have one more person to introduce. Scar looked curious. Who? As soon as Big Kane spoke, a valiant woman walked in with a conflicted expression. It's my cousin. Scar took a closer look and was stunned. Wait, isn't she that cop? Big Kane replied. Boss, the secret is out. Last time my cousin let us go in secret. She ended up getting investigated by her superiors, but she'd rather be fired than give us up. So, she had nowhere left to go? I told her she should just come and join us. At the end of the day, we owe her one. But don't you worry, boss. Even though she's a girl, she can really handle herself. She can take on 4 or 5 guys without breaking a sweat. Scar felt a wave of guilt. Sister! Don't you worry about a thing. Stick with me, and I'll make sure you're well taken care of. Claire Grant still wasn't used to the Underworld way of talking. She squeezed out a forced smile. Thank you, Boss Scar. But she had successfully made it inside. And looking at this guy, he didn't seem to suspect for a second that she was an undercover cop. Scar, seeing that he had gained over 30 men in one day, felt his power had instantly grown several times over. With 2 high-tier fighters now under him, he was filled with pride. He waved his hand grandly. Since it's our first meeting, as your boss, I have to show you some hospitality. Come on. Dinner is on me. See that Shaxian Grand Hotel across the street? Eat as much as you want. My treat. Big Kane immediately signaled the men. What are you waiting for? Thank the boss. Our boss Scar is. He is usually famous for being generous. He wouldn't even spend the money he earned on himself. He gives it all to the brothers working for him. That's why, since there was no other way today, he's treating everyone to the Shaxian Grand. But don't you worry. In the future, steaks, seafood feasts, we'll have it all. As long as you all work hard for Boss Scar, you'll have everything you could want. When Boss Scar heard this, he gently patted Big Kane on the shoulder. He didn't say a word, but the look in his eyes clearly said, Kane, it's great to have a kid like you around. You can even make up a bullshit excuse like that. Of course, out loud, he said with a straight face, what Big Kane said is exactly what I wanted to say. I'm never stingy with my brothers. I'll make sure you all live the good life from now on. Everyone looked grateful. Thank you, Boss Scar. Boss Scar waved his hand grandly, leading the group in a majestic and spirited march toward the Shaxian Grand Hotel. Let's go. However, not long after they left the bar, a group of people rushed into the establishment with aggressive momentum. Leading them was a man with a buzz cut. He looked like someone who had just done time. He walked inside. Starting today, this place belongs to Jimmy Owens. By the time Scar got the news that his venue was taken, it was already too late. Boss Scar, this is bad. Jimmy Owens brought his men, and seized our last venue too. Scar was furious. Jimmy Owens is taking this way too far. How dare he snatch my territory the second I'm gone? I'm not finished with him. I already followed the big boss's orders, and gave him one of my places. He's still not satisfied and stole my last one? This is the final straw. The lackey added, Boss Scar. There's one more thing. Every venue on this street has been taken over by Jimmy Owens, and it looks like the big boss even sent men to support him. Scar's face, once red with rage, suddenly deflated like a punctured balloon. Well, maybe I can suck it up just this once. Big Kane quickly stepped in to smooth things over. Boss Scar is right. Back in the day, even the greatest generals endure humiliation. What's wrong with being patient for a bit? This is how a true hero behaves. But Boss Scar, I really didn't expect that Jimmy Owens would move this fast. A sudden strike like this. Now we have to find a way to solve this. The brothers can't be without territory. Scar looked completely lost now. He should have been happy after just gaining so many men. But this was a heavy blow to the head. He had no idea what to do. Then what do you suggest? Big Kane, didn't you confidently say before that the boss wouldn't support him? Big Kane scratched his head, looking helpless. The plan can't keep up with the changes. Boss Scar, I'm guessing. The big boss might be facing some pressure lately, which is why he made this decision. Now is really not the time to dwell on this. We need to find a new territory to make our comeback. Scar looked conflicted. Are we going to take it back by force? But I won't be able to explain that to the big boss. If the boss blames us, we'll be in deep trouble. Big Kane's eyes darted around. He leaned in close to Scar and whispered, Who said anything about taking it back? Boss Scar, since things have come to this, we might as well set our sights elsewhere. If we can expand the boss's territory, maybe we'll earn his appreciation. It's killing two birds with one stone. Scar froze and asked, Where? Claire Grant, Ethan, and Big Kane all said in unison, The train station. Scar froze again. That's a great idea. The area around the train station is definitely more profitable. If we can take that turf, we'll strike it rich. Big Kane nodded repeatedly from the side and added, Exactly. And that area has always been a mess. Just a bunch of unorganized factions. No one has ever been able to unify it. Now with the wise and valiant Boss Scar leading the way, you can definitely conquer the whole region and become the new overlord of the train station's underworld. The train station had always been incredibly chaotic. It was slightly better now, but if you went back a few years, the level of disorder was beyond description. So far in Pearl City, no organization has ever been able to swallow the train station territory. Some say the waters are too deep there. Others say there are too many people, all of whom are truly ruthless and cold-blooded. In a small alley in the east zone of the train station, Ashton Gray had just taken a note from a small boy. Suddenly, a dozen fierce-looking thugs emerged from the surroundings. They were all carrying weapons. The leader was a bald man with a scarred face, who stared menacingly at Ashton Gray. Mr. Gray, what are you doing here? Hand over whatever is in your hand. Ashton Gray calmly stuffed his hand into his pocket. Old Baldy, what is this about? We're all old acquaintances. Pulling a stunt like this isn't appropriate, is it? The bald man spat on the ground. Stop playing dumb. I've suspected there was something wrong with you for a long time. Ashton Gray said, You've really misunderstood. I just want to open a shop around here. I have to scope out the situation first, don't I? The bald man grabbed the boy next to him. Scraps. You tell me the truth. What did this guy have you do? If you don't tell the truth, I'll break your legs when we get back and send you out to beg like the others. The boy was terrified. He stammered. He felt the pocket wear. The tumbler toy still held a bit of warmth. Suddenly, he did something shocking. With a violent shove, he pushed against the bald man and yelled at Ashton Gray, Run! Ashton Gray was visibly stunned. Hearing Scraps' terrified scream, his head began to throb, and a memory surfaced. Run! Get out of here! It was a girl's voice, choked with tears, screaming with all her might. At that time, he was completely consumed by fear. He had only one thought: escape. He hadn't managed to get away back then, after being caught and brought back by the human traffickers. Because he was afraid of being crippled, he did the thing he regretted most in his life. As if possessed, he proactively picked up a steel rod and broke that girl's legs. Ever since then, He had nightmares every single night. His dreams were filled with the girl's desperate screams, but it was also because of that ruthless streak that the traffickers didn't punish him. Instead, they saw him as someone to groom. In their eyes, the kid's heart was cold enough, and his hands were dirty enough. In the future, he might become a useful tool for them, helping them carry out even more sordid business. Later, the girl was sold off, and he never heard from her again. For children like them who were sold, there were usually only two endings. The lucky ones were adopted by a good family and lived an ordinary life. The unlucky ones were either treated as child brides or sold abroad, becoming nothing more than merchandise to be slaughtered. Kill this ungrateful little brat first. The bald man was about to cripple the boy. Ashton Gray felt a surge of adrenaline rush to his head. He let out a loud roar and charged straight forward. But how could one man be a match for so many? He was beaten to the ground in no time. His head slammed against the pavement, and blood began to flow instantly, covering his face. Everything went black for a second, and his vision blurred, but he grit his teeth, and with his last ounce of strength, he threw himself over Scraps, using his own body to shield the boy. The blood flowing from the corner of his mouth stained his expensive clothes red. You got my clothes dirty. Damn it. After saying that, he completely passed out. The bald man saw Ashton Gray lose consciousness. He waved his hand for his men to prop him up, preparing to take him back to base for interrogation, to see if someone was pulling the strings from behind the scenes. Even the shivering little boy was taken away by them as well. Meanwhile, the moment Boss Scar stepped onto the train station grounds, his mood improved instantly. I own this place. Everyone knew that the train station was the easiest place to make a quick buck. If nothing else, just look at the nearby hotels, internet cafes, nightclubs, and strip clubs. They were all total cash cows. The train station hotels were basically the densest in the entire city. It was a melting pot of all sorts of people, completely chaotic. With all kinds of things going on, the square was full of pickpockets, and the beggars were everywhere despite constant crackdowns. It was also a breeding ground for various gangs. In short, there was no such thing as too messy here. There was only messier. But compared to a few years ago, the situation had improved quite a bit. However, uncivilized acts like spitting on the ground would still get you caught by the grandfathers and grandmothers wearing red armbands. That would result in a $5 fine. Boss Scar had once been caught by a grandmother hiding in the crowd. Even for a guy like him who lived his life in the underworld, he still had to cough up the $5. Back then, he was just a small-time nobody. But things were different now. Boss Scar just reached the road at the edge of the square, with his hands on, his hips strutting through the square like he owned the place. He even spat right then and there. Scar was relying on the fact that he had over 30 underworld types in uniform behind him. Feeling quite cocky, he wanted to provoke the old folks on the square. However, he still underestimated their combat power. Even with that many people behind him, even with his thugs. One grandmother pulled on her oversleeves and blocked his path, holding out her hand and yelling, "Pay up! Lady, are you blind or what? Don't you see the brothers I've got with me? You dare ask for money?" Boss Scar glared and spoke menacingly. But the grandmother wasn't intimidated at all. "Young man, don't you try to scare me. Why don't you take a look behind me too?" Boss Scar tilted his head to look behind her. And sure enough, he saw several police officers walking toward them. He folded instantly. He hurried to pull out $5 and handed it to her, then led his crew and scrambled away in shame. The station might be a mess, true, but with so many of them, all dressed in matching underworld uniforms, they stood out like a sore thumb. The cops were bound to come check them out. Luckily, they ran fast enough to avoid getting hauled in. Claire Grant, following behind, was speechless at the sight. I even began to wonder if this undercover gig even made any sense. The others were just as exasperated. Scar saw their expressions and knew he'd taken the tough guy act a bit too far. He quickly coughed a few times. Big Kane took the hint. Our boss Scar has always respected his elders and loved the youth. It's just like the rules of the life. We don't bully the weak, the old, or the sick. This is about honor. Scar nodded as he listened, forcing some credit onto himself. Exactly. All of you, remember this. Even though we're in the life, if anyone dares to touch the old or the young, it's a no-go. That's a principle. It's about honor. No one breaks the rules. As they say, there's honor among Boss Scar, you got it slightly wrong. If you're talking about the code of the pickpockets, it all means the same thing, no matter the path. You have to follow the rules. Yeah, Boss Scar is right. The lackeys behind him quickly echoed in unison. After tricking the new recruits once again, Boss Scar breathed a silent sigh of relief, thinking, thank God for Big Cane. Otherwise, he wouldn't have known how to smooth that over. He almost lost serious face. He made a silent vow to himself. He had to make something of himself this time. Otherwise, if these kids ran off too, he'd be completely screwed. Come on, I'll take you to scope out the hotel street. Scar waved his hand, leading the group, in a massive procession, toward the hotel district east of the station. The hotel street lived up to its reputation. It was packed wall to row with lodging. Quite a few of these places were inside residential buildings. They were cheap and didn't require an ID. People with nowhere else to go loved to crash there. Scar and his crew looked like a bunch of street thugs, strutting down the street. The old folks who usually like to solicit guests saw the way they were acting and treated them like the plague. They stayed far away. No one dared to start a conversation. Boss Scar finally regained some of his confidence. His head was held high, his chest puffed out, and he started bragging to Big Cane again. Cane, I'm not kidding you. My boxing skills are basically supernatural now. Just the other night, that big guy on the next street, I landed one straight punch, and he was on his knees begging for mercy. As he spoke, Scar demonstrated a textbook straight punch. He even made a sound effect, then yelled, "Holy shit!" Who would have thought his punch would land perfectly, squarely on the bridge of the nose of a bald man who had just stuck his head out of an alley? Scar's fist was frozen in midair. He was completely stunned. Big Cane and the lackeys were quick to react, jumping back 3 steps in unison. Their movements were as synchronized as a rehearsal. The bald giant clutched his nose, blood gushing out instantly. He grimaced in agony. After a good long while, he finally caught his breath. He slowly straightened up, pointing at Scar and cursing, "You bastard! Where the hell do you think you're hitting? Are you looking to die?" Just as he finished, a dozen muscular men swarmed out of the alley, falling in behind the bald man and blocking the road completely. When they saw their boss's nose bleeding, they were all furious. "Are you blind? Tired of living, aren't you? Get on your knees and apologize to my boss right now. Pay up, or we'll kill you." At the very back of the crowd, several men were holding up. A young man whose face was covered in blood, a small boy, equally limp, was slung over a man's shoulder. It was impossible to tell if they were dead or unconscious. Boss Scar knew he'd run into some real hitters. He instinctively reached for his bare-handed blade catch trick. "Spare me, boss. I really didn't mean." But just as he was about to kneel, he suddenly snapped out of it. "Wait a second. I have more people than they do, don't I? Why the hell am I afraid of them? I'm the future master of the Onyx Hall. If I hit a few small fry, so be it." At that thought, Scar's spine straightened instantly. He looked down on the group in front of him. "Who the hell are you telling to kneel and pay up? Where did you get the nerve to speak to me like that? Have you ever heard of Scar from the One-Shot Gang? You're tired of living if you want to challenge me." The bald man and his subordinates were clearly taken aback. In this neck of the woods, who hasn't heard of the One-Shot Gang? But they really hadn't heard of this specific one-shot guy before. "You really are from the One-Shot Gang? Scared now?" Scar pointed at the ground. "If you're scared, get on your knees and call me Grandpa. I'm sorry." Before he could finish, he heard a shout from behind. "Kill them." Then he saw the group of lackeys in white, charging forward like madmen. Ethan led the charge, and Claire Grant was right behind him, assaulting the crowd with their bare hands. The bald man's crew didn't even have time to react. Before they were taken down, Boss Scar's eyes nearly popped out of his head. Holy crap, this is way too intense. Initially, he had thought Big Cane was just blowing smoke when he said the new recruits could each take on 10 men. It turned out they were actually being modest. In the middle of the street, Ethan was like a human bulldozer. Everywhere he went, the sound of breaking bones followed. The most brutal part was, after he leveled the giant carrying the little boy, he raised his foot and stomped hard on the man's knee. There were 2 sickening cracks, and the leg snapped instantly. It felt like he was legitimately trying to kill the guy. It was absolutely ruthless. Claire Grant was a bit more refined, locking a man's wrist and twisting it behind his back until a pop signaled a dislocation, then delivering a kick to the back of the knee. The man dropped to the ground with a heavy thud. Watching such a savage scene, Scar swallowed hard. Wait, I haven't even given the order yet. This is just two. Big Kane leaned in and said, Boss Scar, if you want to make it in the life these days, you have to be cold-blooded. If a man isn't ruthless, he can't hold his ground. Look at how this baldy dared to challenge you. He's the perfect example to use to establish your authority. Besides, these guys look like the local heavy hitters. Taking them down is the fastest way for us to make a name for ourselves. Once Scar regained his composure, he said with a solemn expression, You're right. This bald bastard dared to disrespect me. Strip him and throw him out onto the road. Two of Scar's lackeys immediately approached the bald man, who was now groveling on the ground for mercy. They dislocated his joints right then and there. His screams of agony filled the air. Once they stripped him down to his underwear, they tossed him directly onto the roadside. Claire Grant watched all of this, but she didn't step in to stop them. If it weren't for her badge, she probably would have done the same thing. She had seen these men with a kidnapped child, and she knew they were likely human traffickers. That was why she had joined Ethan in the fight without hesitation. Regardless, what they did was justified. Rescuing a victim was an act of vigilantism. Even if the methods were a bit harsh, it was an instinctive reaction in an emergency. It wasn't intentional. Ethan and the others naturally knew that this wouldn't cause any legal trouble for them. If they had started a gang war with Jimmy Owens, back on the West Side Commercial Street, that would have been illegal. But this was different. This was also one of the reasons they had tricked Scar into coming to the train station, instead of taking on Jimmy Owens directly, despite having the power to do so. Soon, it wasn't just the bald leader who was stripped, crippled, and dumped on the road. The rest of the crew were treated exactly the same, stripped, joints dislocated, and then thrown onto the street. They were piled up like a small mountain of bodies. Before long, the police arrived and took all of them away. They didn't just take the men. They also took the footage of the kidnapped boy as evidence. Scar had no idea what their true objective was, but this fight had given him a massive boost in confidence. With such capable fighters, and over 30 efficient lackeys, he was ready to build his empire. Listen up, everyone. Within 1 week, I'm taking over the entire train station territory. I want everyone here to know the power of the one-shot gang. Yes, Boss Scar. A few days later, in a VIP lounge of a high-end entertainment club, Patrick Hale was dressed in a black turtleneck, his hair combed back immaculately. A faint smile played on his face. Smoke drifted through the room, as several hallmasters and elders of the one-shot gang sat in a circle. They raised their glasses in a toast, appearing friendly on the surface, but every word spoken was laced with suspicion and testing. Lately, the rumors in the organization were getting out of hand. Someone had leaked a claim that the death of Boss Ray was Patrick Hale's doing. In the Underworld, the biggest taboo was being labeled a boss killer, whether the news was true or not. Once the brothers started to have doubts, the organization would fall apart. Patrick Hale had considered doing what the ruthless characters in movies do, and purging the ranks immediately. But reality wasn't a movie. If he actually tried that, the police would dismantle him before he could even consolidate his power. The gang had already taken a massive hit 6 months ago. They couldn't survive another period of internal chaos. Today's meeting was intended to feel out these men and find out exactly who was spreading the rumors and who was starting to turn. Patrick Hale took a sip of his drink, his gaze sweeping across the faces in the room, silently noting everyone's reaction. Because then, a lackey hurried in and whispered a few words into his ear. Patrick's expression didn't change, but his fingers tightened violently around his glass. The elders and hallmasters present exchanged glances, then stood up in a silent understanding to take their leave. Boss, you seem busy. We'll get together another time. After seeing the high-ranking members out, Patrick Hale could no longer restrain himself. He slammed his glass onto the floor with all his might. Smash. Crystal shards flew everywhere. Scar, that absolute moron. Who the hell told him he could go to the train station? It turned out the lackey had just reported that Scar, with a crew of subordinates, had stormed the train station to grab territory. In just a few days, he had wiped out over a dozen small factions. It had even made the news. Massive group of naked men found sleeping on streets near train station. Scar had been tearing through everyone in his path, feeling like a god of war. But the one-shot gang was paying the price. The local gangs at the station had been crippled by Scar, and they were already retaliating. The one-shot gang's venues were being trashed in the middle of the night. or surrounded and blocked. Several lackeys caught alone had already been hospitalized. Specifically, the pickpockets, traffickers, and smugglers at the station were striking back hard and fast. They were impossible to defend against, and panic was starting to spread through the gang. But that wasn't even the biggest problem. The biggest problem was that the train station had never been unified, not because no one could, but because it wasn't allowed to be, because it was such a melting pot of smuggling, money laundering, and illicit trade. So much dirty business flowed through there. Chaos was exactly what certain powerful people wanted. If you unify it, how can anyone else play the game? Originally, no one had to worry about anyone else's interests. Now, everyone has to answer to the one-shot gang. That was never going to work. Scar's stunt had essentially pushed the one-shot gang, and Patrick Hale himself directly into the crosshairs. Other gangs, major smugglers, and even certain powerful elites would all be targeting him now. Patrick Hale suppressed his rage and called Scar over with a single phone call. He had already decided exactly how he was going to punish this brainless subordinate, but when Scar pushed the door open, wearing that white suit with S-Pilot printed on the chest, Patrick's anger suddenly wasn't as intense. "Boss, what's up? Why the urgent call? Did something happen?" Even if Scar was a bit slow on the uptake sometimes, he was fiercely loyal to Patrick. Back in the day, he was just a small-time lackey following Patrick around. He only had his current status because Patrick had personally promoted him. If it weren't for his limited abilities, he probably would have been a hallmaster long ago. At the very least, he was still a powerful big brother figure in the one-shot gang. Patrick Hale didn't explode immediately. Instead, he looked at the authentic suit Scar was wearing and asked, "Where did you get those clothes?" "Oh, this?" Scar tugged at his collar. "It's an international brand. Looks sharp, right? Boss, if you like it, I'll get a set for you too." Patrick Hale's mouth twitched. This idiot probably couldn't even tell a real brand from a knockoff. But he didn't have the energy to argue with him about it. He waved his hand. "Forget the clothes. What the hell is going on at the train station?" Scar didn't pick up on the hidden warning in Patrick Hale's tone at all. Hearing the boss ask about it, he instantly grew excited and started to take credit. "Boss, didn't you always tell me to stop just wasting my life? Well, I thought long and hard about it, and I realized I couldn't keep drifting along like a ghost. I had to pull myself together and actually make something of myself. So I took a crew of my boys and fought until the train station territory was ours. Boss, you have no idea how messy it was down there. It was absolute chaos, beyond words. I only realized after taking the turf that every kind of monster and freak was hiding out there. Child traffickers, smugglers. There were at least 20 different gangs, but don't you worry. I've already whipped them into shape until they're perfectly obedient. I sent most of them to a safe place to be handled. They even started offering me tribute voluntarily after that, but I didn't pocket a single cent. I handed it all over. Plus, my loyalty to you is as clear as the sun and the moon. All the tribute money has been turned over to your personal accountants. If you don't believe me, feel free to send someone to audit the books. And I told my crew too. I only have what I have today. Because of your guidance, boss. If anyone dares to hide so much as a penny, I won't let it slide." Scar kept rambling on, but the more Patrick Hale listened, the more uneasy he felt. This idiot actually thought he was doing a good thing. But then again, the kid was undeniably loyal. He had proactively handed over every cent of the revenue. If Patrick scolded him now, it would probably demoralize the rest of the brothers. The lackeys in the organization had no idea how deep the waters at the train station really were. All they knew was that Scar was a big shot now, leading men to capture a territory that laid golden eggs. If the boss punished him instead of rewarding him, who would ever work hard for the gang again? Patrick Hale took a deep breath, forcing his anger down. "You did a great job. Now never do it again." Scar froze. "Boss? What's that supposed to mean?" Patrick announced the promotion. "Starting now, the position of Master of the Onyx Hall is yours. But I have one condition. You must hand over the train station territory." Scar was delighted at first, thinking the boss had finally recognized his hard work and was rewarding him. But when he heard the second half of the sentence, it felt like a bucket of ice water being dumped over his head. Wait, what kind of hallmaster doesn't even have a territory? How does that make any sense? That would make him a commander without an army. Was it because he had performed too well lately? And the boss was starting to suspect him? Sigh, it was true. Extraordinary people were always targets of jealousy. Scar looked at Patrick Hale with a face full of grievance. Boss, I am completely devoted to you. But if I give up my territory, what happens to my crew? How are they supposed to eat? Patrick Hale looked at Scar and spoke slowly. Scar, this isn't the era of mindless killing and fighting anymore. Understand? From now on, you'll stay by my side and help me handle some administrative affairs. As for your crew, they'll be transferred to my Azure Hall. Patrick Hale knew by now that Scar's new men were incredibly strong and fierce. It would be a waste to leave them under Scar's command. By bringing them to his own side, his personal direct forces would receive a massive power boost. Moreover, he could use this opportunity to test whether Scar's loyalty was actually genuine. After all, no boss ever stops worrying about a subordinate becoming too powerful, to the point where they become impossible to control. Scar was already showing signs of that. If you had told him this before, he never would have believed that the kid actually had this much boldness in him. Although Scar was frustrated, he didn't dare defy the boss's orders. He had to agree. You're the boss, you call the shots. I'll withdraw from the train station territory. But boss, who are you planning to put in charge there? Patrick was quite relieved that Scar had agreed. The guy might be reckless, but he was certainly loyal enough. If any other hallmaster knew their power was being stripped, they would have come up with a mountain of excuses. But Scar was different. He had accepted it without hesitation. For that kind of unreserved loyalty, how could Patrick Hale have the heart to criticize him further? I'll arrange for a team to take over. You don't need to worry about the train station anymore. All right, boss, Scar grunted. Then he added, I'll go and let the boys know. Patrick Hale nodded slightly and waved a hand. Go on. Once Scar had left, a woman dressed in a stunning red outfit walked in with a graceful, swaying gait. She approached him slowly. Patrick, for such a fiercely loyal subordinate, aren't you going to groom him properly? The woman spoke in a voice that was lazy and full of allure. The corners of Patrick Hale's mouth curled upward into a faint, unreadable smile. I have no plans for that yet. Ruby, what brings you here so suddenly? Ruby said with a playful, pouty tone. I just missed you. Isn't that enough? Is that so? Patrick smirked, reaching out with a large hand and pulling Ruby into his arms. Then why don't you tell me what's really on your mind? Ruby's face flushed slightly, and she pushed against Patrick gently. You're terrible. Always picking on me. All right. The real reason I came was to tell you something important. What is it? Speak freely. The Grand Apex Alliance seems to have found out the truth about Boss Ray's death. Judging by their posture, they're likely planning to move against you. Patrick Hale let out a cold laugh. Just a bunch of wet-behind-the-ears kids. I'm not afraid of them. By the way, do you know who spread that rumor? Ruby nodded, having a rough idea. The Sterling Group is currently dealing with inheritance issues. Patrick Hale was incredibly shrewd. The moment Ruby said those words, he knew exactly where the leak had come from. I'm planning to have Jimmy Owens take over the train station territory. What do you think? Ruby was visibly taken aback, her eyes filled with surprise. Boss Patrick, didn't you just say you should give up that turf? Besides, Jimmy Owens has never truly seen eye to eye with you. If you let him take over, aren't you just inviting trouble for yourself later? Patrick Hale, however, unhurriedly, picked up his glass from the table and took a sip. Originally, I did plan to give up the territory, but so many of my brothers were injured, I need an explanation for that, and they need justice. As for Jimmy Owens, I believe in him. I see a shadow of my younger self in him. He has drive, and he has ambition. Ruby gazed silently at Patrick Hale. After a moment, she suddenly burst into a beautiful laugh. The smile was like spring flowers blooming, breathtakingly beautiful. I never would have thought that the cold-blooded Boss Patrick could actually be such a sentimental man. She could more or less guess Patrick's underlying reason for this arrangement. He was clearly pushing Jimmy Owens to the front lines. On the surface, Jimmy Owens's power would skyrocket after taking the station, bringing him endless glory. But in reality, he would be the one bearing all the risk and pressure. Most importantly, Jimmy Owens wasn't a hallmaster yet, but he would be controlling 2 territories single-handedly. In the eyes of outsiders, it would look like Patrick could no longer control him, and that he was planning to go rogue. As long as Patrick showed even a hint of dissatisfaction with Jimmy to the public, those on the outside would move against Jimmy. without any hesitation whatsoever. As expected, any boss who could successfully climb to the top was never an ordinary person. Recently, the one-shot gang's lightning-fast crackdown at the train station was like a hurricane, instantly transforming the atmosphere at the train station. During this time, not only did petty theft decrease, but even illegal transactions became less frequent. This included the painstakingly cultivated agents who distributed smuggled goods for Beatrice. They also suffered an unprecedented and heavy blow with the intelligence support provided by Ashton Gray. The one-shot gang, led by Boss Scar, worked with the police to take down a batch of criminal syndicates and arrested a large number of human traffickers. These cold-blooded human traffickers didn't just force children into begging and pickpocketing. They also exploited the fact that children are less likely to attract suspicion from others to help deliver goods. Among those goods were the items Beatrice was smuggling. In short, because of the actions taken by Scar and the one-shot gang, Beatrice's smuggling ring was dealt a direct and crushing blow. The distribution channel at the train station was completely ruined. The losses were catastrophic, even though Beatrice reacted quickly and cut ties with the train station immediately. No plan is perfect, and some clues were left behind. Claire Grant had also achieved great merit during this period. As the police ramped up their crackdown on kidnapping, smuggling, and various illegal trades around the train station, her record of accomplishments grew. If things continued to develop at this rate, once her position was officially restored, a promotion would be guaranteed. Even Gary Reed might benefit from this, potentially being transferred to the general precinct for a major leap in his career. Of course, Claire didn't care much about any of that. What she truly cared about was the critical information she now held. The death of Boss Ray, the former leader of the one-shot gang, truly seemed to be linked to the current boss, Patrick Hale. If she could get the evidence to bring Patrick to justice, she could then use it to pry specific details out of him regarding the truth about her father's death in the line of duty. In her eyes, aside from Patrick Hale, it was unlikely that anyone else in the one-shot gang knew the secrets involved. Furthermore, she finally had a chance to get close to the man. Because of Boss Scar, both she and Ethan had earned Patrick Hale's favor. This was undoubtedly a good thing. But for some reason, Claire always had an inexplicable sense of unease. The Sterling Villa. Beatrice had been having a very difficult time lately. The events at the train station were a constant, lingering shadow over her heart. Although she had reacted fast and arranged for an immediate cleanup, her heart was still in her throat, terrified that any loose ends would lead back to her. Beyond that, the Sterling Group was now facing a liquidity crisis. Global markets were crashing. In America, news had just broken that Bear Stearns had lost 90% of its value in 2 hedge funds due to subprime issues, and right after that, bad news arrived about a sharp spike in mortgage delinquency rates. One had to realize that since the United States is the world's largest economy, if something goes wrong there, the impact is like a row of falling dominoes, spreading rapidly across the globe. Even America couldn't completely escape the fallout. Soon after the news arrived, the local real estate market began to show signs of decline. Banks were tightening their lending. A massive conglomerate like the Sterling Group could usually rely on its sheer size to secure loans with ease, but that completely changed after the failure to win Plot 33 in the North Side. It was a total reversal of fortune. Not only were daily operations severely impacted, but securing further loans became nearly impossible. In the past, losing a single plot of land wouldn't have meant much to the Sterling Group, but coming at this specific time, Plot 33 in the North Side had become the straw that broke the camel's back. If they didn't find a solution soon, the entire group could collapse. What Beatrice found even more bizarre was that the online smear campaign they had meticulously planned with paid trolls had been completely scrubbed. They suspected Secretary Flint might have had a hand in it, but it seemed unlikely. Could a local official really have that much power to wipe the internet clean? Yet the reality was staring them in the face, making it impossible not to believe. What? She really said that? She wants $1 billion? Beatrice stood up, unable to keep her cool. When she heard the news, Preston Sterling brought back. They had assumed the series of moves they made would force me to submit and give up Plot 33 in the North Side. But who could have imagined that reality would slap them in the face so hard? Now, they were the ones who couldn't hold on. Their smuggling channels were busted by the police. And the failure to win Plot 33 had plunged the group's operations into crisis, pushing them to the edge of a cliff. Out of desperation, they sent Preston to negotiate with me, but I had demanded $1 billion. It was nothing short of blatant robbery. Although the Sterling Group technically had that much money on their books, it was capital earmarked for land purchases and couldn't be touched. If they actually gave me that $1 billion, even if they got the land, the group would be severely weakened or would outright collapse. Beatrice was still counting on bleeding the Sterling Group dry. She couldn't stand by and watch it fall apart so quickly. That woman didn't give me a single chance to bargain. She just said $1 billion, and then had her people throw me out of the building. Preston was fuming with rage. Mom, do you think all of these things were planned by her in advance? Like she dug a hole long ago and was just waiting for us to jump in? Nonsense. Beatrice dismissed it immediately. How could a slip of a girl have that kind of ability? If she could really calculate things to this extent, she wouldn't be human. She'd be a demon. Some things might seem suspicious, but they could still be explained. For example, they tried to use a troll army to smear the Grand Apex Alliance and paint them as a criminal organization, but as long as you have connections or hire a few hackers, it was possible to clear those rumors. There was no way I'd set up such a massive trap from the very beginning, certain that the Sterling Group would fall into this predicament. To claim that the global market crash, the shift in the domestic real estate market, and the destruction of their smuggling routes by the one-shot gang were all part of my plan, that would be beyond ridiculous. However, as she calmed down and carefully reviewed the series of events, a chill began to seep into her heart. The Grand Apex Alliance's main business was supposed to be retail and supermarkets. Why would they suddenly pivot to real estate, even going as far as forming a property company? And how was it such a perfect coincidence that they won Plot 33 in the North Side, effectively grabbing the Sterling Group by the throat, including their subsequent counterattacks? I had handled everything with the poise of someone who could see the future. Wait, when you list these events together, they really do look like they were part of a master plan. But Beatrice was truly unwilling to believe, and didn't dare to believe, that all of this was the work of an 18-year-old girl, setting aside the fact that she was a woman herself, and had once been 18. She also had a daughter. She knew what an 18-year-old girl was usually doing at that age. They were either under their parents' wing or at school, occasionally acting cute or sweet, being greedy, or doing something rebellious. How could she possess such deep cunning and strategic planning ability? It was simply beyond belief. Did she say anything else? No, Preston Sterling said, shaking his head. Beatrice Sterling looked at her incompetent son, filled with a mix of frustration and disappointment. Look at the mess you've made. Just as she was about to give her son a piece of her mind. Before going to meet that girl, Vanessa Miller, in person, news suddenly arrived from the hospital. Her husband, Silas Sterling, the chairman of the Sterling Group, had been discharged. He was already on his way home. Beatrice had constantly sent her daughter, Paige Sterling, to the hospital to visit Silas. On one hand, it was to present an image of care and filial piety to the public. After all, Silas Sterling always favored his youngest daughter. On the other hand, she wanted Paige to secretly monitor Silas's condition so they could react in time. But she never expected that Silas Sterling, who was supposedly bedridden and unable to move, would suddenly leave the hospital. When Silas Sterling returned home, he acted as if he didn't even see his wife and son's concern. The first words out of his mouth were an order to call Nolan Sterling back. Before long, Nolan Sterling appeared at the entrance of the villa's main hall. When he saw his father, his stepmother, and his younger brother and sister all present, that familiar, needle-like tension instantly crawled into his heart. In the past, every time there was a family gathering like this, it never meant anything good, and every single time, the one being beaten or scolded was always him, and him alone. From the time he was a child, he had been the family's punching bag. Without him, it was as if the family's emotional garbage had nowhere to be dumped. The butler announced, "Chairman, the eldest young master has arrived." The atmosphere in the hall became instantly subtle. Silas Sterling's slightly squinted eyes slowly opened, regaining their former majesty. There wasn't a single trace of a man who had just recovered from a serious illness. Nolan wasn't particularly surprised when he saw his father like this, because he recalled Vanessa Miller's seemingly casual remark, "Your father has at least another 10 years in him." At the time, he had taken it as a joke, but now it seemed it was anything but. Vanessa had seen through everything long ago. At the same time, his admiration for her grew even deeper. To be able to guess even this, she was incredible. Nolan walked up to his father. "Dad, you wanted to see me?" This was the first time he hadn't proactively greeted his stepmother and his siblings. Perhaps it was the experience he had gained in the Grand Apex Alliance lately. He had grown bolder, and he had seen through the hostility. His stepmother and siblings held for him, so why bother playing along with their charade? Silas Sterling sized up his eldest son, his gaze lingering for a moment on Nolan's somewhat thin face. He spoke slowly. "Nolan, you look like you've lost quite a bit of weight." Even though Nolan felt a deep-seated hatred for his father, at this moment his nose prickled with emotion. How many years had it been? This was the first time his father hadn't opened with a scolding, but had actually shown a bit of concern. "Dad, I just don't gain weight easily. I actually eat quite a lot every day." Silas Sterling gave a slight nod and gestured toward the sofa opposite him. Nolan sat down carefully, his back ramrod straight, and his hands placed neatly on his knees. Silas scanned the family members in the room, then suddenly announced, "Starting today, Nolan will be interning in the group's asset management department." The moment those words were spoken, everyone else lost their composure. The asset management department. That was one of the group's most critical sectors. It controlled the group's core data, as well as investments, financing, expansion, and asset sales. Everything had to go through that department. Originally, this area was under the control of Nolan's stepmother, Beatrice Sterling. Now, to suddenly shove Nolan into it, what was the meaning of this? Silas Sterling had no intention of explaining himself to them. He had always been a dominant man, whose word was law. Neither Beatrice nor his other children dared to object. Then, he looked at his wife, Beatrice. "You won't be going to the office for a while. Stay home and take proper care of the children." Beatrice didn't dare to argue with him, knowing that her husband must be very angry right now. She could only nod in agreement. Silas Sterling then looked at his younger son, Preston Sterling. "You keep kneeling right there. Don't you dare get up until I say so. Nolan, follow me to the study." Having said that, he stood up and headed for the second floor. Nolan Sterling stood up immediately and followed him quickly. Preston stared fixedly at Nolan's back, his eyes practically spitting fire, and his teeth grinding together. No one present was a fool. They naturally understood the reason for Silas Sterling's arrangement. It was all because of that Plot 33 fiasco in the North Side. Once Silas Sterling and Nolan's figures disappeared around the corner of the stairs, Preston finally couldn't hold back. "Mom, on what grounds? How is it that he gets into the asset management department?" Beatrice glared at him. "On what grounds? It's all because of your great work. Now, keep kneeling properly." She was actually frantic with anxiety herself, feeling that her husband's sudden discharge and these arrangements meant he had sensed something. But since things had come to this, she could only grit her teeth and take it one step at a time. After a moment of silence, she spoke to Paige Sterling, who was standing aside, getting ready to speak up for her brother. "Paige, go brew a pot of tea and take it to the study." Paige swallowed the word she was about to say, and nodded obediently. In the study, Silas Sterling sat behind a mahogany desk, looking at the son sitting across from him. "Do you know why I'm sending you?" "To the asset management department." Nolan thought for a moment. In Beatrice's 3 years in that department, the average rate of return on the investment projects she handled was less than 1%. He didn't put it too bluntly, but the meaning couldn't be more obvious. During his stepmother Beatrice's time in the department, she had likely embezzled and transferred a vast amount of group assets. A flash of surprise crossed Silas Sterling's eyes. "Oh? Where did you get that data from?" Nolan was firm this time. "I'm not going to tell you that. Dad, I've always had a question I wanted to ask you. How exactly did my mother die back then? And why have you never been willing to tell me?" Silas Sterling's eyelid twitched violently. The dark clouds outside happened to drift across the sky, casting a web-like shadow over his face. He hadn't expected that this useless son, who only knew how to take a scolding with a bowed head, would now have a sharpness in his gaze that made his heart skip a beat. That look was just like that rainy night 20 years ago. The look in Jasmine's eyes as she lay in a pool of blood. To be honest, he really couldn't tell Nolan the truth. It wasn't that he wasn't willing, but that he simply couldn't speak, because the things involved were too deep. Otherwise, he wouldn't have chosen to hide, and even be forced to fake illness. Silas Sterling forcibly changed the subject. I'll be calling a board meeting at the end of the year. I need you to do two things for me. Uncover every dark secret in the asset management department, and plot 33 in the north side. It's vital to the group's future. You must get it back. If you can do those things, I will return your mother's belongings to their rightful owner. As soon as he said that, Silas began to cough violently again. It looked as if he were trying to cough up his internal organs. Even Paige Sterling standing outside the door could hear it clearly. Nolan looked at his father in this state, his heart filled with a complex mix of emotions. He moved as if to step forward and pat his father's back, but he managed to force himself to hold back. After Paige gently knocked and entered, Silas quickly returned to his normal state, and the moment he saw his daughter, his face was once again filled with doting affection. Paige, you should just let a maid handle this sort of thing from now on. Dad, you were just discharged. I'm just worried about you, that's all. I brewed this wellness tea for you. Good, you're very thoughtful. But Nolan felt a bitter pang watching them. This scene of a loving father and a filial daughter made him feel like something was stuck in his chest. He felt a bit out of place. He felt like an outsider. In this home, he had never been able to find his own place. Dad, if there's nothing else, I'll head out now. Silas raised his head slightly. You're not staying for dinner? No, I'll eat back at school. Silas didn't press him, and simply waved a hand for him to leave. When Nolan reached the ground floor, he saw his brother, Preston, still there rubbing his knees. After all, the floor was hard. Kneeling for so long was bound to be painful. However, the moment Preston saw Nolan, he tried to act tough again, glaring at him with a look full of venom. Nolan originally didn't want to bother with him, but seeing that look, as if possessed, a wave of fury surged from the bottom of his heart. He actually shouted, "Kneel properly. If you look at me like that again, I'll break your legs myself." Then, under the furious glares of Beatrice and Preston, he left without looking back. This was the first time Nolan had ever spoken to his brother with such authority. In the past, he was always terrified of saying the wrong thing, and being beaten or scolded for it. Now, for the first time, he finally felt vindicated. In short, it felt incredibly satisfying. His father, Silas Sterling, had suddenly made the decision to shove his eldest son, Nolan, into the group's critical asset management department, and then return to the hospital to continue his recovery. Beatrice's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally settled a bit. To be honest, deep down, she really wished her husband would never get well and just lie in that hospital forever, or simply kick the bucket. This was the tragedy of a wealthy family like theirs. Sometimes, for the sake of profit, family ties can become incredibly thin. Just as many company founders can be kicked out of the game by their own kin, it always comes down to money and power. If Silas Sterling were still young, not so dominant, or had designated his younger son, Preston, and daughter Paige as the heirs early on, perhaps Beatrice would have been content to be a housewife, dedicating herself entirely to taking care of the family. But some things were destined to be less perfect than one's fantasies. One could only blame Silas's first wife for leaving behind a son like Nolan, who also happened to own a significant number of shares in the group. At the Pearl City Golf Club, the afternoon sun was blinding, but carried a touch of warmth. This course was an asset under the Sterling Group. It didn't really make much money, and was primarily built for business entertainment. Beatrice had arranged to meet her brother-in-law, Gary Sterling, here for a round of golf. After a few rounds of singles, the two found a comfortable spot to rest. They sat down and began to talk. Beatrice picked up a glass of juice, took a sip, and said, "Jerry, your brother sent Nolan into the asset management department. Did you know?" Hearing this, Jerry Sterling gave an indifferent smile. "I heard. It's a good thing. Big brother probably just wants to give the kid some experience." Beatrice frowned. "Do you think your brother found out about the things we'd been doing? That shouldn't be possible. He's been in the hospital this whole time. How could he know? Besides, even if he did find out, so what?" Jerry Sterling wasn't worried at all. After all, the waters here were deep, and it wasn't just the two of them involved. There were other big players as well. Some of them were people even Silas Sterling couldn't afford to provoke. However, for the time being, we shouldn't move any more capital for foreign investments through the company. Let's slow things down for a bit. Beatrice nodded, though she still felt a bit uneasy. Nolan had, previously, mentioned to Silas Sterling the issue of the group's return on investment in the study. In reality, that was only on the surface, and it only covered domestic investments. Aside from real estate development, the Sterling Group also dabbled in various investment sectors. Large corporations generally operate this way. When there's idle cash on the books, they invest it first and pull it back when needed. They won't let that money just sit in a bank account, collecting minimal interest. A portion of that money was invested overseas, and those funds were incredibly difficult to monitor, making them the perfect money laundering channel for Beatrice. One must realize that the money they earned through smuggling was dirty after all, and needed to be cleaned. So Beatrice utilized the Sterling Group's offshore investments, working with Jerry Sterling through a series of operations to launder the cash. This was the main reason she was so worried about her husband's decision. She was terrified he would find some incriminating clues. But for now, things seemed fine. Her husband appeared to still be in the dark. He likely sent Nolan there for some training, just to give Preston a warning, and perhaps to warn her as well. Regarding the stupid thing Preston did, she also bore an inescapable responsibility. After all, she was the one who agreed to let Preston go to the auction. You don't need to worry, Beatrice. Even though you've left the asset management department, I'm still the managing director. Anything Nolan wants to do has to go through my hands. I'll be keeping an eye on him. If he just wants to play around at the company, fine. But if he actually tries to stir up trouble, I won't let him get anything done. Hearing Jerry Sterling say this, Beatrice was much more at ease. Jerry, I'm counting on you then. Don't worry, Beatrice. As long as I'm here, I won't let that brat flip the world upside down. At the Grand Apex Alliance office, after seeing Nolan, I had already reached a conclusion. The matter was almost settled. $1 billion was indeed an outrageous demand. But if I used Plot 33 in the north side to trade for the Sterling Group's shopping center currently under construction in the south side, then that was a deal the Sterling Group could actually accept. Of course, I couldn't get it for free. After all, the construction cost of that shopping center was at least $500 million. Because the building area of that mall reached 1.5 million square feet, it was considered an ultra-large-scale shopping center. Even given the financial crisis, if I forced them to give me a discount, it would still be at least $400 million. However, I didn't plan on paying the full amount. I only intended to pay half, which was $200 million, and I wanted to pay it off over 3 years. As for the other $200 million, it would be treated as the cost for the Sterling Group to redeem Plot 33 in the north side. I was confident that the Sterling Group would definitely agree to this deal. According to the Sterling Group's commercial strategy, the development of the north side had a priority, far higher than the south side. This shopping center wasn't far from the Central Plaza, and it was nothing more than an isolated commercial spot. But the north side was a massive $10 billion project, a mixed-use commercial and residential complex. Even from a strategic level, abandoning the south side shopping center made sense. Of course, if looking at future development, this decision would be a disastrous mistake. According to the trajectory of my previous life, the high-speed rail station site would unexpectedly be changed to the edge of the south side, and that shopping center would unexpectedly become the city's second center. The new city hall was also slated for construction there. The zoo, the amusement park, and even the man-made scenic parks were all planned for that area. The traffic there completely eclipsed the original city center. But what about the north side? Although development efforts continued to ramp up later, it simply took too long. It was too delayed. Consequently, once the Sterling Group's $10 billion project was finally finished, another long decade passed before the north side finally started seeing some life and became profitable. Looking at the ultimate outcome, the Sterling Group's $10 billion investment was technically a success, but the process itself was an absolute, unmitigated failure. Because of this single project, the Sterling Group missed the golden age of real estate development. Not only was there zero growth during that period, but their assets actually shrank by half. Luckily, during those years, their investments in the south side generated significant cash flow. Among them, the biggest earner was the shopping center in the south side. Of course, in this life, the Sterling Group won't have the south side shopping center project to keep them afloat. What will become of the Sterlings in the future? I'm probably the only one who can guess. Of course, these thoughts were things I naturally couldn't tell the young man in front of me. Nolan was currently standing before me, looking restless and uneasy. Gazing at the legendary woman before him, he felt a mix of excitement and a deep sense of trepidation. Up until now, everything had developed exactly as I had predicted. He had successfully made his way into the group. But as for what to do next, he was still a bit lost. Just then, the office door was pushed open gently. Justin walked in with a quick greeting. He didn't show a hint of surprise when he saw Nolan there. It was clear he had known Nolan would be here. Vanessa, I'm here to report on the restaurant's recent status. According to the company's development plan, every supermarket location must be paired with a chain restaurant to create a synergy of foot traffic. I've already finalized the site selections, and 3 restaurants are nearing the end of their renovations. They'll be open for business soon. The reason things are moving so smoothly is that I applied your earlier concept and established a central kitchen. Through the central kitchen, we provide secondary training for experienced chefs, drastically improving their skill levels and efficiency. Furthermore, the secret recipes for our dishes have been disclosed to them. Of course, they've all signed non-disclosure agreements. NDAs were a mere formality for the Grand Apex Alliance. Even without them, no one would dare leak our secrets. Justin's report was very detailed. He was already starting to carry himself like a seasoned leader, handling tasks with great diligence, and considering every angle. Perhaps I really should consider putting him in charge of this sector. Of course, since he was still in school, I'd have to assign him a full-time assistant. Once Justin finished reporting on the restaurants, I pushed aside the thought of a promotion for the moment. My gaze shifted back and forth between Justin and Nolan. An idea suddenly popped into my head. I could see that Nolan had a natural sense of trust in Justin. Maybe having Justin mentor Nolan would be for the best. Justin, when you have some free time, take Nolan under your wing. Teach him the ropes and how to get things done. Justin was slightly taken aback, but he immediately nodded and agreed. Don't you worry, Vanessa. I'll take good care of him. Justin and Nolan happened to be on the same campus, so they headed back together. On the way, Nolan stole a glance at the other man's profile, wanting to ask what his first move should be. But several times, the words died in his throat. If you want to ask something, just ask. Justin suddenly stopped in his tracks. You've been thinking about your family's company for a while now, haven't you? Nolan nodded. I just don't know where to start. It's simple. Justin held up 2 fingers. First, send in various audit teams to check the books. Second, those who follow you prosper. Those who oppose you perish. Just those 2 steps? Nothing else? That's it. You can't outmaneuver those old foxes at their own game. If you drag your feet and don't act, they'll tear you apart once they realize what you're up to. Cut the Gordian knot. Ever heard of it? Sometimes, a swift and decisive strike is the most effective. That sounds a bit, Nolan swallowed hard. Too brutal, doesn't it? If my dad found out I was doing this, that's why you have to send your father away first, Justin said nonchalantly. For a moment, Nolan wasn't sure which kind of sending away the other man meant, thinking about the Grand Apex Alliance's style. They dared to take a life right in front of the police. Was there anything they wouldn't do? If that were the case, wouldn't he be branded as a parasite? And surely the police wouldn't let him get away with it. Justin rolled his eyes. What are you thinking? We are a legitimate company. We never do anything illegal. Nolan gave a forced laugh. Right. I wasn't thinking that at all. He frequented the Grand Apex Alliance, but to this day, he couldn't understand why these people were always so fond of calling themselves a legitimate company. As a witness to the previous incident, did he not know exactly how legitimate they were? No, he had to send his father away first. Of course, he meant send away in the literal sense, although he still harbored a fair amount of hatred for his father. If it meant actually ending him, he truly couldn't do it. I sat at my desk, flipping through the reports. Currently, the Grand Apex supermarket chain had 11 locations. Based on recent daily revenue data, the average daily sales per store remained stable at around 520,000. Without any promotional events, this performance was already quite impressive. And as the end of the year approached, especially once January rolled around, it was perfectly normal for sales to double. Even following current trends, it wouldn't be difficult for Grand Apex's monthly sales to break the $100 million mark. Calculated at a 20% gross margin, the monthly gross profit would exceed $30 million. Estimating a net profit margin of 8%, the monthly net profit would be roughly $13 million. At this rate, over the course of a year, the supermarket business alone could contribute over $100 million in net profit, and that was without even factoring in the holiday peak seasons. Aside from the supermarkets, the Grand Apex Bistros. Though only 2 locations were currently operational, already had a monthly revenue steadily exceeding $5 million. Furthermore, the site selection for the remaining locations was complete. By late January or early February of next year, all 11 branches would be fully open. Based on a monthly revenue of $1.5 million per store, total annual revenue was on track to break the $200 million mark. The gross margin in the restaurant industry is much higher, estimated at around 55%. The net profit margin isn't as high, however, sitting at an estimated 15%. Total annual net profit was projected at $30 million. Aside from these 2 future cash cows, my other ventures were still in the red. For instance, the recently acquired logistics company. Unless it could monopolize the delivery market in Pearl City, it would be difficult to turn a profit in the short term. Achieving that goal, of course, would still rely on the widespread adoption of smartphones in the future. Right now, the logistics company was essentially serving my other businesses. Also, the nation's first group buying website was under development. The team in charge was that group from Champagne Tech, whom I had taught a lesson once before. If those guys could build a successful game hack business, building a website shouldn't be much of a problem for them. Besides, as one of the witnesses to that night, Mitch's head was filled with nothing but thoughts of staying alive. So now, he was working harder than ever. He promised the website would be up for beta testing right after the new year. After finishing the reports, I glanced around the office. I suddenly realized that this place could no longer accommodate us. It was too small. It was time to find a new home. Considering the corporate restructuring we were launching next year, the current office environment really couldn't support the collaborative operations of multiple business sectors. I've always been someone who acts decisively. I immediately threw on my down jacket. Lance, come with me to the Summit International building. This 49-story office tower was only a little over a kilometer away from our current office. The vacancy rate was still quite high, so I could lease a few floors for now. Given the current market conditions, the annual rent for an entire floor wouldn't exceed $200,000. After all, this wasn't the city center, nor was it a major metropolis. Rent was still very affordable. Since it was such a short distance, I didn't plan on driving. I prepared to walk there directly. However, it was a bit windy outside. I bundled up to the teeth before stepping out. Anyway there, snow began to drift down from the sky. The snow had arrived early this year. It had started snowing at the beginning of November. Usually, it wouldn't snow until late December or January, near the holidays. During the coldest part of the year, only snowing occasionally. And, if I recalled correctly, this year's snowy season would last a very long time. Some parts of the country would even suffer from blizzards. I really do love the snow. As I walked, I couldn't help but spread my arms and spin around in the swirling flakes like an innocent young girl. Seeing me like this, Lance really wanted to pull out the compact camera he carried to capture this beautiful moment. It was a rare sight. Of course, he didn't even need to ask. I told him to take out the camera and snap a few nice shots of me in the snow. In the future, if people wanted to see snow like this, they'd have to go way up north. You'd rarely see heavy snow back in my hometown. As the two of us turned the corner and reached the building entrance, the sound of singing, carried by the wind and snow, suddenly hit our ears. At first, I thought it was just a shop playing that song. That went viral last year. Sincere Snow. It wasn't until we got closer that I noticed a makeshift stage set up in the main lobby. A singer in a black sweater was holding a guitar, perched on a bar stool, performing live. 7 or 8 fans were standing around in a sparse crowd. To my surprise, it was a singer I recognized, holding a fan signing event. I stood on the edge of the crowd, quietly listening to the performance. I never imagined I would run into the man who would later become a viral comedian and a top-tier singer, Charlie. His life story was practically a legend. After debuting on a talent show, a management shakeup meant the new boss didn't care much for singers from talent shows, not valuing them at all, so they stopped promoting him. Combined with rumors that he had rejected certain casting couch advances, he was essentially blacklisted, and even if he wanted to break his contract, he couldn't possibly afford the astronomical 10-fold penalty fee. It wasn't until his contract expired that he regained his fame through comedy skits and variety shows, finally becoming famous again. Of course, calling him famous now was slightly inaccurate. He wasn't big yet. Although Sincere Snow was a hit last year, he himself hadn't quite caught on. He was in that awkward spot where the song was famous, but the singer wasn't. Who is this guy? I've heard the song, but this is the first time I've heard of the artist. Lance scratched his head. Charlie, who's that? Some D-list singer? Logically, after Sincere Snow blew up, with the right branding and variety show appearances to increase exposure, Charlie should have had every chance to become a star. Yet in reality, this fan signing he had organized himself was so pathetic that only 7 or 8 fans showed up. Of course, it wasn't entirely his fault, given the lack of promotion. And this year's unusually heavy snow, for these few local fans to even make it, it was already quite a feat. Thank you, everyone. After the performance ended, Charlie began signing for the fans. Then we witnessed a scene that was both tragic and hilarious. To make the experience better, for Charlie's fan signing, those fans had spontaneously formed a rotating line, handing him album after album in a continuous loop. Beside him, his manager, Arthur, had a face like a wilted gourd, looking completely hopeless. He had always thought Charlie's fan signing was too risky, with neither timing nor location on their side. Now look, all said and done, they only managed to scrape together 7 fans. Even the building security guards didn't spare them a second glance as they passed. Wasn't this a pure waste of money? What left him even more speechless was that this guy had actually dumped all his savings into an internet cafe project. He wanted to use the cafe's profits to fund his next album. The reason Charlie hadn't started his business in a big city was, quite frankly, because he was broke. Between rent, renovations, and other overhead, the costs were just too high. So, he took a friend's advice to invest in a smaller city. They said the people were simple, and the costs were low. Now that the internet cafe was mostly sorted out, Charlie was in a hurry to hold this fan signing event. Charlie was always active on social media. He even used a burner account to sneak into his own fan groups. Perhaps because he wasn't willing to fade away, he insisted on holding this event. While he suspected it would be sparse, he hadn't imagined it would be this pathetic. It was so bad that the security guards were almost ready to kick them out. It was that ridiculous. But he didn't lose heart. If anything, his desire to be famous grew even stronger. His manager, Arthur, was rambling on beside him, trying to talk sense into him, but Charlie acted like he didn't hear a word. He kept signing, with tireless enthusiasm. After countless rotations, a delicate, snow-white hand holding an album appeared in front of him. I'd like 500 signed albums. The pen in Charlie's hand came to a sudden halt. He looked up at the girl bundled up in winter gear, even with half her face hidden behind a scarf. Those bright, crescent-shaped eyes and perfect makeup gave away the fact that she was a beauty. 500? Are you serious? Arthur, standing nearby, was also stunned. His notepad hit the floor with a thud. A fan signing, as the name implies, required fans to buy the albums. At $50 an album, 500 copies meant $25,000. Not only would they break even, they'd actually earn back the venue fee and all the other overhead costs. I nodded. I'm a fan. Consider this my support. Don't worry about the quantity. I have quite a lot of friends. 1 copy each might not even be enough. Does that work for you, Mr. Charlie? Charlie's eyes lit up instantly. He stood up so excitedly that he nearly knocked over the water bottle on the table. It works. It absolutely works. Forget 500. Even if it were 5,000 or 50,000, I'd sign them all. As he spoke, he couldn't help but imagine himself in a massive, luxury shopping mall holding a signing event. A sea of fans was gathered there, and he was signing like a madman. It would be exhausting, but it beats being a nobody. Of course, he also knew he was just daydreaming. He was currently just a minor singer who had a viral hit, and it was a classic case of the song being more famous than the artist. Hardly anyone would recognize him on the street, let alone be a fan or attend his signing event. But the sudden appearance of a wealthy female fan still sent a surge of warmth through his heart. Most importantly, this fan was incredibly attractive. She was comparable to, if not more beautiful than, many women he had seen before. At that thought, Charlie couldn't help but glance at the manager beside him. He silently cursed that damn Arthur. If the rich women you introduced had even 1/10 of this girl's looks, my willpower to start my own business wouldn't be this firm. Over the next period of time, Charlie focused entirely on signing the albums. 500 copies was quite a significant task for him. When the 500th album was finally signed, Charlie let out a long breath and massaged his slightly aching wrist. Looking at the small mountain of albums, He felt a great sense of accomplishment. Regardless of the circumstances, he had officially signed and sold 500 copies. As he looked up at the girl again, intending to ask if she needed help carrying them back, he suddenly froze. Have we met somewhere before? Now it was my turn to be confused. I don't think so. If I had met Charlie before, I wouldn't have forgotten it. Charlie's gaze drifted past me and landed on a cold, handsome youth who had been standing silently behind me. In an instant, his pupils contracted sharply. The hand that hadn't wavered while signing hundreds of albums began to tremble uncontrollably now. The scenes he had witnessed outside the supermarket that day surfaced in his mind once again. This seemingly harmless and beautiful girl before him was someone who could make many in the underworld tremble with fear. This was a true underworld figure, and the kind you see in movies, the extremely professional type. No, he had to stay calm. He couldn't let her realize he had recognized her. Oh, I must have been mistaken. Charlie gave a forced laugh. His voice sounded a bit hollow. I have face blindness. I often mistake people for someone else. His manager, Arthur, quickly chimed in. Right. Our Charlie is always mistaking people. As he said this, he couldn't help but wipe the sweat from his forehead. God only knows how. In the middle of winter with heavy snow falling outside, he could still be sweating. I looked at them thoughtfully. Just as I was about to speak, several young men in black suits walked quickly into the lobby. Young lady. Their synchronized greetings gave the pair a start. Now it was truly confirmed. The girl before them was indeed that legendary boss. In his heart, Charlie now only hoped the girl would leave quickly. He didn't even dare to think about the possibility of her actually being his fan anymore. He could still firmly reject certain unspoken rules at his company, but if this girl made any demands, he wouldn't even have the courage to say no. However, this world follows Schrodinger's law. The more you fear something, the more likely it is to happen. Move these albums back to the company. Give one to everyone. I gave the order. The leading youth in black stared at the album cover for a moment, before asking seriously, Young lady, do you want us to remember this guy so we can put out a hit on him? It's just a job benefit. I waved my hand. By the way, have Thomas Wright bring over a contract. After the men in black left with the boxes, Charlie was looking for an excuse to slip away. But he heard the girl suddenly turn and ask, Mr. Charlie, if you had the chance to sign 10 million albums one day, would you be happy? Charlie didn't understand the implication, but he answered honestly, I think so. Charlie stared at the brand ambassador contract before him, feeling as if the world were going black. The terms were spelled out clearly in black and white. He would need to represent every business under the Grand Apex Alliance for 5 years. All future signing events must be held at Grand Apex properties, and he had to cooperate unconditionally with a fixed number of performances every year, based on the company's needs. He was not allowed to breach the contract, although the terms of this endorsement contract were a bit harsh. If the compensation were high enough, it might not be unacceptable. But when he saw the amount on the contract was only $7, he was speechless. He liked the number 7, but $7 for a 5-year endorsement? Wasn't this just a blank check? This wasn't an endorsement contract. It was clearly a predatory agreement. She was obviously taking advantage of him, and she claimed to be his fan? Is this how a fan treats their idol? Charlie really wanted to refuse her, but looking at the girl, he couldn't bring himself to say it. At the critical moment, his manager, Arthur, hurried to step in. To bail him out? Ms. Miller, even if our Charlie wanted to sign this, the company would never approve it. You might not be aware, but these kinds of endorsement contracts must be signed through the company. I had already given a brief introduction of myself to Charlie and Arthur, so they knew my name. I said unhurriedly, I know. So, Mr. Charlie, you can contact your company and terminate your contract first. Charlie was in total disbelief. You're joking, right? The termination fee is so high. Where would I get that kind of money? Even selling my soul wouldn't be enough. When he first signed, the contract stated he had to pay 10 times the signing bonus for a breach. The original bonus was $3 million, so 10 times that was a full $30 million. Where would he get that much money? He couldn't even come up with the change. Otherwise, he wouldn't be trying to start his own business to make money for his albums. Ms. Miller, isn't this a bit too hasty? Didn't you say the contract wouldn't be approved? Then we'll solve that problem. Sign with me once you can make your own decisions. If you need a lawyer, I can help for free. Thomas Wright pushed up his glasses and stepped forward. Mr. Charlie, my firm can handle the representation for free. You only need to sign a power of attorney with us. Arthur grew anxious when he heard this. He only had this one artist under him. If Charlie left, wouldn't he be fired by the company? Even though Charlie was currently blacklisted, as long as they fought for it, there might still be a chance for a comeback. I don't agree. It won't work if you don't take me along. Only then did Lance slowly withdraw his sharp gaze. Ultimately, Charlie signed both contracts of his own free will. One power of attorney, and one 5-year soul-selling contract. However, the latter was scheduled to go into effect 1 week later. In other words, Mr. Wright would help him finalize the termination within the week. Actually, given Charlie's current situation, and the fact that the company didn't value him anyway, he wouldn't necessarily have to pay 10 times the bonus. 2 or 3 times, around 10 million, should settle it. But even so, that amount was still an astronomical figure. For a newcomer talent show singer, after signing the contracts, Charlie felt as if his life had instantly plunged into darkness. If God could give him another chance, he swore he would never come to Pearl City again. This place was way too corrupt. First, they forced him into terminating his contract, burdening him with tens of millions in debt, and then they made him work for free for 5 years. This was treating him like a total idiot. Mr. Charlie, as your fan, I suggest you go solo rather than signing with another company. Start your own studio. When it comes to releasing albums, just collaborate with different labels. As it happens, Mr. Charlie, you probably need some office space, right? Let's head upstairs and take a look. Vanessa Miller extended the invitation on a whim. No matter what she said, Charlie had no way to refuse. After all, this was her territory. If she wanted to deal with him, it would only take a matter of minutes. So he could only force a smile, pretending to agree happily. Soon, the property manager of the Summit building rushed over in a frantic hurry. He smiled broadly as he showed the group through the units. After a quick tour, Vanessa made a decision. We're renting floors 40 through 49. Please coordinate moving out the few current tenants and clear those floors. Also, floor 49 is your company's management office, right? That needs to be cleared out too. The building had a high vacancy rate at the moment. The property manager had never encountered a client so generous before. She wanted 10 floors right off the bat. He didn't dare to be slight and immediately reported back to his boss to discuss it. Before long, the result came back. The owner agreed to all their conditions, promising to arrange staff as quickly as possible to empty out floors 40 through 49 completely. The scattered tenants would all be moved to lower floors. To make room for them, Charlie watched from the side as Vanessa acted so decisively, throwing around money with such a grand gesture. He felt incredibly envious. When would he have enough money to release an album? Especially now that he was burdened with massive debt. That longing became even more intense. The three of them then went to the observation deck on the top floor. This level was located above floor 49, specifically designed by the Summit Building Management. Now that floors 40 through 49 were all rented by them, this became a private space exclusive to the Grand Apex Alliance. The observation deck was laid out to look quite relaxing. There was a conservatory made of glass, as well as sun umbrellas, telescopes, a bar counter, and so on. There was even a piano inside the glass room. Vanessa suddenly felt inspired. She walked straight to the piano and sat down elegantly. Slowly, she closed her eyes. During her college years and her past life, she had studied piano for a while. Her skill level was amateur, but playing some simple rhythms was no problem at all. "Can you play piano too, Ms. Miller?" Charlie couldn't help but ask. As soon as the words left his mouth, he felt the question was redundant. How could a young lady from such a prominent family not have a piano at home? However, once her hands touched the keys and she began to play, Charlie could roughly gauge her level. She was an amateur, yet, as she played sequences of melodies he had never heard before, Charlie suddenly felt as if his head were struck by a bolt of lightning. Inspiration suddenly exploded. Can I record this?" Charlie asked in a low voice. Lance had already been recording with his video camera. He smiled and said, "I've already got it. You can take it with you later." Charlie thanked him repeatedly in excitement. "Thank you." After Vanessa had played several different melodic fragments of songs from her memory, she stood up and walked over to Charlie. "I wonder if these are enough to pay you back." Charlie nodded vigorously. "They're enough, more than enough. Even though she had only played a small snippet each time, complete song structures had practically formed in Charlie's mind. As long as he watched the recording and listened repeatedly, it wouldn't take long for him to produce at least 5 songs. Moreover, the style of these songs suited him perfectly. At this moment, Charlie's admiration for Vanessa was simply beyond words. He even secretly lamented, why would a girl with such musical talent be involved in the underworld? What he didn't know was that these songs were the very ones he would write and compose himself in the future. Vanessa had simply used this method to release his inspiration ahead of time. When Charlie returned downstairs alone, his manager, Arthur, was still waiting anxiously. Earlier, when he had tried to follow them upstairs, he was blocked by that cold youth. He could only wait downstairs by himself. When he saw Charlie's eyes were red, and his hair was a bit messy, looking like he wasn't quite right, Arthur hurried forward to check on him. How is it? How is it? I'm going to be famous. Charlie finally couldn't hold back his internal ecstasy, and began to laugh out loud. Ha ha ha, I'm going to be famous. I finally have a chance to be famous. Arthur looked on in bewilderment. Great, another one's gone crazy. He couldn't help but look up toward the higher floors. Sure enough, there were no good people in Pearl City. The perfectly fine artist he brought had been driven mad just like that. Just as Vanessa had finalized the deal with the Summit Building management to lease the office space, her phone began to ring. It was a call from George Young, on the other end of the line. George reported some bad news. Universal Group, the retail giant, was making a comeback now. Not only that, but Megamart and other well-known retail brands were also entering Pearl City. The retail market in Pearl City was on fire once again. Universal Group's return this time clearly carried the scent of revenge. Having been played by Grand Apex Supermarket before, they were forced to hand over the acquired Vanguard signature stores. Now Universal Group was stepping onto the field personally to reclaim their market share in Pearl City. The Vanguard signature store in University Town, which was originally on the brink of closure, had come back to life. It was completely renamed Universal Mart. They had even taken the opportunity to acquire, renovate, and reopen 8 stores, showing their determination to set off a commercial storm in Pearl City. They were coming on strong. Miss Miller, what I'm most worried about right now isn't them competing with us head-on, but rather them not playing by the rules. They're setting up those community-style supermarkets around ours, or opening convenience stores. This Wolfpack tactics is what would be most fatal to us. When I went to inspect our other branches earlier, I noticed some nearby storefronts were being renovated. They're following the convenience store model, clearly targeting us. Many might wonder why anyone would open a convenience store right next to a large supermarket or a community market. Isn't that just a suicide mission, like fighting a losing battle? Small convenience stores and community markets, in terms of variety and product range, couldn't compete with large supermarkets at all. But one key factor shouldn't be ignored: human laziness. If your shopping needs aren't that high, or particularly specific, and the prices are more or less the same, many people will often choose to buy directly from the community market or convenience store on the street. It saves time and effort. There's absolutely no need to make a special trip to a big supermarket. If these small shops tried launching some discount promotions as well, the impact on a large supermarket's revenue would be significant. Most importantly, the investment cost for these small convenience stores and community shops is relatively low. Even if they lose money, it's acceptable in the short term, as long as they can irritate you and intercept your revenue so that your business can't continue. Their goal is achieved. To sum up the Wolfpack tactics, it's about using low-cost convenience stores and community shops to intercept casual customers from the big supermarkets. It's like surrounding a whale with a school of piranhas, slowly devouring it bit by bit. I didn't expect that. Having just seen the CEO of Universal Group at the university not long ago, we would really be facing them head-on so soon. I don't know if Lincoln Son will still remember me, the student who once received them, but even if he didn't before, I'll make sure he remembers me now. Vanessa Miller, remember the Grand Apex Alliance. No matter who you are, or how big and powerful you've become elsewhere, once you set foot on the soil of Pearl City, you must follow Grand Apex's rules. This is Grand Apex territory. What do you think the probability is of them blocking our supermarket's surrounding areas? I asked calmly. George Young replied without hesitation, It's about a 90% certainty. A vice president from Universal contacted me before, wanting to buy our supermarket, but I turned them down. Ms. Miller, I suspect Universal might think we were the ones behind the previous Vanguard signature incident. Of course, in reality, the Grand Apex Alliance really did fan the flames behind the scenes. However, George didn't explicitly say that over the phone. 90%. That was basically a done deal. They would definitely do it. A flash of determination crossed my eyes. How is the coordination with the logistics side going? If it's ready, take action immediately. Let them know right away that relying on these petty blockade tricks won't work on us at all. I acquired the logistics company back then, precisely to prepare for this day. Business warfare can sometimes be even bloodier and more ruthless than real combat. One mistake could lead to a total loss, with no way back, especially for a large company like Grand Apex, whose valuation has already exceeded $100 million. Every decision must be made with extreme caution. Universal has always been skilled at using surrounding siege tactics to crush their competitors. So, I will use a more advanced and sharper method to counter them, rendering their carefully planned community and convenience stores completely useless and bankrupt. Community and convenience stores are able to intercept a supermarket's revenue only because they exploit human laziness, right? So, what if I arrange for home delivery, bringing the goods right to the customer's doorstep? Customers who don't want to go out can stay in their homes and still buy a full range of goods. This way, how will Universal be able to lay its siege? Of course, promotion and marketing in this area are vital. However, this wasn't a difficult task for Grand Apex. The one thing Grand Apex had plenty of was people, especially around the university district. Labor costs were still very low. Many people would jump at the chance to join Grand Apex, particularly students from the Third Institute. They would literally work for free, just to be a part of Grand Apex. Soon, while Universal Mart was still in the middle of intense preparations for war, Grand Apex Supermarket struck first, launching an overwhelming promotional campaign. A vast number of Grand Apex peripheral members took flyers and shuttled through the various neighborhoods and residential complexes surrounding the stores, promoting the new service. At the same time, banners were hung at the entrance of Grand Apex Supermarket, with large letters reading, "Buy online, delivered in 1 hour." Staff members were even stationed at the doors, patiently explaining the service to every customer entering or leaving. In addition to being able to shop by phone and paying upon delivery based on the receipt, we also supported in-store shopping. If customers bought too much to easily carry home, someone would help deliver the items back for them. Since smartphones weren't yet widespread, and website development was still ongoing, plus the fact that many older residents didn't know how to use the internet back then, online channels couldn't achieve full coverage. Therefore, Grand Apex had to temporarily adopt the most traditional, most down-to-earth method, phone calls. For this purpose, they formed a dedicated phone customer service team. Most of the members were students working part-time. When customers needed to shop, they only had to call the Grand Apex customer service number. Service staff would use computers to record the order details. Then, the orders were sent to designated delivery groups. For example, order information near the university district was sent directly to the university district's proxy buyer group. Whoever in the group was available would take the order. After claiming the order, the person would reply, "Order claimed," in the group, to avoid duplicate claims. Although this series of operations was a bit tedious, there was no other way. In this era, we could only use these relatively primitive methods. However, the results far exceeded expectations. In an era where the express delivery industry wasn't yet fully developed, Grand Apex Supermarket's launch of this 1-hour home delivery advanced service was practically a god-tier disruption. Sales at the various branches rose rapidly because of this, especially for elderly people with mobility issues. They were full of praise for the service. They could easily buy their daily necessities without leaving home and enjoy the thoughtful service of free home delivery. Furthermore, there was no need to worry about being cheated, because payment was only made once the goods were delivered. There was absolutely no concern about fraud. Of course, no service can be perfectly flawless. There were some loopholes in this service as well. For example, a few customers would intentionally refuse to pay, or they would just try it out for fun, only to claim they ordered by mistake and didn't want it upon arrival. or they would just place orders and cancel them on a whim just for kicks. However, Grand Apex Supermarket quickly came up with a countermeasure. If someone tried to pull that stunt again, it wouldn't just be one person coming to the door. Instead, a group of men in black would arrive to deliver the goods. This move worked like a charm. Afterward, similar incidents decreased significantly. Beyond that, I and the management team, including George Young, emphasized repeatedly that service quality must be excellent. Due to functional limitations and the lack of big data support, we couldn't precisely guarantee delivery times, so we had to take service to the extreme, using sincerity and enthusiasm to move our customers. After all, this battle was vital for Grand Apex Supermarket's status in Pearl City. Beating Vanguard's signature last time was just defeating a small-time nobody. But this time, we were facing an industry giant like Universal head-on. As long as we could completely defeat the real deal, the influence and strategic significance would be on a completely different level. To motivate everyone to provide the best service, I offered some tangible benefits. In addition to the basic income, I specifically increased the number of slots for core members, for those brothers and sisters responsible for deliveries and answering phones. When they heard this news, they all worked with incredible drive, like they were on an adrenaline rush. For them, making money was certainly important, but what was more important was the opportunity to wear that black uniform. That symbolized the status of a Grand Apex Alliance core member. With that uniform, you could basically walk with your head held high. Especially in the university district, any small-time thug, whether they knew you or not, would have to respectfully call you brother or sister. Under this kind of incentive, many people took their service to the absolute limit. When delivering to the door, they wouldn't just bring the goods inside, they would also take out the trash for the customer as they left. Beyond that, things like helping download things on the computer, or mediating family disputes. As long as a customer made a request, the delivery person would find a way to solve it. For example, on one occasion, an old man just casually complained to the delivery person about the small ads on his front door and the walls that were stuck like stubborn skin diseases. Not only were they an eyesore, but they were impossible to tear off, and the more you tore at them, the worse they looked. To his surprise, these words were remembered by the peripheral delivery staff member, immediately called the locksmiths and repair services listed on the flyers. Under the pretext of needing locks fixed and doors opened, he summoned them all. Then, under the menacing glares of a group of highly intimidating men in black suits, the vendors tearfully scrubbed off all the ads. They even gave the walls a fresh coat of paint, not daring to leave until everything looked brand new, regardless of whether they had posted the ads themselves. As the beneficiaries of the marketing, it was now officially their problem. In just 1 week, Grand Apex Supermarket's reputation spread through word of mouth among the neighborhood seniors. Growing better by the day, people of that generation are notoriously picky and hard to please. Yet even they were slowly won over by Grand Apex. There's a silver lining with this demographic. When they like something, they truly brag about it to everyone they meet, which accelerated the spread of the supermarket's good name. By the time the Universal Group had finished its preparations and was ready to launch a price war against Grand Apex, they suddenly discovered that the retail landscape in Pearl City had already shifted. I've been incredibly busy lately, especially with the expansion of the company's business map. I've barely attended a single night study session. Most of my time was consumed by financial matters. With the 1-month deadline fast approaching, I needed to pay half of the land transfer fees for the 4 plots of land I had won at auction. However, the liquid assets currently on the company's books were nowhere near enough. On top of that, supplier payments had been overdue for a while, and that needed to be resolved immediately. I always considered myself quite good at making money, but strangely, the larger the company grew, the wider the funding gap became. Of course, this was largely because the Grand Apex Alliance was expanding at a breakneck speed. While other companies grow 1 step at a time, Grand Apex was trying to take 10 steps at once. Under these circumstances, it was only natural for the cash flow to be strained. And then again, it would be easy to raise cash quickly if I really wanted to. I could just seek outside investment. But I hadn't considered external financing at all. I was more inclined toward internal financing, allowing core members and even regular employees to subscribe for company shares so they could enjoy dividends in the future. Essentially, I wanted to mirror the employee stock ownership model used by tech giants like Nexus, implementing a system of restricted virtual shares. These shares would be limited to internal circulation and trading. They couldn't be bought or sold on the public market. Furthermore, when core members subscribed, the company would provide a portion of the funding support to ensure their shares would be a guaranteed profitable investment. For peripheral and regular employees, the company wouldn't provide financial subsidies. It would be entirely based on their own choice. These internally traded shares carry no full shareholder rights, only the right to dividends. If they believed the shares would appreciate and wanted those dividends, they could buy more. If they didn't think it was worth it, they could buy less or none at all. I was certain that as long as they weren't fools, especially the core members who had watched Grand Apex grow from the ground up, none would doubt the growth potential of the company's stock. Of course, if someone chose to leave the Grand Apex Alliance, their shares would be handled according to the company's internal regulations. Even core members were no exception. While core members were highly loyal, no one could guarantee that everyone would stay with the company forever. Regarding the employee stock ownership plan, these were currently just preliminary ideas. The specific details would take time to refine and perfect. However, I plan to release a portion of the shares as a trial run before the end of the current lunar year at the latest. For now, the most urgent task was to quickly hire a team of accounting staff. The personnel shortage in the company's finance department was actually quite severe. I planned to talk to my counselor to discuss my options, seeing if I could use the university's resources to organize a campus recruitment drive. After all, the accounting major at the State Finance University was top tier. Holding a job fair at my own school gave me the ultimate home field advantage. I just wasn't sure how many people would actually be willing to apply. After all, my company's reputation in University Town was plain for everyone to see. When I walked into the classroom with my textbooks, the rowdy room fell silent instantly. My presence carried more weight than some of the professors. Most of the affairs for management class 2 were being handled by my roommate Leanne, the former class president. I also intended to step down as class president once this semester came to an end. I only fought for the position to spite someone, and now that I was so busy, I had no energy left to deal with all the trivial matters of the class. My counselor supported my decision as well. By now, the counselor knew that the valuation of the Grand Apex Alliance's assets had likely surpassed 100 million a long time ago. I was bound to be swamped, so he naturally wouldn't let me be distracted by these minor things. He even told me I could take leave whenever I wanted, promising to cover for me on his end. He could already envision how much prestige it would bring him once Vanessa Miller became a famous alumna. It would be such a source of pride for him. This is a talent from my management class too. As for whether I attended class or not, that didn't matter. University is fundamentally a place for nurturing real-world, professional talent. It was no exaggeration to say that even if I failed every single final exam, the university would turn a blind eye and still name me an outstanding student. Of course, despite having these privileges, I rarely took time off. Except for skipping night study sessions, I attended almost all of my daytime classes. I had just sat down in my seat when Lily chirped like a little sparrow and leaned in. "Vanessa, I have something I want to ask you." "What is it?" "Well, it's like this. I have a friend, and her dad is incredibly strict. He lectures her at the drop of a hat, and is always criticizing her. Now, she gets scared the moment she hears her father's voice. Is there any way to get her dad to stop yelling at her and criticize her less?" Lily blinked her eyes, looking at me expectantly. Watching her expression, I couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. This friend is almost certainly you, isn't it? I guessed the girl had done something again and gotten caught by her father. Is your friend unusually fond of playing around, a bit rebellious, and into wearing those edgy alternative wigs? Does she also run off to the internet cafe every chance she gets? Yes, exactly. Vanessa, you're a psychic. How did you know? That's simple. Just let your friend's father see that she's changed. That's all it takes. But how exactly do I do that? Lily asked hurriedly. Shut your friend's father up with cold, hard facts. I whispered a few instructions into her ear. After hearing them, Lily's eyes lit up instantly. Brilliant! Vanessa, your idea is absolutely perfect. Can you lend me a bit of your brain? I feel like I'm so stupid, I'm dying. The two of us had just finished talking when a sudden commotion broke out in the classroom. Holy crap! Great news! A top 10 contestant from StarQuest, Dylan King, is coming to our school. What? For real? Is it just a rumor? I saw it online. They say he's doing a road show in Pearl City, and the first stop is right here at our school. I'm serious. I'm skipping class to see Dylan King. He's so hot. And his voice is incredible. I'm going to get an autograph. Me too. The classroom erupted into a flurry of voices, everyone buzzing with excitement. In this era, talent shows were insanely popular, especially shows like American Idol and The Voice. They were absolute sensations. Coming in right behind them in popularity was StarQuest. As another hit variety show, it also made many singers famous. Charlie, whom we met a few days ago, was a product of that very show. It's just that he's not doing so well right now. Based on the trajectory of my previous life, he'd likely have to wait several years to make a comeback. Dylan King is one of the top 10 contestants from this year's StarQuest. Although the show's popularity has slowly started to wane, his personal popularity is still quite high. Especially in Pearl City, his popularity is through the roof. That's because his family is originally from Pearl City. Of course, he grew up elsewhere, and had long since lost any substantial connection to Pearl City. But regardless, Pearl City hadn't produced any decent, well-known singers or stars in years. Dylan King being able to stand out in StarQuest, even if he was just in the top 10, meant that the audience in Pearl City, who loved that show, especially the younger fans, absolutely adored him. Now, suddenly hearing that he was coming to Pearl City for a roadshow, and that the first stop was here at the Finance University, was a massive surprise for many fans. In my memory, after this guy debuted, he never once came to Pearl City to perform. Even though his roots were here, his whole family had lived away since he was a child. This place had long lost any sense of home for him. Yet in this life, he suddenly came to Pearl City for a roadshow. It really was unexpected. It seems the flapping of my butterfly wings has truly changed many people and events. I marveled silently to myself. The news of Dylan King's sudden announcement of a Pearl City roadshow quickly spread through the local business community. To local businesses, this was undoubtedly a very attractive promotional opportunity. Even if Dylan King's national fame wasn't particularly high, in Pearl City as a local boy, his influence was still quite significant. I had just finalized the details for next month's campus job fair with my counselor, when George Young called. Miss Miller, Dylan King and Wayne are coming to Pearl City for a roadshow. Have you heard about this? Yeah, I know. Should we try to get in touch with them? If we can get them to do a promotional appearance at our supermarket, it would definitely be a huge benefit for our brand. Their manager has already proactively reached out to us. The price they're asking is quite reasonable. I think it's worth considering. George Young knew in his heart that if Dylan King weren't a Pearl City native, given his current status, the Grand Apex Alliance might not even consider working with him. It was exactly because of Dylan King's identity and his natural local advantage in Pearl City, which made him ideal for local promotion, that George reached out to the young lady. I'm not interested. Just turn them down. I didn't hesitate for a second before giving my answer. Hearing this response, George Young was slightly stunned, his heart full of surprise. As an executive of the Grand Apex Alliance and the manager of Grand Apex Supermarket, he naturally knew that a few days ago, the young lady had signed a 5-year endorsement deal with an obscure singer named Charlie. Out of professional habit, he had even looked up Charlie's background. He found that Charlie was also from StarQuest, a top 10 contestant who ranked 4th. Later, Charlie really did have a viral hit, but unfortunately, the song blew up while the artist didn't. Afterward, a lot of negative press followed him, and he was even blacklisted. Yet for a person like that, the young lady had actually signed him. If judged by normal commercial value, Charlie, a washed-up singer, definitely lacked the value of a rising star like Dylan King, especially since Dylan King's ancestral home was in Pearl City, giving him higher local recognition and buzz. A partnership with Grand Apex Supermarket would surely yield better promotional results. He didn't expect the young lady to refuse, without even considering it, but her decisions had never been wrong. Since the young lady said so, there was likely only one reason. In her eyes, Charlie's potential was limitless, while Dylan King's prospects were poor. I have to say, George Young really did guess correctly this time. Charlie would become a superstar in the future, while Dylan King would eventually fade away into obscurity. Well, not exactly obscurity. He ended up on a crime news segment. This touches on a very serious issue. Some artists in the industry turned to substances they shouldn't have, due to the pressure. Then they got reported and sent to prison. And such incidents were quite common in that industry. If Dylan King didn't have any stains on his record, for the sake of him being a fellow townsman, plus their current popularity, I might have considered hiring them for some promotion. After all, the cost for a partnership with someone of their level wouldn't be expensive. Unfortunately, life has no what-ifs. George Young followed my instructions and, firmly, rejected the partnership proposal from Dylan King's manager. The manager, rebuffed by Grand Apex Supermarket, didn't look very happy. He immediately told Dylan King, the Grand Apex Alliance really did just flatly refuse us. Dylan King scowled. He asked why they had prioritized Grand Apex in the first place. Because Grand Apex was a local supermarket chain, with plenty of branches and significant resources. Given the hometown connection, the price they offered definitely wouldn't be low. However, the result was completely unexpected. The manager sighed and said, "They said they have no interest in a partnership right now. What's a small-town supermarket doing acting so high and mighty?" Dylan King sneered. "Since Grand Apex Supermarket is so ungrateful, we'll just find another one." In a VIP ward at the hospital, Nolan met his father, who was in high spirits reading a newspaper. He really couldn't for the life of him understand why his father looked so energetic, yet insisted on staying in the hospital to recover. Wasn't being at home more comfortable than hospital? "Chairman, the eldest young master is here." The secretary, Silas's assistant, noted softly. Silas Sterling slowly put down the paper and looked at Nolan. Without any paternal warmth or small talk, he asked point blank, "Is everything I entrusted you with finished?" Nolan felt a little guilty as he said, "Dad, the Grand Apex side isn't willing to budge." They had already given him their terms. Plot 33 in the north side could be transferred to the Sterling Group, but the cost was that the Sterling Group had to use the shopping center nearing completion in the south side as a trade, and the Grand Apex Alliance wouldn't pay a single cent. In simple terms, Grand Apex would only use the 10% deposit for Plot 33, with the Sterling Group covering all subsequent costs, to trade for the Sterling Group's south side shopping center. Of course, Grand Apex also generously threw in a plot of land in the south side, which also only had a deposit of a few million paid. This meant that for a cost of less than 50 million, Grand Apex wanted to trade for the Sterling Group's shopping center, which cost over 500 million. Justin also explained the logic of doing this to Nolan. Plot 33 in the north side was the core area for the Sterling Group's future development. The potential in the south side was also massive. It would definitely appreciate significantly in the future, with a market value of at least $1 billion. Using these two plots worth $1 billion, with limitless potential, to trade for a nearly finished, stalled shopping center, was actually very fair. Nolan also thought it was worth it, but he felt that if he told his father the conditions exactly, his father would surely refuse, and likely scold him for being an incompetent loser. His father had never really thought much of him. He wasn't capable enough to handle major responsibilities, but he had also thought of a way. That was to trick his father into signing the documents. Once his father had signed, everything else would be easy. Of course, he also knew the risk was enormous. His father might even have him hung up and whipped. After all, using less than 50 million to sell off the shopping center that cost their own family $5 or 600 million to build, anyone would be absolutely furious. If they kept squandering the fortune like this, the Sterling Group would go bankrupt sooner or later. But the temptation Justin had dangled was just too great. As long as he could get his father to sign those papers, Justin could help him take direct control of the company. At the very least, it would guarantee that he was the sole heir of the Sterling Group, a loss of a few $100 million, compared to the inheritance rights of billions in assets. Did Nolan even need to choose? If he didn't do this, whether he could successfully inherit the group's assets in the future would be a total unknown. Besides that temptation, it was also because he felt Justin genuinely wanted to help him, because Justin had once had a difficult experience similar to his own. When Silas Sterling heard his son's words, a look of disappointment instantly appeared on his face. He had sent Nolan to the asset management department, first, because he knew his son was close to the Grand Apex company, and wanted to use him to get that land back, and second, to test his abilities. He hadn't expected his eldest son to be such a disappointment. unable to even handle this much. Just as Silas was about to wave his hand and tell Nolan to get lost, Nolan grit his teeth and was the first to pull a thick stack of documents from his bag, handing them to his father. "Please sign these documents first." Silas was taken aback and asked, "What's this?" Nolan took a deep breath, trying to make his voice sound steadier. "Just some routine documents, and I want to fire a few people. Many in asset management are only pretending to follow my orders, so I want to make an example of them, to clean up the department's culture. As long as you sign and approve, I guarantee I'll get Plot 33 in the North Side back within a week, and we won't spend a single cent." Silas narrowed his eyes upon hearing that, his sharp gaze fixed on his eldest son. He seemed to be trying to see through his thoughts. Nolan had completely committed now, meeting his father's gaze head-on. His eyes held both nervousness and a hint of determination. After a moment, Silas picked up one of the documents and flipped through it briefly. He found that they were indeed things like termination notices. Just as he was about to pick up the second document to look at it, Nolan spoke up. "Dad, Sam has already looked over these documents. There definitely won't be any issues. If something goes wrong, he's willing to take full responsibility." Silas's secretary, Sam, looked confused, but he grit his teeth and nodded. "Chairman, they are indeed just some ordinary documents." Silas still trusted Sam quite a lot. After all, Sam had been with him for over a decade and had always been loyal and handled things very reliably. Since his son said he could get the land back within a week, he would give him a chance. It was just firing a few people. It wasn't a big deal. As long as it didn't involve the group's assets, finance, or other critical matters, he would sign them. Silas didn't think much more about it. He picked up the pen and, with a flourish, signed his name on the documents. After signing, Nolan carefully tucked away the stack of papers and looked at his father again. "Dad, I've booked a flight for you. You can get lost." "No, that's not right. You can go on a vacation and relax for a while. It'll be good for your health." Once his father was gone, he could follow the method Justin had taught him. To enact the plan where those who follow him prosper, and those who oppose him perish. When Silas heard his eldest son's words, he surprisingly didn't ask for the reason, but instead began to consider it seriously. He had been staying in the hospital to recover lately, partly to avoid certain people, and partly to use the opportunity to personally travel to the source abroad, to investigate whether someone had truly activated that smuggling route. Although he had already found some clues, he still couldn't be completely sure. Silas really didn't want this matter to be associated with the Sterling Group again. If they were dragged into it again, forget about anyone else. Even he himself wouldn't come to a good end. "Then I'll head out for a bit and recover properly for a while. Only, during this period, you must remember to be extremely cautious before doing anything. Never act recklessly." "I'll remember, Dad," Nolan hurriedly replied. "I will definitely be cautious." The Grand Apex Alliance itself was very cautious in its dealings. Although he hadn't yet learned the essence of it, someone would be there to help him. However, hearing his son's response, Silas felt a bit uneasy instead. "I know you've just joined the asset management department and aren't familiar with many things yet. Many in the department won't respect you. If you're short-handed, just let me know. I'll find an assistant for you." Silas heard, "No need, Dad. I have people," Nolan said. Silas was a bit surprised. "You have people? What kind of people?" He seemed to think of something and frowned slightly. "I must warn you, getting too close to those Underworld types won't do you any good." He had previously had an investigation done on the Grand Apex Alliance, but most of the information gathered was negative. Things like being the largest gang in University Town, having close ties with the local police, and even carrying out a major incident that shocked the entire university district and the whole city. They directly staged a large-scale brawl involving hundreds of people, wiping out all the various small-time thug factions around the university district in one go. To be honest, in this era of increasingly sound rule of law, to still dare to act so brazenly, the Grand Apex Alliance is likely the only one. More than half a year ago, the boss of the One-Shot Gang died unexpectedly, and internal chaos broke out within the gang. But even then, they hadn't caused such a huge commotion, because everyone knew that the bigger the commotion, the easier it was to become a primary target for the police. But in such a situation, the Grand Apex Alliance had burst onto the scene like a bunch of reckless hotheads. Not only had they done it, but nothing had happened to them yet. Of course, in Silas's view, this only showed they had connections and backing, but if they never learned to act with low-key discretion, even with connections, they would trip up sooner or later. That's why he specifically warned Nolan. "Dad, I'll remember." Silas nodded. "And another thing, our Sterling Group is a legitimate business. You absolutely cannot have any cooperation with those illegitimate companies." From the very beginning, when he let Nolan into asset management, including the tasks he entrusted him with for later, aside from wanting to get Plot 33 in the North Side back, his core objective was to uncover and completely clear out those shady voices within the group. Any head of an enterprise with some strategic vision would do the same, regardless of whether they had been involved in gray industries in the past. They must walk the straight and narrow in the future. Otherwise, they would face a reckoning sooner or later. So the sooner the cut was made, the better. Many years ago, Silas had started working on this. He had actually essentially completed it. It was just that, to his surprise, it was rearing its head again. This time, he would definitely clear the tumor from the Sterling name once and for all. Even if it might involve family members, he would show absolutely no mercy. What he wanted was for the Sterling Group, or rather, the long-term development of the Sterling family, instead of a momentary glory followed by a sudden collapse. In short, whether for himself or for the future of the Sterling legacy, he had to do this. However, when these words reached Nolan Sterling's ears, the meaning changed completely. In Nolan's mind, the catchphrase of the Grand Apex Alliance surfaced again. Grand Apex is a legitimate company. It was said that this mantra was passed down by their boss, Vanessa Miller, and she indeed had been practicing this philosophy through her actions. For example, the unified uniforms for core Grand Apex members, the full health insurance and 401k benefits, and various other perks. One had to realize that 80% of companies these days couldn't provide their employees with a full benefits package. As for unified uniforms, probably only blue-collar factories had them, and they were nowhere near as sharp as the Grand Apex suits. Even their own Sterling Group wasn't as legitimate as the Grand Apex Alliance. Take the Sterling Group, for instance. Many projects were outsourced to contractors, using the Grand Apex hierarchy. To describe them, those people were just peripheral members. But at Grand Apex, even if you were just a peripheral member or a regular employee, you would still receive full health and retirement benefits. The only exceptions were those on short-term part-time gigs. In comparison, Grand Apex was as legitimate as a company could possibly be. At that thought, Nolan said to his father with absolute confidence, "Dad, don't worry, I will follow your instructions to the letter when choosing our partners. I'll make sure they're legitimate." After their talk, Silas Sterling's secretary, Sam, walked Nolan all the way to the hospital entrance. It wasn't until he saw the group of men in black pull away from his car that he finally let out a long sigh of relief. He had indeed lied just now, claiming he had read those documents. In reality, he had only looked at one page, the same one the chairman had seen. He had no choice. The eldest young master had suddenly brought a group of very intimidating underworld-looking types and wanted to go to his house for a chat. It would be a lie to say he wasn't terrified. Besides, he knew he'd have to pick a side eventually, so he figured he'd just do the young master a favor this time. Silas Sterling's sudden departure from Pearl City for overseas recovery caused a massive uproar within the Sterling Group. Everyone knew the chairman rarely went abroad, especially now that the group was in a time of crisis. Leaving now was truly unusual. Rumors and gossip spread through the entire company. The most frequent speculation was, some people guessing, that the chairman was paving the way for Nolan Sterling. Otherwise, it would be too much of a coincidence. How could the once unfavored eldest young master suddenly be appointed by the chairman to the asset management department? That department controlled the group's numerous core assets and investment operations. Its importance was self-evident. There were even rumors saying the chairman had granted the young master special powers to make decisions bypassing the managing director, Jerry Sterling. For example, the power to fire people directly. Although the chairman was the group's highest leader and held ultimate decision-making power, the day-to-day operations were generally handled by the managing director. In some companies, it might be the president, or the CEO, in short. Rarely did anyone bypass the managing director to get things done. Now that this news had suddenly broken within the group, Jerry Sterling, the managing director, couldn't sit still. Wasn't this clearly a way to dilute his power? Whether it was just a rumor or not, he felt he couldn't just sit idly by. If he let his nephew walk all over him, where would he even hide his face? Moreover, Nolan Sterling had hired an external audit team to move into the asset management department. Once the audit team sniffed out something fishy, knowing Silas Sterling's style, Jerry Sterling was certain there would be hell to pay. Jerry Sterling was quite familiar with his brothers, methods, and character. Silas Sterling was a classic iron-fisted businessman, combining the majesty of a traditional family patriarch with cold pragmatism and an extremely rational interest, above all, principle. A man like that didn't care at all what others thought of him. He only cared about how to make the Sterling Group endure under his rules. If anyone dared to do something that harmed the group's interests, never mind a younger brother, even his own son wouldn't be spared. There were even rumors from years ago that Nolan's mother, Jasmine, was heartlessly discarded because she stood in his way, and she subsequently died in a car crash. Some even speculated that her death wasn't an accident, and that Silas Sterling might have been behind it. Of course, these were just rumors, because besides Silas Sterling himself, no one knew what the truth was back then, and because of that incident with Nolan's mother, neither Jerry Sterling nor the current wife, Beatrice Sterling, ever believed Silas Sterling would let Nolan take over. After all, between this father and son, there was a knot of resentment that seemed impossible to untie. However, it seemed now that no matter how big the rift, once the group's interests were threatened, Silas Sterling was truly capable of anything. If he decided that, Nolan was better suited to lead the group through this crisis. Then even a once-estranged son would be brought back into the fold. It wasn't even impossible that he'd actually let Nolan take the reins. Silas Sterling was a lot like Vito Corleone from The Godfather, but even colder and just as tyrannical as an absolute monarch. At the Sterling villa, Jerry Sterling met with Beatrice Sterling again to discuss restarting the smuggling route. The smuggling route Silas Sterling once operated was originally Jerry's idea. Back then, the Sterling Group was just starting out, and Silas Sterling didn't have many people he could truly trust. He had no choice but to let his younger brother, Jerry, manage that gray industry line. It had to be said that Silas Sterling was indeed a bold and visionary leader. Once the initial capital was accumulated, he cut off the route without a second thought, even though it could still bring in massive profit and wealth. If it couldn't be laundered, the end result would usually only be one of two things, either landing in prison or being forced into exile abroad. Under normal circumstances, no one wants to stay away from their homeland, especially after achieving success. Like the saying goes, being rich and not going home is like wearing silk in the middle of the night. Anyone who's actually lived abroad knows that the grass isn't necessarily greener on the other side. In fact, it's often not even as comfortable as being home. Unless they have absolutely no choice, one believes very few people would want to live abroad permanently. Silas Sterling was always decisive, and indeed visionary. When he decided to make the cut, he did it, without a shred of hesitation. What was even more ruthless was that he even had someone anonymously report them, wiping out everyone associated with the line in one go. Of course, he only dared to do this because he was absolutely certain no one would link it back to him. Otherwise, wouldn't that be like walking into a trap? It was exactly because of that ruthlessness and decisiveness that Jerry Sterling, despite being incredibly reluctant, could only watch helplessly as his brother destroyed that route with his own hands. That was a constant stream of cold, hard cash, and he just gave it up like that. Back then, Jerry Sterling didn't even dare to voice a single objection. It wasn't until years later, when Silas Sterling's health began to fail, that Gary became unwilling to settle for just his small share of equity and salary. Because Silas Sterling kept an incredibly tight grip on that area, Gary Sterling ended up conspiring with Beatrice Sterling regarding the matter of restarting the smuggling channel. In recent years, this channel had brought them enormous profits. Once they got a taste of the sweetness, they were even more reluctant to give it up. But now the situation had changed. Nolan Sterling had brought an audit team into the asset management department, claiming he wanted to check the books. What was more troublesome was that the kid was impossible to influence. He was completely out of control. Although Jerry Sterling could use his position as managing director to sabotage him, what if Nolan Sterling really discovered something? Then he would be finished. Your brother leaving might be an opportunity for us. Don't we still have one critical line in our hands? Just let Nolan Sterling investigate that line. Beatrice Sterling suddenly spoke up, her eyes glinting with a touch of ruthlessness. Jerry Sterling looked up sharply, in disbelief. Is my sister-in-law crazy? If that line is gone, our smuggling channel will be completely finished. And aren't you afraid of being blamed? Their smuggling network was divided into 2 lines. One was near the train station, responsible for distributing goods, although it had been messed up by that damn Grand Apex Alliance, leading to it being busted by the police. It was an impact, but it wasn't fatal. But the other line was the true core. It was their lifeblood. His sister-in-law suddenly suggested letting Nolan investigate this line. What exactly did she want to do? Beatrice Sterling gave a cold laugh. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. I've always felt that your brother definitely suspects us. Don't you know what kind of man your brother is? Given his character. If he really got his hands on evidence, what do you think he would do? Gary Sterling's face stiffened. Indeed, Silas Sterling's temperament. Once he discovered they were smuggling behind his back, he would absolutely clean house. So it's better to let Nolan Sterling touch that line. Beatrice Sterling said slowly. She laid out the plan. I believe our partner won't just sit idly by. When the time comes, Nolan will definitely take a major hit. Then we step in to mediate, using the opportunity to give up a portion of the profits, while pinning all the blame on Nolan Sterling, completely washing our own hands clean. After Jerry Sterling finished listening, his heart skipped a beat. He finally understood Beatrice Sterling's calculation. This was a murder with a borrowed knife. Letting Nolan Sterling touch that sensitive line, provoking the partner behind the scenes. Letting the partner deal with Nolan Sterling, and even, at the critical moment, pinning the blame for the smuggling on Nolan Sterling's head. They could even tamper with the defunct line at the train station. They just needed to frame one reliable person in it. As for them, they would pretend to be completely unaware. They could even, in front of Silas Sterling, play the role of the savior. Look, your son got into smuggling and even offended a certain big shot, almost getting himself killed. It was me, his uncle, who fished him out. Jerry Sterling finally truly understood a saying, like attracts like. His sister-in-law usually looked gentle and virtuous. Who would have thought she was this ruthless deep down? You had to know that if this wasn't handled right, it would cause a loss of life. But Nolan is, after all, Big Brother's biological son. If something really happens, Jerry Sterling still had some concerns. Beatrice Sterling raised a hand, admiring her freshly painted bright red nails. She said nonchalantly, biological son? Your brother could send his own father to prison back then. What does a biological son count for? Besides, do you really think your brother wants to groom Nolan Sterling as his successor? He is incredibly selfish. He only has eyes for his own interests. Now that the Sterling Group is in crisis, we are the ones holding it up. We must not be kicked out of the game, and even more, nothing must happen to us. Jerry Sterling was silent for a moment. The sinister look in his eyes grew thicker. He grit his teeth. Fine, I know what to do. Nolan Sterling wanted to investigate, didn't he? Then let him investigate. Furthermore, he was going to let this arrogant brat suffer a bit first. On the other side, at the Grand Apex Alliance, I stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, holding a cup of black coffee in my hand. My gaze was calm. Workers were shoveling snow downstairs. The snow was still falling from time to time now. It had already settled into a thick layer, making travel not very convenient for people. Justin sat on the sofa behind me, flipping through a copy of the contract. He couldn't help but ask, Vanessa, I still can't quite figure it out. We clearly could have kept that plot of land in the south side for ourselves. Why did we insist on using it as an exchange condition? For the Sterling Group? Real estate is definitely going to appreciate in the future. Giving it up like this now, isn't it being too easy on them? The contract hadn't been officially signed yet, although taking over the shopping center under the Sterling Group was already a sure thing. But on Nolan Sterling's side, he still needed to handle some key figures, especially the managing director, Jerry Sterling. Only then could the deal truly be reached. Although a company's chairman was the top leader, the influence of a managing director was just as significant. Even with the chairman's signature now, it was, after all, something Nolan Sterling had achieved using a bit of cleverness. The entire subsequent transaction would also require coordination and communication with the other party. It was impossible to keep it hidden from everyone else in the company, especially managing director Jerry Sterling. If Jerry Sterling decided to sabotage it from within, this deal, even if it were a sure thing, might fall into a stalemate, or even collapse altogether. I turned around and looked at him, the corners of my lips curling slightly. To tell you the truth, I have inside information. The final site for the high-speed rail station will be in the south side. Instead of the north side, most people guess. The 3 plots of land in our hands are exactly at the core of the future high-speed rail commercial district. Justin's eyes lit up. Then shouldn't we give it to them even less? No, I shook my head. I patiently explained. First, even if this land appreciates, it's impossible to reach that billion-dollar valuation in the short term. It would be good if the valuation rose to $200 million, and it would take at least 5 years. But once the shopping center is fully completed, its value could reach $1 billion. In the future, the valuation might even exceed $1.5 billion. From a business perspective, this deal is a guaranteed win for us. And seeding this plot has an even more important purpose: to make the Sterling Group feel that they aren't losing out. In this way, they won't get tangled up with us in subsequent cooperation. They might even lower their guard because they think they've gotten a bargain. Justin, you must remember, in the business world, sometimes an appropriate concession can actually lead to even greater benefits. Besides, we aren't in real estate. Having so much land is useless to us. The cash we save will have much better uses. Justin listened to my explanation, his face full of admiration. He truly felt that no matter how hard he studied, or how hard he tried to imitate, it seemed he would never be able to reach the height of his high school classmate, whether it was the extraordinary strategic vision and planning, or that mysterious background, and so on. In his eyes, I was a 360-degree perfect girl. Perfect in every way. As for why Justin thought I had a mysterious background, the reason was simple. Everyone believed the high-speed rail station would be built in the north side, whether from urban development planning or geographical location, transportation conditions, and many other factors. The north side was the most suitable choice. Yet I alone believed the station would land in the south side, and had precisely won the plots around the subway station. This superhuman judgment. If there weren't powerful background support, how could it be possible? Of course, he also didn't think. I got the news from Lily. Even though Lily has a powerful background, her careless and outspoken personality makes it impossible for her to keep secrets. Regardless, Justin felt that being able to follow me in this life was truly an honor. I changed the subject. By the way, how is Nolan's investigation going? Justin immediately straightened up. He's already started. It's going very smoothly. However, I think there's something fishy about it. It might be bait put out by Jerry Sterling and his crew. I wasn't surprised at all. It was indeed unusual for the investigation to progress so quickly. A smile gradually appeared on Justin's face, looking increasingly charming. Vanessa, regardless of whether it's bait, since they dare to put it out there, we might as well take it. Besides, this game has only just begun. Lately, things have been quite frustrating for Universal Mart. The Wolfpack tactics they used to rely on, which involved intensive coverage and blockades with multiple stores, suddenly stopped working here. For example, their newly launched VGO brand convenience stores had to be declared dead before they even began trial operations, just as the renovations were finishing. It truly felt like failing before even getting started. Grand Apex Supermarket's sudden launch of the 1-hour delivery service directly addressed the pain points of modern consumers. Customers could buy supermarket goods without leaving their homes. This move caught Universal completely off guard. As an industry leader, Universal Mart naturally wouldn't just sit and wait for death. They immediately followed suit and launched a home delivery service. But after testing the waters, they discovered that the cost of hiring delivery personnel from the public was simply too high. They were losing money on every single order. This was mainly due to the significant technological limitations of the time. Later, they tried to copy Grand Apex Supermarket by turning their attention to the student population in the university district, but the result was still a loss. The delivery efficiency and service quality of those students were miles behind that of Grand Apex Supermarket's delivery team. The gap was just too large. The head of Universal Mart couldn't understand for the life of him why those students were so proactive when working for Grand Apex Supermarket, but became so perfunctory when working for them. However, after some calculations, they were certain of one thing: what Grand Apex Supermarket was doing, especially with their logistics and delivery, was definitely losing money. Sooner or later, they would have to cancel the service. Of course, they couldn't just keep dragging things out, waiting for Grand Apex Supermarket to cancel the delivery service. If things continued like this, Universal Mart's expansion plans in Pearl City would be completely ruined. Right at this critical moment, Dylan King appeared. As a young artist, who debuted on a popular talent show in this era, combined with the label of his ancestral home being Pearl City, the effect of hiring him for promotion would surely be excellent. Most importantly, this person seemed to have some history with Grand Apex Supermarket. It was a perfect point to exploit. Also, while Grand Apex Supermarket's delivery method was innovative, it was limited by technological conditions. Walk-in customers were still the mainstream, accounting for the majority of the business. Universal Mart felt that, since they couldn't win a head-to-head battle on delivery, they would focus their efforts on marketing. As soon as the news spread, local Reddit, forums, newspapers, and TV in Pearl City suddenly became lively. Universal Mart is truly a big brand. This is incredible. They actually hired Dylan King for the endorsement. I heard Dylan King won't just perform live. He's also planning a signing event for his new album. Right at the entrance of Universal Mart. Really? Dylan King is the pride of our Pearl City. Regardless of anything else, we definitely have to go support him this time. Me too. I've never bought an album before. But for Dylan King, I have to make an exception this time. With the news of Dylan King's new album release, plus the first signing event scheduled locally, the news spread like wildfire, and the whole city was buzzing, especially among the younger demographic. Almost everyone was discussing it. After all, in this era, celebrity worship was far more fanatical than in later generations, mainly because celebrities nowadays still had a sense of mystique in the eyes of ordinary people. It wasn't like in the future, where because information traveled so fast, the celebrity aura was shattered, making fandom far less intense than in this era. Those audiovisual stores that were gradually declining sensed a business opportunity. This time they were going all out to stock up on Dylan King's albums. In an era where digital music was rising and becoming prevalent, physical albums were becoming harder and harder to sell, except for albums by superstars or the hottest rising stars, which could still guarantee a certain volume of sales. The works of most ordinary singers were very difficult to sell. This included Dylan King. His new album might not sell well in other places, but in Pearl City, as long as they built up enough hype, the sales definitely wouldn't be bad. After the news spread, before the new album even went on sale, many students and young people were already asking around everywhere about where to buy it. This made Dylan King's album a hot commodity in Pearl City before it even hit the shelves. At the same time, some people were going around to various audiovisual stores, promoting the new album of a singer named Charlie. Unfortunately, the results were not ideal. The salesman went all over the city, but very few stores were willing to stock the product. After all, the name Charlie carried very little recognition right now. Howard was one of the few record store owners willing to stock the goods. He was willing to take some, purely because he had heard Charlie's songs and thought they were pretty good. He reluctantly agreed to take 100 copies to test the waters, but soon Howard regretted it. For one thing, the name of this album, Freak, sounded like a total flop. Secondly, there was the sudden storm of public opinion. Charlie's new album release date unexpectedly clashed with Dylan King's. Furthermore, Charlie had also signed with the locally famous Grand Apex Supermarket. As soon as this news came out, it immediately caused an uproar on the internet. Is Grand Apex Supermarket out of its mind? They didn't sign our local star Dylan King. Oh, went and signed some obscure nobody instead. Maybe Charlie's signing fee was cheap. I guess Grand Apex Supermarket just wanted to save money. Ha ha ha. Grand Apex Supermarket is just trying to irritate people, right? As a local brand, they don't support their own people, but instead promote an out-of-town singer. Exactly. Universal Mart is the one with real vision. They know how to choose a partner. I heard that Dylan King's side actually approached Grand Apex Supermarket first, but they were turned down. I originally thought Grand Apex Supermarket was just being stingy, unwilling to spend the money. Who would have thought they'd sign Charlie in the blink of an eye? If this isn't stabbing their own people in the back, then what is? Under the guidance of some paid trolls, negative opinions about Grand Apex Supermarket on the internet began to mount. The supermarket's reputation also took a sudden nosedive. George Young, the head of Grand Apex Supermarket, became quite anxious. When he saw these comments, he wanted to arrange a PR response immediately but was stopped by me. This bit of public opinion won't affect our revenue. Today's consumers care more about actual service. They won't change their shopping habits just because of a celebrity spokesperson. George Young was still a bit uneasy. But what if things get out of hand? It's fine. I smiled faintly. Let the bullet fly for a bit longer. I actually hope this controversy gets even bigger. Ideally, I want the millions of people in the whole city to know about this. That way, when the moment of the reversal arrives, the name of Grand Apex Supermarket will reach its absolute peak and echo throughout Pearl City. To be honest, I really want to thank Universal Mart. Time and again, they help me for free. And for the third time, they've actively served as stepping stones for Grand Apex Supermarket. I wonder how Universal's CEO, Lincoln Song, will feel once Dylan King's scandal finally breaks. Of course, given Lincoln Song's status and position, he probably won't even give a second thought to some D-list little star. Meanwhile, in an apartment in Pearl City, Charlie was huddling inside his temporarily rented room, staring blankly at the mottled street view outside. Originally, he hadn't planned on staying in Pearl City for very long, but now he was stuck on this sinking ship and couldn't get off. That lawyer named Thomas Wright really did have some serious skills. He managed to slash the contract penalty from $30 million down to $5.6 million. Being able to secure such a result in a different city was quite impressive. But even so, $5.6 million was still an astronomical figure to Charlie right now. Fortunately, I gave him an alternative: to use 70% of the shares in his internet cafe to settle the debt. Furthermore, the proceeds from the Freak album signings would belong to Grand Apex to offset the contract penalty. As for the album's revenue from other channels, it would be split 50-50 between both parties. Production costs and distribution costs would be shared equally under the partnership model. Charlie agreed almost without any hesitation. He got a massive bargain, honestly. First of all, under normal circumstances, signing events don't sell much. A few thousand copies would be the absolute limit, not to mention everything else. He didn't have to spend a cent, and in a situation where he owed, or $5 million, being able to fairly get a 50-50 split, and with Ms. Miller not even asking for the copyrights, the conditions were incredibly generous. Charlie's dedication to music is truly worth recognizing. To release the new album as quickly as possible, he was still recording and filming MVs even when his throat was raw. So, in a very short time, the new album Freak was released. But just as he got the album out, he received some news that left him stunned. I directly instructed the factory to produce 200,000 copies of the CD. I even ordered a small run of 10,000 cassettes as a limited edition commemorative version. What was the purpose of this? Surely they weren't all for him to sign. They really did treat him like a total idiot. Days, cassette tapes have basically faded from the stage of history. The mainstream medium for the album market has moved to CDs. After all, the once popular portable Walkmans became inconvenient a long time ago. CDs are compatible with home stereos and car audio systems, clearly offering a much wider range of uses. Besides, CD sound quality is far superior to cassettes, and the production costs are lower. Producing cassettes now is mostly for the sake of nostalgia, just as a souvenir. When Charlie learned that I had authorized the order for 200,000 albums, he was completely floored. He originally thought that a first batch of 20,000 copies would be enough to test the waters. If they sold well, they could order more. Instead, my first order was for 200,000, plus 10,000 cassettes. Out of those, 100,000 CDs and the 10,000 cassettes were kept by Grand Apex Alliance. The costs for the remaining 100,000 copies were split 50-50 between him and Grand Apex. For a single album, counting the packaging, the cost was about $10. 100,000 copies meant $1 million. He had to cough up 500,000. Before earning a dime, he had to shell out another 500,000. Even though Charlie was fairly confident in his album, he was still a bit stressed. He was truly broke. To make matters worse, the online discourse was heating up. The tide of public opinion was extremely unfavorable to him. His junior, Dylan King, relying on his superior online traffic, not only mocked him sarcastically on social media as a washed-up singer, but also dug up his past dirt and hyped it up. Things like being temperamental, plagiarism, being a womanizer, and so on. In reality, Much of that past dirt was fabricated by people trying to ruin him. It was all completely baseless. It was mostly related to his former company blacklisting him, but regardless, the current situation was very hostile to the release of his new album. It even impacted the album's promotion. His manager, Arthur, visited numerous stores, quite a few. Record store owners wouldn't even give it a listen, simply dismissing it. Charlie, never heard of him. Freak? You're the one who looks like a freak. You don't even know how to pick a title. Aside from the superstars, who still buys CDs from newcomers these days? Isn't it better to just download a song for 10 cents? Wait, isn't Charlie the singer who signed with Grand Apex Supermarket? In that case, I wanted even less. Arthur, the manager who had just lost his job to start a business with Charlie, was reaching his breaking point. He couldn't help but want to curse me out. Of course, he could only think it. He wouldn't actually dare to say it. With the support of Grand Apex Alliance, Charlie established his personal studio. Arthur also grit his teeth and invested all his savings. He had no choice if he didn't join. He might really have to change careers later. So now that the album wasn't selling, he was anxious too. He had literally poured his entire life savings into this. He really couldn't understand what Ms. Miller was thinking. She didn't even check the market trends before daring to place so many orders at once. And those 100,000 albums she kept. She surely won't make you sign all of them, will she, Charlie? Charlie sighed. Maybe I was just too confident. Over all these years, someone selling 100,000 albums at a signing event, there doesn't seem to have been a single one. Even if I wanted to sign 100,000, it wouldn't be possible. Arthur, maybe we should go talk to Ms. Miller. With so many albums stuck in our hands, our cash flow is blocked, and even our subsequent promotion will be an issue. Charlie shook his head. What's the use of going to her now? The albums are already made, and the money is already spent. Since Grand Apex Alliance kept 100,000 copies for themselves, they must have their own plan. If we just go and ask out of the blue, it'll just make us look like we've lost our nerve. Arthur scratched his hair in frustration. He complained, Then what do you suggest? That Dylan kid is spreading rumors and smearing you everywhere online. He even hired a bunch of trolls to attack you. Now, even the record store owners won't stock our goods. If this keeps up, we won't even make our costs back. Charlie was silent for a while. He suddenly looked up. Actually, I have an idea. What idea? Arthur asked, his eyes lighting up instantly. We can bundle some exclusive merchandise, like handwritten letters, commemorative cards, and things like that. Wouldn't that make it seem like we're full of sincerity? You call that a good idea? Ignoring whether it'll be effective or not. Aren't you afraid of your hands snapping from the writing? He didn't want to discourage Charlie. Well, I guess we could give it a try. Since you aren't signing many albums anyway, we might as well treat it like a last resort. How was Charlie to know that this suggestion would end up making his life miserable? Originally, he only had to sign his name. Now it was much more than that. The workload for the commemorative cards would be explosive. At a certain club, Jerry Sterling was sitting in a private booth. He dialed a number. On the other end of the line was a rather critical figure in their smuggling chain, the logistics park manager, Douglas. Speaking of Douglas, he was the brother-in-law of Stephen, whom Vanessa Miller had caught red-handed. That's right, the core channel for Jerry Sterling smuggling was located in the logistics park. The logistics park was a massive place. A huge amount of cargo moves in and out every day. It was also near waterways, making transportation extremely convenient. In Pearl City, there was no place more suitable for smuggling goods. Of course, while the logistics park was suitable for moving goods, the constant flow of people was complex. It was inevitable that clues would slip through eventually. So Douglas, the manager of the logistics park, he became the key person they had to buy off. Douglas was an easy man to bribe as well. A few kickbacks were all it took to settle things with him. Plus, he was a notorious local thug of this generation. He carried quite a bit of weight in the logistics park. Most people would give him some face, and no one dared to report him. However, Douglas had one bad habit, and that was his insatiable greed. Knowing as much as he did, he would frequently demand a higher price. If you didn't agree, he would intentionally hold your goods hostage. He would even go so far as to secretly arrange for people to perform fake inspections inside the logistics park. It was a blatant threat to Jerry Sterling. Jerry had been fed up with Douglas for a long time, and was always looking for a chance to deal with him. In the past, Jerry had endured it for the sake of the money, but things were different now. His sister-in-law had given the order that a reliable person needed to be framed and sent in. This was the perfect time to make an example out of Douglas. The purpose of Jerry's call this time was to tell Douglas that Nolan Sterling had been investigating their line lately, and to have Douglas teach him a lesson. Brother Douglas, our young master Sterling has suddenly started auditing the company's books. It seems he's found the line in the logistics park. I'll have to count on you to solve this. Boss Sterling, don't you worry. In the logistics park, no one can touch our goods. Then I'll trouble you, Brother Douglas, to give this kid a little lesson. Once it's done, I'll give you an extra share of the proceeds from the line. Boss Sterling, you're a generous man. As long as that kid dares to step into the logistics park, I guarantee he'll be carried out on a stretcher. After hanging up the phone, the corners of Jerry Sterling's mouth curled into a cold smirk. He could already imagine the scene, where Douglas and Nolan failed to reach an agreement over the split of the loot, and in a fit of rage, Douglas kidnapped Nolan and beat him half to death. Then, he made another call to his sister-in-law, informing her that everything was progressing smoothly. She just needed to have the planted evidence ready on her end. Jerry Sterling had no idea that before his plan could even be officially set in motion, it had already been leaked. Upon learning that Douglas had been instructed by Jerry Sterling to move against Nolan, Justin picked up his phone and dialed Nolan's number. If you want to take control of the group, the first step is dealing with your uncle, Jerry Sterling. It just so happens that I'll be sending him a very generous gifts on your behalf. After Douglas received Jerry Sterling's call, he immediately contacted his brother-in-law, Stephen. Although he usually had no affection for this lazy, good-for-nothing brother-in-law of his, it was because the kid was always reaching out to him for money. If it weren't for his wife's sake, he wouldn't want to deal with this guy at all. But lately, Stephen had changed quite a lot. He wasn't as lazy as before, and he was much more efficient in his work. This had improved Douglas's impression of him somewhat. They said family was family, and while Stephen was a bit of a hoodlum in the past, he was still trustworthy. Regarding the task of dealing with the Sterling Group's eldest young master, Nolan, Douglas immediately thought of Stephen and intended to hand the job over to him. When Stephen received the call, he was playing cards with a few friends. Seeing the caller ID was his brother-in-law, he quickly signaled the others to be quiet. He slammed his cards face down on the table. I have to take my brother-in-law's call. After saying that, he took his phone and walked outside. Hello, brother-in-law. Come over to my place right now. I've got a job for you. You got it, brother-in-law. I'm on my way. If it were in the past, Stephen would have definitely found all sorts of excuses to bail, especially when he was in the middle of a hot gambling streak. Not even God himself could have moved him. But things were different now. Ever since he had been brutally dealt with by his new boss, he had indeed reined himself in quite a bit. He had become much more diligent. He had no choice. On one hand, he really didn't want to end up behind bars. On the other hand, it was related to a conversation he had accidentally overheard between two men in black suits who were smoking outside. Those two men in black suits were core members of the Grand Apex Alliance, who had just recently been promoted. After Stephen had been dealt with back then, he had thought about offering the guys some cigarettes to butter them up. But he ended up accidentally hearing their conversation instead. Dealt with another one who didn't have eyes. How dare he challenge our Grand Apex Alliance? Why are these people so eager to meet the Grim Reaper? Tell me about it. The leader of the hardware store gang, Joe, is probably being reincarnated right about now. Calculated by the days, it should be about time. It's a pity I wasn't a core member back then, and didn't get the chance to go along. But I heard that night Lily led the team, and the young lady herself was there to oversee it. The young lady being the boss is no joke. She's ruthless. She actually did it right in front of the cops, throwing Joe right off the building with a splat. The guy was flattened. I heard that too. They said the police had to borrow a shovel from the hardware store next door just to scrape him up. That scene, man, it was too brutal. I wish I had been there. I've never seen what a person looks like when they're flattened. A real shame. Generally speaking, when people are shooting the breeze and chatting, they always unconsciously exaggerate things. But they didn't know that because of their exaggerated boasting, the unsuspecting Stephen had been scared out of his wits, if he had still harbored any other ulterior motives before. After listening to those two chatting, not a single trace of doubt remained. He was one step away from crying and begging at my feet not to hit him. Of course, he never had that chance. Later, to confirm whether the story was actually true, Stephen specifically asked around. Once he confirmed it was a fact, he was filled with constant anxiety. He became even more proactive in reporting information. 10 minutes later, Stephen arrived at Douglas's office. Douglas was sitting in his chair with his legs crossed, smoking as he talked on the phone. Seeing his brother-in-law enter, he casually pushed the cigarette pack on the desk toward him. "You got here fast. Help yourself." Stephen skillfully pulled out a cigarette and lit it. He asked in a fawning tone, "Brother-in-law, what's so urgent that you called me over?" "I have a job that I'm planning to give to you." Douglas hung up the phone and said directly, "A friend of mine wants to deal with someone. The eldest young master of the Sterling Group, Nolan." Stephen's eyelid twitched violently. "Deal with him? Brother-in-law, what exactly does that mean?" "And that's the Sterling Group we're talking about. We can't afford to offend them. That kid has no eyes. He offended someone he shouldn't have." Douglas didn't tell him the real reason. The fewer people who knew some things, the better. "Don't worry. It's just teaching an arrogant rich kid a little lesson. With me covering for you, what are you afraid of? And you're not a kid anymore. You can't keep messing around like this forever. If you do a good job with this, I'll put you in charge of the neighboring park." Upon hearing this, Stephen's eyes lit up instantly. "Thank you, brother-in-law. I'll definitely get this done properly." Douglas nodded with satisfaction. "Do a good job. We're family. I won't mistreat you." Just as he was about to give Stephen a few more instructions, a shout suddenly came from outside. "Brother Douglas, someone's looking for you." Douglas stood up and left the office, leaving Stephen alone in the room. Stephen was a bit bored, so he got up and started wandering around the office. Then he made his way over to the liquor and tobacco cabinet in the corner with practiced ease. He was far too familiar with this place, because he had swiped things from here many times in the past. His brother-in-law Douglas was well connected in the logistics park after all. There were many people who sent him gifts, especially since there were more cigarettes and alcohol than he could ever finish. So every time Stephen ran out of cigarettes, he would shamelessly come here to restock. Even though Douglas was quite annoyed deep down, he'd always turned a blind eye for the sake of Stephen. Being his brother-in-law, he knew if he truly provoked this guy, Stephen would run to his wife to complain, and the house would be turned upside down. This was one of the reasons Douglas never really liked his brother-in-law. Even though Douglas himself lived his life in the underworld, it was completely different. Stephen was just a pure lazy bum. He was incredibly lazy. Whenever you asked him to do something, he would always make excuses and drag his feet. This time, although Stephen opened the cabinet as usual, he didn't swipe the cigarettes and alcohol like before. He actually managed to hold himself back. Just as he was about to close the cabinet door, he noticed that the wooden board behind several bottles of wine seemed a bit loose, even leaving a tiny crack open. Out of curiosity, he reached out and gave it a tug. To his surprise, the wooden board was actually a disguise. Hidden inside was a small, built-in safe. Stephen's heart rate suddenly accelerated. It seemed he had discovered his brother-in-law's big secret. "Well now, nice one, Douglas. You actually hid so much private money. No wonder my sister is always complaining that the living expenses you give her are getting smaller and smaller. To think the money was hidden here all along." Stephen looked at the safe, his eyes filled with greed. Just then, the sound of footsteps came from outside the office. His face went pale with fright, and after quickly putting everything back in place, he pretended as if nothing had happened and returned to his seat. When Douglas returned, he saw his brother-in-law sitting there obediently, without having swiped any of his stuff. He felt quite satisfied. It seemed this guy really was turning a new leaf. Then he walked straight to the cabinet where the tobacco and alcohol were kept. Stephen's heart leaped into his throat at the sight, thinking his brother-in-law had noticed something. It wasn't until he saw Douglas just pull out a carton of high-end cigarettes and a bottle of fine wine that he finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Stephen, take these cigarettes for yourself, and take this wine back to our dad for me later." Sometimes people are just like that. The more shamelessly you swipe their stuff, the more annoyed they get and the less they want to give. But if you are honest and obedient, then, without you having to say a word, they will offer things up voluntarily. "Thank you, brother-in-law." Stephen took the cigarettes and wine and thanked him. "Brother-in-law, I only now realize how good you are to me. I will definitely do a good job for you." Douglas nodded with satisfaction. "Do a good job. From now on, we'll be the ones leading the charge in this logistics park." Yes, brother-in-law, you're the man here." Stephen gave a big thumbs up. After that, the two briefly discussed how to deal with Nolan Sterling, and then Stephen left. That same night, the brilliant Stephen actually found an identical safe and pulled the old switcheroo. The safe was swapped. He didn't know that because of this self-righteous move, he had inadvertently brought a death sentence upon his brother-in-law, Douglas. Stephen had a hard time getting that safe back to the place where he lived. Then he spent half the night messing with a bunch of tools, and finally pried the safe open. It was a stroke of luck that this safe wasn't the expensive kind, and wasn't very large. Otherwise, he might not have been able to open it even after a full day. However, when he opened the door with great anticipation and saw what was inside, he was completely dumbfounded. There were none of the bundles of cash he had imagined, only a few $1,000s in cash, some precious metals, and an inconspicuous, black-covered notebook. Stephen gave the safe a hard kick, his face turning a grim shade of blue. He had become greedy the moment he discovered that safe. Even though he had seemed honest lately on the surface, deep in his bones, he was still that same lazy, unreformable hoodlum. Being constrained by the Grand Apex Alliance was fine for a short while, but over a long period it was truly a form of torture for him. So, after struggling with the decision for a long time, he finally moved against his brother-in-law's safe. He thought about taking the money and running, fleeing to another city to live it up, continuing that carefree and leisurely lifestyle. Anyway, he didn't want to stay in this place at all. He was on edge every day and had to act according to other people's whims. But now he had miscalculated. This bit of money wasn't nearly enough for him to run away. Instead, if his brother-in-law found out he had stolen the safe, he probably wouldn't even know how he'd end up dead. Just as Stephen was at a loss for what to do, his gaze landed on that black notebook. After opening it and flipping through a few pages, his heart began to beat even faster. March 15th, sterling delivery worth $1.9 million. Laundered through a building materials company, $50,000 commission. April 2nd, certain cargo worth $2.3 million. Stephen's hands began to shake uncontrollably, and his eyes were full of shock. He had always known that his brother-in-law had some income from unknown sources. He just hadn't expected the scale to be this large. In a year, it was at least several million. If this ledger fell into the hands of the police, it would probably be enough for the relevant people involved to rot in prison for a long time. A crazy thought flashed through his mind. Maybe something could be made of this ledger. Didn't his brother-in-law want him to deal with that young master, Sterling? Maybe he could get some money out of the Sterling Group. The Sterling, recorded in there, should be someone from the Sterling Group, right? Of course, he still had to report the necessary news to his new boss. After all, the new boss's methods were ruthless, and he didn't dare withhold anything. Besides, he couldn't actually be stupid enough to kidnap Nolan Sterling. That would mean landing behind bars. Agreeing to his brother-in-law earlier was just a temporary tactic. He'd just take the job for now, reporting it to the new boss, and letting the new boss deal with young Master Sterling. Wouldn't that be even better? Stephen had no idea about the relationship between the Grand Apex Alliance and Nolan Sterling. He didn't have the ability to investigate that. Right. Now, his head was filled with how to use this ledger to get money from Sterling. Once this thought appeared, it spread through his mind like wildfire, and it was impossible to suppress. Stephen clutched the notebook tightly, his eyes full of greed. With this, I won't have to worry for the rest of my life. Afterward, he pulled out his phone and made a call to the Grand Apex side. After reporting, while hiding the matter of the safe, of course, he hurried to clean up the scene, packing the pried-open safe away. In the conference room of the Sterling Group headquarters, the audit team brought by Nolan Sterling had already discovered quite a few problematic accounts, especially in the asset management department. The flow of overseas investment funds was abnormally and clearly visible. It wouldn't be long before he could almost completely clear it up. However, today's meeting wasn't about discussing that issue. He wanted to fulfill his promise to the Grand Apex Alliance as quickly as possible. The core topic of this meeting was precisely the transaction regarding the South Side Shopping Center being swapped for Plot 33 in the North Side, and another piece of land in the South Side. According to company procedures, this type of asset transaction required the Finance Department and Asset Management Department to conduct a joint review. Ultimately, it would take effect once signed by the managing director and chairman and stamped with the company seal. Currently, the chairman's signature was already taken care of. All that was missing was the company seal. and managing director Jerry Sterling's signature. However, Nolan wasn't worried about his uncle Jerry Sterling not signing, because Justin had already told him in advance. Vanessa had promised to send his uncle a massive gift, guaranteeing that Jerry Sterling would sign the papers without a fight. At the moment, his primary task was to silence the dissenting voices within the company. As the saying goes, the king of hell is easy to deal with, but the little devils are a nightmare. These corporate veterans were not going to be pushovers. Regarding this asset transaction, they all felt the company was taking a massive loss. Trading hundreds of millions in high-quality assets for a few $1,000,000 was basically giving it away for free. It was unacceptable. And that worthless plot in the South Side? That was just a throwaway. They didn't even want it. In times like these, anyone who supported young Master Nolan or did his bidding could expect a brutal reckoning later on, especially since in recent years, the group had essentially been managed by Beatrice Sterling. More than half of the shareholders were on her side. Beatrice had already sent out the word. No one was allowed to support the eldest young master. Consequently, whether in asset management, finance, or other high-level departments, hardly anyone was willing to cooperate with Nolan. Of course, they wouldn't refuse him outright. They just played political games and gave him the runaround, giving Nolan a massive headache. Young Master Nolan, for this transaction, we need to do a more detailed calculation of the return on investment. Exactly. Particularly that Southside plot, the valuation might be inflated. The transaction structure also needs a legal risk assessment. Listening to this group of people drone on with their excuses, Nolan really wanted to grind these hypocrites into the dirt. He wanted to roar at them. Those who follow me prosper. Those who oppose me perish. Just then, the conference room door was suddenly pushed open. Managing director Jerry Sterling walked in. You've all worked hard. Head back for now. The moment he spoke, the executives who had been acting like zombies just a second ago vanished in the blink of an eye. Uncle Jerry, what's the meaning of this? Nolan snapped. I heard the meeting wasn't going well, Jerry Sterling said, so I came to see. Nolan, is there some misunderstanding between us? Why don't we have dinner and talk it out properly? Nolan was about to refuse. When he remembered Vanessa Miller's gift had just arrived, he immediately changed his tune. That sounds good. I have some things I'd like to ask you as well, Uncle. That's the spirit. What can't a family discuss openly? Jerry Sterling draped an arm warmly over his nephew's shoulder and whispered in his ear. It just so happens that I've prepared a surprise for you today. Nolan replied expressionlessly. Is that so? I hope you're not setting a trap for me, Uncle. Jerry's smile stiffened for a split second, before returning to normal. How could you always think the worst of me? I'm only joking. But I've also prepared a surprise for you, Uncle. Gary Sterling looked slightly surprised. Oh? Nolan didn't say anything more. Once the two reached the parking lot, Nolan quickly sent me a text message. He basically wanted to know if the big gift for his uncle was ready. At the same time, Jerry Sterling also sent a message to Douglas, giving him the approximate time to strike. Subsequently, these two men, each with their own hidden agendas, shared a look and smiled at each other in unspoken agreement. That evening, in the logistics park office, Douglas was trembling on his knees on the cold floor. His face was swollen beyond recognition, and his clothes were stained with blood. Inside the office, sitting in the leather chair that originally belonged to him, was a young man dressed in a white suit. The man was in his early 30s, with his hair slicked back into an immaculate style. The long fingers of his right hand toyed with a string of sandalwood beads. He didn't say a word, just stared coldly at the kneeling Douglas. Boss, Vance. Douglas tried to beg for mercy, but the moment the other man's chilling, nonchalant gaze swept over him, he fell into a terrified silence. Tell me, where is the ledger hidden? Marcus Vance's voice was calm, but it carried an aura of bloodlust. Douglas frantically pointed toward the cabinet in the corner of the office. Marcus Vance gave a slight nod. Several bodyguards immediately stepped forward and began searching. They quickly pulled out a safe. A bodyguard roughly dragged Douglas over. Open it. Douglas didn't dare to delay, and immediately started entering the code. But no matter how he turned the dial, the safe simply wouldn't open. He was so panicked that sweat was pouring off his forehead. How can it be wrong? This is definitely the right code. He had no idea that this safe had long ago been secretly swapped by his own brother-in-law. Under normal circumstances, he might have noticed something was wrong with the safe, but in his current predicament, it was the last thing on his mind. Boss, a bodyguard looked at Marcus Vance, his expression suggesting that the kid simply didn't want to unlock the code and was playing them for fools. Marcus Vance waved a hand. Feed him to the fish, then. Before Douglas could even react, a sharp blade had already plunged into his abdomen. Then it was pulled out and plunged in again. He was stabbed 3 times in rapid succession, a true demonstration of 3 stabs and 6 holes. Every wound was fatal. Marcus Vance stood up, glancing down at the corpse with eyes wide in disbelief. It was as if he were looking at an ant he had crushed on a whim. Once he reached the door, he pulled out his phone. He dialed a number. It's handled. Leave now. The cops are on their way. Understood. Hanging up the phone, Marcus Vance signaled his men to take the safe away. Several well-trained bodyguards quickly cleaned the scene, then carried the body to the riverside at the pier, ready to weigh it down with a stone and sink it. At the same time, at the pier behind the logistics park, Nolan and Jerry Sterling, this pair of uncle and nephew with their own agendas, were standing on a shipping container, feeling the wind, pretending to enjoy the river view. They were actually both waiting for the big gifts they had prepared. Jerry Sterling had agreed with Douglas that once Douglas replied, he would find an excuse to leave, leaving Douglas and his men to deal with Nolan. But he waited and no message came. Just as Jerry was getting anxious, he suddenly saw a group of men in black appear at the pier. Under the dim lighting, the pair clearly saw several large men loading a safe into a car. 2 others were dragging what appeared to be a corpse toward the riverside. The 2 men then worked with practiced efficiency, tying a large rock to the corpse's legs and sinking it into the river along with the stone. On top of the container, neither uncle nor nephew dared to make a sound. They bore witness to this terrifying scene in total silence. Their stomachs churned, and they were both on the verge of vomiting. It wasn't until the group of men in black had left that they collapsed onto the ground in relief, their hearts still racing with fear. Nolan was the first to recover. He walked over to his uncle, who was still dry-heaving, and patted his back. "Uncle, are you satisfied with this big gift?" Jerry Sterling looked up sharply, his eyes filled with terror. You, silence. A deathly silence, until those black sedans, carrying the men in black, vanished into the night. Jerry Sterling's legs finally gave out, and he collapsed onto the ground. If the person who had been sunk were just a stranger, he wouldn't be this terrified, but from the style of the clothing the corpse was wearing, and numerous other details, he felt it looked a lot like Douglas. No wonder Douglas hadn't replied to his messages. Just now, harboring a sliver of hope, he had secretly dialed Douglas's number. The call had indeed gone through, but no one answered, and as the corpse was heartlessly thrown into the river, the prompt immediately changed to indicate the phone was now powered off. This completely proved that the person being sunk was indeed Douglas. Jerry Sterling could never have imagined that this nephew of his, who usually appeared harmless and honest, was actually the most ruthless person in the entire family, especially since his nephew, Nolan, started getting mixed up with that Grand Apex alliance. Things had taken a turn toward the terrifying, although he couldn't clearly see the faces of those men in black earlier, those signature black suits. Wasn't that exactly the Grand Apex Alliance's style? Of course, because they were too far away, he couldn't see whether they had that unique emblem on them, but none of that mattered, because besides the Grand Apex Alliance, there was no one else who would help his nephew. It must have been Grand Apex who took care of things. Damn, they really are as shady as it gets. At the same time, Nolan's heart was thumping wildly in his chest. He was terrified at first, but somehow, as he gradually calmed down, an inexplicable sense of excitement surged in his heart. He suddenly realized that he had been being far too conservative in his actions. He had been way too polite to those who didn't cooperate. Look at Justin, and then look at me. The way these 2 girls get things done is the true definition of those who oppose me perish. To those who don't know what's good for them, you have to show a little ruthlessness. Only when they see how dangerous you are will they behave. Otherwise, they'll all end up like Douglas, sunk at the bottom of the river. Once he had completely figured it out, the way Nolan looked at his uncle gradually became fierce. Like a beast that had been submissive for too long, he finally bared his fangs. "Uncle, don't think I don't know you were secretly looking for people to take me out. To tell you the truth, did you really think those petty tricks of yours could hide from me? Or hide from the Grand Apex Alliance? I can give you a chance. As long as you do exactly what I say and cooperate with me fully, I might consider letting you off the hook. Otherwise, Jerry Sterling's face turned even paler. With a thud, he fell to his knees on the ground. His voice trembled as he said, I'll cooperate. I'll do whatever you want me to do. Honestly, in all these years, he had never been this scared. Especially afterward, when he saw how Nolan had the audacity, even while the police had Douglas's office completely surrounded, to brazenly walk around near the scene. The kid really had some nerves. He had just arranged to have Douglas disposed of, and in the blink of an eye, he dared to wander around the crime scene. This wasn't just being bold, it was being arrogant. Little did he know, in Nolan's eyes, this was perfectly normal. After all, Grand Apex had done similar things before. It wasn't like it was the first time. And last time was even more arrogant. They actually, right in front of the cops, threw someone off a building. What did this small scene count for in comparison? Of course, Nolan didn't know that those police officers were actually part of the gift. Justin had carefully prepared for Jerry Sterling. Grand Apex had already gathered clues about Douglas, assisting Jerry Sterling with the smuggling, plus with Steven reporting that Douglas was planning to teach Nolan a lesson. They decided to strike first. They wanted to dismantle Douglas's hideout right in front of Jerry Sterling. To send him a warning, it was essentially a way of telling Jerry Sterling, you're next. However, Justin and her crew never expected that the cops would come up empty-handed, because Douglas had already disappeared. Justin had just received word that Douglas was missing. Her first reaction was that the gift operation had failed. Just as she was thinking about how to fix it, Nolan came rushing over in high spirits. Sister Justin, it worked. My uncle. Guaranteed he'll give me his full support from now on. What should we do next? Before she could even ask, Nolan continued to babble on. Sister Justin, that gift you prepared was amazing. Could you just give me a heads up next time, so I can be mentally prepared? You should have seen my uncle. He was so scared he nearly cried. It was so satisfying. Is your uncle really that big of a coward? She only intended to use Douglas to pressure Jerry Sterling. As long as Douglas was arrested, it would signal to Jerry Sterling that their smuggling channel had been exposed. What would Jerry Sterling do then? Was there even a choice? But what she hadn't expected was that the operation over there failed. Douglas had fled, and yet Jerry Sterling was still terrified to that extent. If that isn't being a coward, then what is? How can a man like that be a managing director? He might as well sit at the kids' table for dinner from now on. Justin didn't press for details. Regardless, the goal had been achieved. As long as they waited for Jerry Sterling to sign, the shopping center matter would be completely settled. Next, you have two choices. One is to maintain the status quo, and the other is to directly replace him. What's it going to be? Nolan heard this, and his whole body shook. He instantly understood the deep meaning in Justin's words. She wanted him to completely sideline his own father. Now was indeed a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. His father didn't know yet what was happening over here. If he took this chance to act, he might actually succeed, but doing so would be like stabbing his father in the back. If he failed, he would likely face a reckoning or even be abandoned by his father. But he had already been abandoned for so many years. At that thought, a ruthless look appeared in Nolan's eyes. He grit his teeth. Sister Justin? I choose the second one. Actually, Nolan hadn't really wanted to call her Sister Justin, mainly because they shared the same surname, and he was older than her. Plus, he had a selfish motive. He thought calling her Little Sister Justin would make them feel closer. But tonight, having witnessed that heart-pounding scene with his own eyes, he finally understood. The women in the Grand Apex Alliance were all ruthless characters. Take the boss, Vanessa Miller, or Justin, who sent the gift tonight, or even the purple-haired punk, Lily. None of them were to be trifled with, so he'd better behave and just stay the younger brother. Nolan originally thought Justin would, as before, proactively offer advice and help him. But, to his surprise, Justin had no intention of doing so. Since you've made your decision, whatever you do next has nothing to do with us at the Grand Apex Alliance. Nolan panicked instantly at those words. Sister Justin, Justin interrupted him, and said calmly, we've already given you the help we promised. The transaction is complete. You've successfully found some of the company's dirty laundry, and you've also successfully handled your uncle. Therefore, the deal between you and our Grand Apex Alliance is officially over. Whatever you choose to do next has nothing to do with us. However, if you still want our help, then business is business. We, at Grand Apex, Have so many brothers and sisters to feed. We don't work for free. After listening to Justin, Nolan breathed a small sigh of relief. As long as they were willing to continue helping him, he was fine with it even if he had to pay. As long as he could completely take control of the group, none of that mattered. Sister Justin, although I've handled my uncle for now, within the group, there are still very few people who actually support me. Whether it's the group executives, the board, or the management of the subsidiaries, almost all of them are in my father's and stepmother's camp. If I can't get their support, it'll be very hard for me to control the group, even if I can get back the portion of the shares that belongs to me. It won't be of much use. So, what do you plan to do then? Justin arched an eyebrow, looking at him with interest. Cut the Gordian knot. Anyone who opposes me will be dealt with, Nolan said seriously. Sister Justin, this is what you taught me. Justin's red lips curled into a slight smile. After 3 days apart, one should be seen in a new light. Nolan, you haven't disappointed me. I'll ask Vanessa for permission to assign 200 men to you. Just do it. The December weather was growing colder by the day. The snow remaining on the ground had yet to fully melt, before a new round of flakes began to swirl and fall once again. This winter seemed destined to turn the world into a kingdom of ice and snow. On the streets, pedestrians huddled in their coats, rushing to their destinations. Those riding bicycles and electric scooters all consciously slowed their pace, terrified that a single moment of inattention would send them sliding to the ground. Even though municipal salt trucks were out every day spreading salt on the roads, and sanitation workers along with snowplows were working non-stop to clear the paths, the falling snowflakes always managed to blanket the pavement again shortly after. This continuous heavy snow brought no small amount of disruption to the lives of the residents. The supply of daily necessities also became noticeably strained. Grand Apex Supermarket was the first to take action, making a high-profile donation of 15 professional snowplows and various relief supplies worth $3 million. At the same time, they made a series of arrangements. For instance, the winter gear in the supermarket, such as heat packs, hot water bottles, thermal gloves, hats, and so on, were all given away as gifts to the elderly people living alone who were in need. Furthermore, charity stalls were set up at the entrance of every supermarket to provide free services like hot water and ginger tea for sanitation workers and other outdoor laborers. Grand Apex Supermarket also launched a special Snowy Day promotion, offering storable vegetables like cabbage and radishes at prices 30% below the market rate. During a period when prices were prone to rising, Grand Apex's proactive price cuts won widespread praise from consumers. They even prepared convenient meal kits, simple combinations of vegetables, eggs, and noodles, to facilitate one-stop shopping for residents. This series of moves by Grand Apex Supermarket naturally made the local news. After all, just the donated snowplows alone were worth millions of dollars, not to mention the vast amount of relief supplies, discounted vegetables, and thoughtful services like home delivery. These genuine acts of kindness caused Grand Apex's reputation to flip overnight, effectively neutralizing the negative impact brought about by the Dylan King incident. At the same time, Charlie's new album, Freak, quietly appeared on the shelves of various record stores. However, since only a limited number of stores had initially stocked up, the distribution volume for the album wasn't very large yet. If it weren't for Dylan King, and if it weren't for the recent public controversy, those owners who had stocked the albums probably wouldn't have even bothered putting Charlie's album out for sale. Now, taking advantage of the momentum from Grand Apex's improved reputation, they also wanted to use the opportunity to clear out their inventory as quickly as possible. As a record store owner, Howard actually had quite a few copies on hand, roughly 100 in total. For a while, he had kept those albums in the warehouse, without putting them out for sale. This time, he finally brought them out and put them on the racks. After setting the albums out, he followed his usual routine of popping a disc into the DVD player to play it on loop through the speakers. This was actually the first time he had listened to the songs on Charlie's new album. Previously, the store had been playing Dylan King's new album on repeat. While that album's sales were decent for the first 2 days, they had quickly tapered off. That was another reason he decided to display Charlie's album and give it a spin. It was better than letting the albums gather dust. To his surprise, as soon as the music started, pedestrians who were hurrying past, especially the younger ones, began to stop in their tracks. Walking was difficult in this snowy weather anyway, and with the large canopy set up in front of the record store, many people who heard the singing simply chose to take shelter there for a while. But once the music caught them, they found themselves quite reluctant to leave. This song is actually pretty interesting. The melody is really catchy. Boss, whose song is this? I haven't heard it before. Freak, performed by Charlie. Is that the singer signed by Grand Apex Supermarket? Why does this song sound like it's insulting people? It feels like it's calling me ugly. Why do I kind of feel like this song is calling me out? Probably because you really are ugly. Holy crap, you'd better stay after school if you've got the guts. It is after school right now though. Everyone was listening while trading critiques and banter. Whether it was the emotional progression of the song or that unique melody, this track was nothing short of a masterpiece. After hearing several other songs from the album, someone immediately and impatiently asked the boss, "Do you still have this in stock? Give me a copy. I want one too." In just a single afternoon, Howard was stunned to find that his backlog of 100 Freak albums had been completely snatched up. The snow outside was falling harder and harder, yet the customers in the record store were only increasing. Howard was frantic. He dialed his supplier in a feverish rush. "Yeah, I mean Charlie's Freak album. Send me another 1,000 copies." "What? Out of stock? You telling me I have to pay extra for priority delivery?" Howard grit his teeth and agreed. After all, a single genuine album sold for $38, and his initial wholesale cost was only $8. He was making a net profit of $30 per copy. The margins were incredibly high. Even if the wholesale price rose to $20, there was still plenty of profit to be made. It wasn't just Howard. Those owners who had only taken a few copies initially were now slapping their thighs in regret. Who could have imagined that this undervalued album would suddenly explode in popularity? If they had known it would sell this well, they should have stocked up more. When the price was so low, they had missed out. In fact, the $8 wholesale price was, actually, a loss for Charlie and for the Grand Apex Alliance. The production cost for the album, including packaging and other fees, averaged out to about $10 per copy. If it hadn't been for the fact that Charlie and his team couldn't push them at first, they wouldn't have grit their teeth and sold a batch at a loss. Now that the album was a hit, raising the price was a natural progression. Furthermore, whether in physical stores or on online platforms, the songs from the new album were going viral at an astounding speed. On the music popularity charts, multiple songs from the Freak album were climbing the charts at breakneck speed and were even steamrolling right over the songs from Dylan King's new album. Great music is hard to bury. Through word of mouth, the audience base began to snowball. At a certain hotel, Dylan King was sitting in a luxury suite of a 5-star hotel with a dark expression, scrolling through his phone incessantly. The screen was flooded with news about the soaring sales of Charlie's album. Just then, his manager entered the room with the latest data report in hand. With a grim look, he said, "Dylan, things aren't looking good. Sales for your new album, Winter, plummeted by 35% today. That Charlie's title track has already cracked the top 10 on the new song charts, and his sales are skyrocketing." In a fit of rage, Dylan King slammed his phone onto the sofa. "On what grounds?" he roared. "Some old hack who's been around for years without making it. On what grounds does he get to climb over my head?" The manager explained helplessly, "Dylan, Grand Apex Supermarket went all out this time. Between donating snowplows, providing low-cost supplies, and running all those charity events, they've completely turned the tide of public opinion. Now the entire internet is praising them for their social responsibility, and Charlie is basking in that reflected glory. That's why his popularity is surging." A sinister look flashed in Dylan King's eyes. "Grit his teeth," he hissed. "Then let's show them that the entertainment industry isn't so easy to play in." He was going to make them regret it. "Contact the troll farm boss immediately. I want Charlie's dirt all over the internet by tomorrow. Messy private life, casting couches, whatever you have, expose it all. And also, didn't people say Grand Apex has an Underworld background? When Charlie holds his signing event, find some victims to come out and complain, no matter how much it costs." Dylan King's signing event was set for the same day as Charlie's, and the first stop for both was University Town. Just because the two supermarkets are close to each other, they were truly going head-to-head. Didn't the Grand Apex Alliance refuse to give him face? We'll see how they handle the fallout then. That night, on Reddit and some major news portals, a massive wave of dirt about Charlie suddenly surfaced in various posts, exposing the true face of freak Charlie. Plastic surgery, lip syncing, and sleeping his way to the top with rich older women. The real reason why a low-quality artist like Charlie was originally blacklisted, and more. Within these posts, there were numerous before and after surgery photos and chat logs. They were frantically reposted by various influencers. These before and after celebrity photos are an old trick in the entertainment industry. They've appeared frequently over the past decade. Besides that, a highly trending local post was also pushed to the front page, detailing Grand Apex Supermarket's Underworld background and its hypocrisy. Grand Apex Supermarket's charity to wash away its dark past. Posts like these also emerged. However, to everyone's surprise, the real-world reaction to these negative exposes about Grand Apex Supermarket didn't even come close to the reaction regarding Charlie. Even more absurdly, some of the more conservative thinkers, the older demographic, actually seemed disappointed when they heard the people from Grand Apex Supermarket denying that they had any gang affiliations. For a moment, it was unclear if it was because Grand Apex's offline reputation was too good, or if even the middle-aged and elderly were now influenced by alternative thug life tropes and wanted to join a gang themselves. In an old residential complex, Tyler Taylor, a core member of the Grand Apex Alliance, was one of the first founding members to join the organization. Right now, he was like the other peripheral delivery members, helping deliver goods in this miserable weather. Online orders had been increasing lately. To ensure smooth deliveries, many core members, when they had free time, spontaneously joined the delivery teams. Although the work was hard, not a single person complained. The young lady had previously issued an internal notice, stating clearly that benefits and pay would continue to increase for everyone. She even promised that if any member suffered an accident while working, whether an injury from the cold or a slip, or any other unexpected situation, the Grand Apex Alliance would cover all expenses and guarantee the livelihood of their families. Actually, even without the young lady's notice, no one was worried, because core members already had benefits that made others envious. Even peripheral members had some protection, though it was a bit less than that of core members. In short, no matter how heavy the wind and snow, everyone's drive remained strong. Tyler was in charge of community group buy orders today. In this kind of weather, the supermarket adopted a centralized delivery model for each complex, using company cars or vans for unified delivery. Although they couldn't guarantee exact timing, the customers were very understanding. After all, in this godforsaken weather, the fact that someone was willing to brave the cold to deliver to the door, and for the same price as usual, was already a rare thing, especially for those with mobility issues, who couldn't easily go out. They were full of praise for Grand Apex's service. The home Tyler was delivering to was on the 3rd floor. The owner was a man in his 60s, named Arthur Taylor. Being namesake of the same family, his name was quite characteristic of people born in that era. Arthur was one of the first online ordering customers of the Grand Apex Alliance. He could be considered a regular. Tyler had delivered to him at least 3 times. This time, he brought the goods to the door again. Tyler knocked on the door. "Mr. Taylor, I've brought your things." A moment later, the door opened. Arthur took the groceries and daily necessities he had bought, and after paying, he stopped Tyler as he was about to leave. "Hey, Tyler, come in for a cup of tea to warm up before you go." Tyler declined. "Mr. Taylor, I'm still in a rush to make more deliveries." But Arthur wouldn't let him leave. "Just for a moment, it won't take long." Tyler sensed that the old man seemed to have something to ask him, adhering to the Grand Apex Alliance's service tenet of solving problems for customers whenever possible. He agreed. "Then I hope I'm not intruding." "Not at all, come on in." Arthur hurriedly welcomed Tyler inside. Once Tyler sat down in the living room, Arthur immediately went to the kitchen to pour tea. Tyler took the opportunity to look around the roughly 900-square-foot 2-bedroom apartment. One of the bedroom doors was closed, but angry shouts kept coming from inside. "Go! Go! Kill him! Kill him!" It was the voice of a young man who seemed to be playing some legendary game in his room. He was quite excited. Hearing this familiar, wild laughter, Tyler couldn't help but feel a slight jolt. It reminded him of the past. Once, he had been just like this young man, having nothing to do all day, either shouting while playing games in an internet cafe, or hanging around with a bunch of deadbeat friends. It wasn't until he joined the Grand Apex Alliance that he truly understood. There was a difference between just hanging around and being part of an organization. Just as Tyler was lost in his memories, Arthur walked over with a steaming cup of tea. Tyler quickly stood up to meet him and helped place the tea on the living room table, saying, "Let me get that." After they both sat down again, Arthur lowered his voice and whispered, "Tyler, I want to ask you something. Go ahead." Tyler put down his teacup. "Are you guys part of a gang?" Arthur asked. He had never expected the old man to ask such a question. "I heard a girl from next door say, well, that people are saying online, that your Grand Apex supermarket is run by the mob. Is it true?" Arthur asked again. Tyler was speechless. "You're joking, Mr. Taylor. We are a legitimate company. And besides, have you ever seen a mobster opening a supermarket?" As he said this, he also thought of the recent, malicious online comments slandering the Grand Apex Alliance. He was quite angry. Did the Grand Apex Alliance really need those people to smear them? Tyler guessed that Arthur had heard some bad rumors and was asking him because of them. Naturally, he couldn't admit to it. Even if it were true, he couldn't say so. Otherwise, how could they do business in the future? Who would dare to order delivery online anymore? However, to Tyler's surprise, Arthur's reaction to his answer was one of disappointment. "Everyone online says you're gangsters. Why aren't you? How can you not be? It would be so much better if you were gangsters." Now Tyler was completely floored. "Wait, Mr. Taylor, why are you disappointed? Is it bad to not be a gangster? Don't tell me that at 60 years old, your hot blood hasn't cooled, and you want to dye your hair blonde and join us in the streets? Or are you some kind of legendary retired boss?" Just as he was about to ask Arthur what he really meant, and if he was in some kind of trouble and needed help, Arthur's son, a young man with green hair and an edgy style, came walking over from his room, muttering curses. He completely ignored Tyler's presence, walked up to Arthur, and held out his hand. "Give me money. I'm going out to eat." Arthur tried to persuade him. "I'll be making dinner soon. Just eat at home." "Cut the crap," the green-haired youth said impatiently. "I have plans to go out drinking with my boys. So hurry it up." Although Arthur Taylor's heart was heavy, he still spoke to him with patience. "Look at you, hanging around with those deadbeat friends all day long. Why can't you just find a real, decent job?" As he spoke, he pointed at Tyler. "Look at that dyed hair of yours. You're just playing at being a gangster. You should learn from Tyler over here. This is what it actually looks like to be in an organization. He gets a real paycheck every month." He said this intentionally, to try and get his son to stop being such a lazy bum. But the green-haired youth wasn't listening. He looked at Tyler with a look of pure disgust. "If being a gangster means ending up like him, I'd rather go scrub toilets." He clearly looked down on the guy who delivered groceries. Tyler was left speechless, his mind full of questions. He felt a sudden surge of nameless fury rising within him. He felt insulted. What did he mean by that? Was there something wrong with working for Grand Apex? Before Tyler could even open his mouth to say anything, the green-haired youth completely lost his patience. "Hurry up and give me the money," he roared, "or I'll smash every single one of those piece of trash radios of yours." Arthur was fuming inside, but his hands were still trembling as he pulled a few $100s out of his pocket. "Kevin, I only have about $800 left for the month." Before he could even finish, the youth snatched the money right out of his hand. He counted it with a look of disdain. "Is that all? I don't know what I did in my past life to deserve this. Ending up with a pathetic, broke father like you." Just then, the green-haired youth's phone rang. The ringtone was a song that was incredibly popular at the time. "I moved the heavens and the earth. So why can't I move you?" Seeing the caller ID, Kevin's expression changed instantly. "Hello? Drake? Yeah, I'm headed to the Lakeside Resort Hotel." Got it. I'll be right there." He spoke into the phone while throwing on his jacket. On his way out, he kicked a stool aside and yelled at his father, "Hey, old man, make sure you have more money ready next time." With a deafening bang, the door was slammed shut. After a long silence, a single, murky tear rolled down Arthur Taylor's wrinkled cheek, falling to the floor and shattering. "Mr. Taylor," Tyler had stood up at some point. Arthur hurriedly wiped his face. He forced a weak smile. "I'm sorry you had to see that, Tyler. He was such a good boy when he was little. It's my fault for not raising him right." Tyler finally understood why Arthur had asked him if he was part of a gang when dealing with a deadbeat, rebellious, and frankly disrespectful son like that. anyone would want to give him a proper lesson. Just as he was about to offer some words of comfort to the old man, his phone suddenly vibrated. He had received a message. Most of the core members, himself included, were required to gather at a specific location. Lakeside Resort Hotel. The Lakeside Resort Hotel was the only 5-star modern hotel in the city. It was located on a small island in the famous Inner Lake of Pearl City. It was also one of the assets under the Sterling Group. Aside from real estate development, the Sterling Group also possessed some related hotel assets, though they hadn't yet achieved significant scale. Nolan chose to host a banquet in his own hotel's ballroom to treat all the core members of the Grand Apex Alliance. This gesture was intended to show his appreciation, as he would still need to rely on the power of Grand Apex in the future. So he wanted to treat them to a meal first, to get to know them and build a rapport. The Grand Apex Alliance currently had only a little over 200 core members, following the hotel's high-end banquet standard. At $38.88 per table, the total cost for 25 tables came to about $90,000. Including alcohol and tobacco, the total was roughly $200,000. This was because he had prepared only the finest liquor. Lately, Nolan had been riding high, especially after his uncle, Jerry Sterling, surrendered, allowing him to truly establish a firm foothold in the group. When he first entered the group, he was completely in the dark, knowing nothing and being restricted at every turn. But things were different now. With proper backing, his words carried much more weight. Sam, the board secretary, was also very curious about exactly how the eldest young master, Nolan, had convinced managing director Jerry Sterling to support him. He was privy to a lot of information, and even knew that the managing director was very close to the chairman's wife. Logically speaking, if the managing director were to support anyone, it should have been the second son, Preston. He hadn't expected the man to switch sides so quickly. Not only that, the eldest young master had also uncovered the abnormalities in the accounts of the group's overseas investments. It could basically be concluded that a director in charge of overseas investments had taken advantage of his position to engage in money laundering. Of course, any astute observer knew that this director was part of Beatrice's faction. It was just that. There was no direct evidence to prove she had ordered it. Furthermore, the director had taken full responsibility for the matter. The chairman, Silas Sterling, had still not returned. It was unclear if he was dissatisfied with this result, or if he simply, having too much fun on his vacation, that he was reluctant to come back. Overall, however, the chairman's opinion of Nolan's performance was relatively positive. The only worrying thing was that the eldest young master seemed to be getting closer and closer to Grand Apex. As the chairman's eyes and ears in the group, Sam had remained by Nolan's side. After all, Nolan was far too young, and it was inevitable he might do things detrimental to the group. Sam needed to report to the chairman in a timely manner, just to be safe. Nolan suddenly asked, "Has my dad contacted you lately?" The chairman is still on vacation abroad, but he's very satisfied with your recent performance, Sam replied. Nolan thought to himself, as I expected. Even though his father wasn't in the country, he was still monitoring every move the group made. Just then, Nolan's phone rang. After hanging up, he said to Sam, "Let's go. That Maybach my dad ordered has finally arrived. Let's go check it out at the villa." Beatrice was currently standing in front of the garage, looking on with a dark expression. As Nolan had people drive that brand new luxury car away, she hadn't even had a chance to try it out. By doing this, Nolan showed her absolutely no respect at all. After his stepmother was left behind, the butler asked cautiously, "Madam, do you need me to arrange a car for you?" Beatrice didn't answer. She simply pulled out her phone and dialed the number. Her refined features twisted slightly with fury. "It's me. Move the plan up." After hanging up, Beatrice watched the car disappear into the distance, a look of determination flashing in her eyes. If she continued to wait passively like this, her position in the family would only become increasingly precarious. Even if Nolan was unlikely to become the group's successor, she couldn't just let her stepson keep going like this, and she knew her husband would eventually come to settle the score with her. Even though someone else had taken the fall, she couldn't hide the truth from her husband, so she had to seize power before he returned. Tyler checked the message on his phone and stood up to leave. "Mr. Taylor, the company needs me for something, so I'll be going now. Contact me anytime if you need anything." Arthur couldn't help but ask, "Tyler, where exactly are you going?" "To the Lakeside Resort Hotel," Tyler replied. Arthur hesitated for a moment before saying, Tyler, could you possibly give me a lift? Tyler was taken aback and asked, Mr. Taylor, are you going to that hotel too? He had heard Kevin mention the place on the phone earlier. And thought the old man wanted to go check on him. After all, it was a very expensive place. If Kevin really was treating people to dinner there, he might not even be able to afford it. Arthur quickly waved his hands. No. What would I be doing at a big hotel like that? I'm going to work at the food street across from it. I found a job over there. He had to go there every afternoon. Don't you have your pension? Tyler regretted the words the moment they left his mouth. With the way Kevin acted, Arthur's small pension wouldn't be nearly enough. He quickly corrected himself. I'll give you a lift since it's on my way. And so, Arthur Taylor got into Tyler's car. Before heading out, in the neighborhood, he picked up 3 Grand Apex delivery members along the way. All core members of the Alliance. The group headed straight for the Lakeside Resort Hotel. Once they arrived, Tyler parked the car at the Lakeside Hotel's parking spots across from the food alley. The hotel entrance was already packed with black cars, since the hotel was built on a small island in the lake, and had no underground parking. The Grand Apex members who arrived late all parked their cars across the lake, specifically in the street parking spots next to the food alley. This food alley was more like a cluster of open-air food stalls, with rows of stalls and public seating. Many people came here in the evening to eat, drink, and grab skewers. Of the 3 major food streets in Pearl City, this was the only one primarily made up of open-air stalls. If you wanted to browse and snack, you'd go to the food street in University Town, or the one near the department store plaza. If you wanted to sit down with some friends, to drink and have skewers, this was the best place. Arthur Taylor had found a job here, working as a cleaner. Since the foot traffic was mostly in the afternoons and evenings, he only needed to come in for work in the afternoon. However, the working hours were quite long, often having to work until 2 or 3 in the morning before he could clock out. Because even late at night or in the early hours, there were plenty of people coming for late-night snacks. After Tyler parked the car, he sent goodbye to Arthur and opened the trunk. Then he and the other 3 Grand Apex members, in front of Arthur's eyes, changed into their signature black suits. They even stuck a few heat packs inside their shirts. To make it easy to change at any time, they would often keep their uniforms in garment bags inside their cars. These uniforms were a symbol of their status and provided plenty of prestige, so they naturally kept them close. In a suit, Tyler looked like a completely different person. The auras of his other colleagues shifted instantly as well. And that wasn't all. The Grand Apex members, arriving one after another, were all doing the same thing, parking, changing, and grooming themselves. Before long, dozens of young men in black suits had gathered around the food alley, and the numbers were still climbing. This scene left the passers-by and the customers eating in the food alley completely stunned. What's this, a mob convention? Better clear out. Tyler. As one of the first core members, and a founding member, Tyler certainly had status. Some of the newer core members all naturally greeted him. Tyler responded to each of them. The young lady is almost here. Everyone, get together and prepare to line up. And make sure everyone pays attention to their appearance. You got it, Tyler. Arthur Taylor, who was about to head in for work, witnessed the scene and was completely dazed. Didn't you promise me you weren't in a gang? Are you playing me for a fool? Tyler, what are you guys doing? Arthur ultimately couldn't help but ask. Tyler turned his head, only to find Arthur still standing there, not having left yet. He explained, Mr. Taylor, this is just a company dinner. These are our company uniforms. Looks very professional, doesn't it? Just as he spoke, the telescopic baton hidden in Tyler's sleeve accidentally hit the ground with a loud clang. He quickly bent down to pick it up and tucked it into the back of his waistband. He continued to explain, to be honest, our company also has a security firm under its wing. I carry this baton for self-defense. It's quite reasonable, right? Reasonable, sure. Arthur wanted to ask more, but at that moment, the somewhat relaxed group of men in black before him seemed to receive some kind of order and instantly became serious. Tyler included. Tyler had no time for small talk with Arthur anymore and hurriedly said, Mr. Taylor, go on to your work. I've got things to attend to here. After saying that, he followed the men in black gathering on this side of the road as they moved in a massive formation toward the only road on the lake leading to the hotel. At the same time, the men in black already gathered at the hotel entrance. All began to move, and quickly lined up. A short while later, a corridor of over 200 men in black, forming a human pathway, appeared in everyone's view. Every 3 paces stood a young man in black with his hands behind his back. The scene was incredibly magnificent. Holy crap, who are these people? What an insane display. Man, this lakeside hotel. Is there some big shot visiting today? The black suits, and that emblem on the chest. It looks a little familiar. I think it's the Grand Apex Alliance. What's the Grand Apex Alliance? It's a gang from over by University Town. I heard they're really shady. People have even died. Shit, they're that ruthless. Not only that, but I heard their boss is actually a girl. For real? I'm not joking. And they say the ones you absolutely shouldn't mess with in Grand Apex are the women. Aside from the passers-by, many customers eating at the food stalls couldn't help but put down their chopsticks and began to discuss the group. Among them was Kevin Taylor's group. When Kevin had received the call from Drake, the other man only vaguely mentioned the Lakeside Resort Hotel. In reality, they were meeting at the open-air stalls across from the hotel. If they were actually expected to spend money at a 5-star hotel, this bunch of lazy hoodlums really wouldn't be able to afford it. After all, few gangsters have real jobs, and their pockets are usually cleaner than their faces. At today's dinner, besides Kevin, there was the guy nicknamed Drake, along with a few punks who followed him. Seeing Grand Apex's display, their faces were filled with pure envy. They were all in the game. So why was the difference so massive? Look at those guys in their suits and shoes, dining at the Lakeside Hotel, while they could only huddle in a drafty food stall, eating skewers, just across the water. It was like 2 different worlds. One side was magnificent and filled with clinking glasses, while the other was filled with smoke and the noise of the streets. Shit, we're all in the life. They're living large and wearing suits, and we can't even get a private room. Exactly. Choosing a dump like this for dinner is fucking pathetic. Drake, I don't think this kid is serious at all. Yeah, this is a joke. Drake's underlings spoke sourly, with a hint of dissatisfaction. They hadn't thought much of it before the comparison, but now that they had one, they felt a bitter taste in their mouths. Drake waved his hand. Enough. Food is food. Kevin is one of our brothers. It's the thought that counts. Plus, saying that, he turned to ask Kevin how the money was coming along. Kevin stammered, Drake, the money? He really doesn't have much. And that old man at home doesn't have any money left either. Drake's expression darkened instantly. I'm handling business. For you, and you still haven't got the cash ready? How am I supposed to pay back that favor now? And favors in this life are meant to be used sparingly. Do you get that? Kevin had met Drake at an arcade. He had always wanted to join the life, but looked down on those small-time street punks. He happened to hear Drake bragging about knowing all sorts of big shots, and how he could easily get people into the organization. So he proactively reached out to him. After all, he always felt that the street life was prestigious, and that it was the only way to make real money. Originally, he wanted to join a cool-sounding gang, called the Sky Eye Gang, but the price wasn't cheap. The referral fee alone was $5,000. But he had no job and no income. All the money he spent daily relied entirely on that old man's pension at home. He simply couldn't come up with that much money. He could only keep stalling. This time, he finally managed to scrape together a few $100s, which was barely enough to cover a round of drinks and dinner. Kevin said frantically, Drake, give me a few more days. I'll definitely raise the money as soon as possible. Drake sneered. More time? Do you think joining the organization is child's play? I'm telling you, I've already called in a favor. If you can't pay up, then don't blame me for getting nasty. Kevin quickly promised. 3 days. Give me 3 days at most. I'll definitely have the money ready. Drake nodded with satisfaction. Fine. I'll give you one last 3-day window. In reality, all that talk about getting into the organization and knowing big bosses was just a lie he made up, simply to scam money from an idiot like Kevin. Does joining the streets really require connections? Maybe in certain cases, it does. But normally, as long as you want to join, someone will always take you in as a lackey. Just as they were about to continue drinking and eating, a commotion suddenly broke out in the crowd. Amidst the curious and amazed gazes of countless people, several cars slowly approached. Leading the way was a Maybach 62. The most striking thing about it was its license plate, 1111. 5 identical ones seemed to symbolize being one of a kind. With the appearance of this Maybach, The lined-up men in black instantly straightened their backs. Their expressions were filled with excitement as they watched the Maybach slowly head toward the hotel's main entrance. Only after the vehicle passed did they follow behind in an orderly fashion. The scene was incredibly grand. Holy cow! A Maybach. I heard this car costs over $10 million. Man, whoever is sitting inside is basically riding around in a rolling mansion. That's quite a metaphor, but you're actually wrong. A mansion in our Pearl City is only around $2 or $3 million. This car could buy 4 or 5 of them. For real? That's just insane. This must be the first car in our city. Worth $10 million, right? Absolutely. I've never seen a Maybach around here before. Forget about our place. I've been to Metropolis before, and I never saw a Maybach there either. Who do you think this car belongs to? Probably the female boss of the Grand Apex Alliance. Damn, being rich is so freaking good. No, wait. Being a gangster seems to have a real future. What if I suddenly want to join a gang? Is there still a chance? While everyone was gossiping, the rear door of the Maybach was respectfully opened by a young man in black, dressed in a black double-breasted coat. A figure elegantly stepped out of the car. The golden dragon-shaped badge on my chest glittered in the sunlight, shining brilliantly. I radiated a noble, cold, and mysterious aura. In an instant, both the hotel side and the opposite shore of the lake fell into complete silence. Crowded in front of the hotel were about 200 young men in black uniforms, all bowing their heads in respect and greeting, "Young lady, young lady, young lady." That synchronized and thunderous sound was soul-stirring, as if it were going to break through the clouds. In this moment, many people instinctively ignored the $10 million Maybach, because at this moment, they were witnessing how my presence alone could effortlessly outshine the brilliance of any luxury item. At the entrance of the Lakeside Resort Hotel, Nolan had already ordered people to prepare for the welcome. Every single idle waiter in the hotel had been summoned to form a reception line at the hotel entrance. "Vanessa, welcome, welcome. Are you satisfied with this car?" I glanced back at the Maybach and nodded slightly. It's quite nice. This was also my first time sitting in the same model favored by the business titans of my past life. I have to say, this luxury car was indeed comfortable. It was much better than my Mercedes. This car was specifically ordered by Nolan to have a driver pick me up. Even he hadn't sat in it yet. I became the first person to ride in this $10 million luxury vehicle. Hearing my response, Nolan made a move that left everyone stunned. "Since you like it, then this car is yours. It just arrived today. No one else has sat in it except for you." He signaled the driver to bring the keys over. Sam, the board secretary who was currently in a state of shock, finally regained his senses. "Young Master Nolan, aren't you being too generous? This is a $10 million luxury car, and it was the ride ordered by the chairman. The chairman specifically instructed that this car be used to pick him up when he returns. How can you just give it away like that? Aren't you afraid of the chairman's blame? If there weren't so many men in black present, he would have definitely stepped forward to stop the young master's madness. But in this current situation, he simply didn't dare." Sam thought for a moment and faked a sneeze. Then he coughed a few times, hoping to alert the young master. To his surprise, when Nolan heard the noise, he only frowned in disgust. "If you have a cold, go take some medicine. Don't get in the way here. If you pass it to Vanessa or to our brothers in Grand Apex, I'll be finished with you." Seeing that the hint didn't work, Sam stepped forward half a step and whispered, "Young master, I don't have a cold. I'm trying to save at this car," but before he could finish his sentence, he was roughly pulled away by a blonde youth. "We told you to take medicine, but you didn't. You're even trying to get close to infect your young master? Your intentions are truly malicious. Get lost." Then the blonde youth draped his arm over Nolan's shoulder. "Nolan, the young lady truly didn't misjudge you. You certainly know how to show gratitude for this kind heart of yours. I'll look after you from now on." As he spoke, he took the car keys without any hesitation, which settled the matter once and for all. Nolan also looked completely indifferent. "It's only right. My dad will be happy when he hears about it." "Happy my foot. Just wait for the chairman to come back and beat you up." As the board secretary of the group, Sam usually held a very high status. He was essentially second only to one person. This was the first time he had been treated so roughly, and he could only watch helplessly as the chairman's car was taken away. He was truly angry in his heart, But it was only a brief moment of anger. Looking at the hundreds of men in black surrounding him, what else could he do? He could only accept it. He really couldn't be blamed for failing as a secretary. The blame lay with the young master knowing people who were too street. Young master, it's almost time. We should invite Ms. Miller and the others inside. It's quite cold outside. Nolan quickly agreed. Right. I almost forgot. He hurriedly made a gesture of invitation. Ms. Miller, please. Then, the massive group followed me and headed toward the banquet hall. Just as everyone stepped into the hotel lobby, a manager in a suit and tie, along with a group of waiters, hurriedly blocked their path. I'm terribly sorry. The banquet hall has been fully booked today, so we cannot accommodate you. Sweat broke out on the manager's forehead as he spoke. After all, facing several hundred aggressive-looking men in black suits, blocking them required a great deal of courage, but he had no choice. The order had come from the top, demanding that he must refuse to host this group. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to keep his job, so he could only grit his teeth and push through. Nolan was stunned. He roared in anger. Are you blind? Can't you see these are the honored guests I invited? The manager grit his teeth and explained, Young master, this is an order from the leadership above. I'm just following instructions. Nolan's eyes widened in fury as he questioned loudly, Who? Who said that? Tell them to get their ass over here. I'll deal with them myself, in front of everyone from the Grand Apex Alliance, and especially in front of me. Having this happen was no longer just a matter of losing face. If he offended the Grand Apex Alliance because of this, how could he ever use their manpower again? The manager said with a tearful face, Young master, please don't make it hard on me. I'm just an employee. How would I dare to disobey an order from above? Nolan wanted to continue arguing with him. At that moment, Justin walked over and said coldly, Don't forget what I taught you. Men, drag this person away. Interrogate him thoroughly. Find out who gave the order. As soon as the words were spoken, 3 or 4 young men in black suits immediately stepped forward. Without a word, they moved in and firmly restrained the hotel manager. Panic instantly flooded the manager's face. What are you doing? What are you doing? Kidnapping a man in broad daylight? Help. Just like that. While the hotel staff trembled in fear, and under their terrified gazes, the hotel manager was dragged into the workroom in the lobby. Give him the torture treatment. Let this blind dog know the consequences of offending our Grand Apex Alliance. 2 men in black immediately pinned the manager to the ground. Then, amidst the manager's terrified pleas for mercy, they stripped off his shoes. Before long, the hotel manager was like a dead dog as he was dragged back out. The man was completely drained, lifeless and weak, with vacant eyes. That appearance gave outsiders the impression that he had suffered unbearable torture. The hotel waiters and some passing guests turned pale with fright. My God, these gangsters are too ruthless. Torturing someone in public. Look at the manager. He's barely recognizable now. It's too cruel. After a man in black reported the situation to me, everyone soon learned the reason. It turned out the general manager of the hotel had given the instructions. Furthermore, a major upheaval had occurred within the group. Nolan's stepmother had suddenly begun cleaning out dissenters. Moreover, she had somehow produced a divorce agreement. According to the regulations for community property, she claimed she wanted to split the group's shares with her husband, Silas Sterling. Regardless of whether the agreement was real, many people would subconsciously believe that she was indeed entitled to half the shares. It was mainly because, when she married, the agreement she made with Silas had never been disclosed to outsiders. Because of this agreement, combined with the network she had built within the group over the years, nearly half of the shareholders supported her. She then took the opportunity to convene a shareholders meeting and temporarily seized control of the group. The general manager of the Lakeside Resort Hotel was part of her faction, so he immediately had the manager refuse to host Nolan. Firstly, they wanted to humiliate Nolan. Secondly, they wanted to give the meddling Grand Apex Alliance a warning. Beatrice Sterling and her people were destined to miscalculate. They likely thought that since the Lakeside Resort Hotel was the most luxurious 5-star hotel in Pearl City, and currently the only 5-star hotel in the city, its guests were generally rich or prominent. They assumed the Grand Apex Alliance, being gangsters, wouldn't dare to act out here. However, the reality was that Justin looked at Nolan. Did you learn how to do it? I don't need to teach you anymore, do I? Nolan nodded excitedly. I've really learned my lesson now. Clearly, his thinking was still a step behind. Compared to Justin and Vanessa Miller, he was still too conservative. Then his gaze landed on the few waiters who had just come with the manager to block them. Those waiters turned even paler on the spot. Their legs gave out and they immediately knelt on the ground. "Young master, we were wrong. Young master, we are innocent. The manager told us to stop you. We didn't dare refuse. Young master, please spare us this once." Nolan didn't care if they were innocent or not. Leaving aside the fact that he was there in person, doing this in front of him, the eldest young master, was a blatant slap to his face. Furthermore, they dared to block me. That was even more unforgivable. He turned ruthless and waved his hand. "Drag them all away. Execute the order immediately." A group of men in black immediately stepped forward. Like a pack of wolves, they directly dragged those wailing waiters to the clearing at the hotel entrance. Next, the Grand Apex Alliance members harshly threw down termination contracts. They very friendly invited them to sign. As each person was handled, they would say fiercely, "If you want severance, go find the Sterlings for it and get lost." I didn't stay long, taking the elevator upstairs with a group of people first. With me gone, Nolan became even more unscrupulous. Perhaps it was the first time he truly tasted the pleasure that power brings. But the guy went completely wild. Yes, you right there. Didn't you want to block us just now? Drag him out and execute the order. You, the one with the glasses. Your glasses are reflecting light. You must be sending some kind of secret signal. Drag him out and execute the order. How dare you step with your left foot first? Your leftward leanings are a grave threat to hotel unity. Drag him out and execute the order 5 times. What? You're the cleaning lady? No way. The order must be executed. Wait, the floor you mopped can reflect my handsome face. Add 200 to her salary. Stop right there, you in the white coat and the tall hat. How did you get so fat? Who the hell can afford to feed you? Drag him out and execute the order 10 times. Basically, as long as it was someone Nolan didn't like, the order was executed immediately. For a while, hotel staff were being dragged away one after another. Then a chorus of pleas for mercy, and cries continued to ring out. Who fears employees in such a terrifying way? But since no one else dared to approach, the people not from the Grand Apex Alliance all hid. They couldn't see the specific situation, so those people all felt that these named hotel employees had certainly suffered inhuman abuse. Even the sounds faintly reached the food alley across the way. Everyone began to speculate about what major event was happening at the Lakeside Resort Hotel. Kevin and Drake's group also witnessed the tragedy happening at the hotel across the street, because they also saw the images of hotel staff being roughly dragged out. Those who were lucky were simply tossed out the door like trash. The unlucky ones were shoved directly into cars and taken away to God knows where. Presumably, they weren't being taken anywhere good. The high probability was that they were being taken for interrogation. In fact, when Nolan decided to clean out the hotel, he followed Justin's reminder to first seize control of the finance and logistics departments. A company's finance and logistics, especially in a large group like the Sterlings, a large company, can easily reveal parasites who take advantage of their positions to amass wealth. If there were no problems, they were simply fired. If problems were actually found, then they were sent directly to a safe place. Anyway, they now also have the Sterling Group, represented by Nolan, signed to a security employment contract. Their temporary status was essentially as the Sterling's bodyguards, allowing them to assist in removing non-company employees. Of course, it was precisely because of their brutal and ruthless methods that outsiders were given the false impression that anyone taken away was definitely as good as dead. Kevin and his group had lost their appetite for food. They were all watching the commotion across the street. Even a thug like Drake felt that this group of men in black suits was truly dangerous. Damn, no wonder they can ride in luxury cars and dine at high-end hotels. You really have to be ruthless enough to make money. They also had a rough guess as to the reason. The hotel must have been blind to have offended the big shots of Grand Apex, and now they were facing the reckoning. Shady, they're really shady. From his initial shock, Kevin gradually began to look on with glowing eyes. He pointed at the men in black. Drake, great. Is there any way you can get me into this organization? This is what real street life looks like. Drake was about to say he didn't have that kind of pull, but he suddenly realized that this seemed like a good opportunity to make some money. He immediately changed his tune. My connections are no joke. I actually happen to know a big brother in Grand Apex. However what? Kevin asked hurriedly. Drake rubbed his fingers together. It'll cost extra. Kevin didn't hesitate. As long as I can wear those black clothes, I'll pay whatever it takes. Kevin, for the sake of our relationship, I'll give you a discount. Let's say 20,000. Kevin grit his teeth. Fine. 20,000 it is. As long as he could become one of the men in black, his money and future would be limitless. If worst came to worst, he'd just squeeze more money out of the old man. If the old man wouldn't give it to him, just as he was thinking, he suddenly heard Drake's enraged voice. Old man, are you fucking blind? Believe it or not, I'll make you kneel on the ground and lick it clean. When Kevin snapped back to reality, he saw Drake, along with several of his lackeys surrounding, an old man in his early 60s. The old man was wearing a janitor's uniform, his face filled with terror. He kept apologizing. I'm sorry. It turned out the old man had bent over to clean up at the next table, and when he turned around, he bumped into Drake, who had just stood up to go use the restroom. The bowl of rice noodles with soup the old man was holding had been knocked over, and the soup splashed right onto Drake's shoes. Is an apology going to cut it? Do you have any idea how expensive these shoes are? Damn it, pay me back. Pay you back, the old man trembled, as he reached into his pocket and pulled out a worn-out wallet. Inside, the crumpled change didn't even add up to $100. Are you fucking trying to treat me like a beggar with this? Drake grabbed the old man by the collar. Get on your knees. Wipe my shoes clean, or I'll show you what happens. He shoved the old man to the ground. It was then that Kevin realized the old man was actually his own father, Arthur Taylor. He instinctively wanted to shout, Dad, but seeing the crowd of onlookers pointing and whispering, he felt humiliated and forced himself to swallow the words back. If Drake found out his father was a janitor, how would they look at him? How could he ever survive on the streets then? He couldn't admit it. Kevin, why are you staring off into space? One of the lackeys beside him gave him a shove, pointing at the old man. Watch how Drake teaches someone a lesson. Learn something. Kevin jolted, subconsciously forcing a twisted smile. Right. The guy really needs to be taught a lesson. Before the words had even faded, Drake kicked the old man in the side of the knee. The old man's frail body slammed heavily onto the ground again, making a dull thud. Wipe my shoes clean. Drake looked at Kevin. Kevin! Aren't your shoes dirty too? Might as well let this blind old man wipe them as well. Kevin took a mechanical step forward. The old man finally looked up, and the moment he saw Kevin's face, his lips trembled as he tried to say something. But he was forced to lower his head by Kevin's nearly feral gaze. I'll wipe them now. The old man frantically used his sleeve to wipe Drake's shoes, his hunched back looking like a completely broken bow. Kevin grit his teeth hard. He still didn't speak. He couldn't admit it. If he did, it would all be over. But although Kevin acted like a tyrant at home, living off his father, and constantly calling him an old piece of trash, even occasionally getting physical, right now, seeing an outsider bully his father like this didn't feel right. It was incredibly humiliating and painful, and also deeply embarrassing. The surrounding customers couldn't watch any longer and began to voice their criticism. These people are taking it too far. The old man already apologized. Is it really necessary to bully him like that? Exactly. He apologized and even tried to pay. Why do they have to be so relentless? Everyone, shut the hell up. If anyone else dares to speak, I'll deal with you as well. Drake slammed the table and shouted in rage. With Drake's roar, the customers all immediately shut their mouths. After all, Drake and his group looked like real thugs, so they figured it was better not to get involved, lest they bring trouble upon themselves. And you, what are you doing taking so long to wipe a shoe? Drake grabbed a beer bottle from the table, intending to smash it against the old man. Drake, Kevin suddenly grabbed his wrist, and under the other man's surprised gaze, forced out a smile. Is this old piece of trash really worth you doing it yourself? Let me do it. I'll make sure you're satisfied. He snatched the bottle away, raised it high under the old man's terrified gaze, and then slammed it violently onto the ground. Smash. The bottle missed the old man's ear and shattered on the floor, shards flying everywhere. Kevin grabbed the old man by the collar, dragged him straight to the entrance of the food alley, and shoved him onto the sidewalk. Don't let me see you again. Then he turned and went back to Drake, wearing a fawning smile. Drake, he's been taught a lesson. That old thing will probably remember it for the rest of his life. Drake's anger had mostly subsided by now, and since Kevin was still his cash cow, he didn't pursue the matter further. Afterwards, the group sat down again and continued eating and drinking, as if the unpleasantness from before had never happened. Arthur Taylor lay slumped on the snow-covered sidewalk, his heart completely cold. It was colder than the ice and snow. In fact, the moment he had arrived and put on his uniform, he had seen his son, but fearing his son would feel humiliated by him, he hadn't dared to approach him. When he went to clean up at the table next to his son's, besides just doing his job, he really wanted to see what kind of people his son was hanging around with. Hearing that his son wanted to live on the streets and join some shady organization, his heart was in agony. He didn't understand. How could a good child turn out like this? Perhaps he really had spoiled him too much. He had spoiled him rotten. Arthur struggled to get up from the snow, but his aching knee prevented him from standing up despite several attempts. His padded pants were soaked with blood, and the biting cold seeped through his skin and into his bones. He moved a few steps while enduring the pain, and then couldn't help but look back toward the food alley. He saw his son, Kevin, pouring wine for Drake with a big smile on his face. That fawning appearance stabbed into his heart like a knife. Kevin, how could you turn out like this? In the banquet hall of the Lakeside Resort Hotel across the street, Tyler Taylor happened to be looking down from the glass window and saw the scene that occurred opposite, especially when he saw the scene of the old man being thrown out by his own son. Tyler couldn't help but clench his fists in absolute fury. If it weren't for the fact that he had work to do here, and that there was still business to handle at the hotel, he would have headed over there long ago. He now understood why Arthur Taylor had asked him if he was a gangster. Perhaps the man wanted to find a way out for his son, thinking that joining their organization might be a better fit. After all, being a gangster at Tyler's level was already considered a massive success. Or perhaps Arthur just wanted Tyler to scare his son into changing his ways and becoming more honest. What are you looking at? Suddenly, a crisp female voice rang out in Tyler's ear. Tyler jolted and quickly turned around to see Vanessa Miller walking over. He immediately greeted her respectfully. Young lady. He didn't hide anything, and told her everything he had just seen, along with his own suspicions. In Grand Apex, few people would hide anything from the young lady. This wasn't a mandatory requirement, but rather a form of trust and a form of confidence. They were confident that as long as the young lady was there, any problem could be solved. Hiding things might instead lead to a bad outcome. Vanessa listened. Lass! As her slender fingers gently swirled her wine glass, she took a tiny sip and said, wait for Nolan. Once they finish with the hotel business, it'll still be a while before dinner starts. That should be enough time, right? Tyler instantly understood the young lady's meaning. Then I'll head over now. He waved his hand. Anyone not busy, follow me. The moment the words were out, the dozens of men in black remaining in the banquet hall all headed toward the elevators in a massive swarm. Kevin Taylor was clearly quite drunk today. He drank cup after cup, barely stopping. It was unclear if he was trying to escape his guilt or attempting to numb himself. Drake's group was also drinking enthusiastically, clinking glasses, eating skewers, and playing finger-guessing games. They were having the time of their lives. They completely failed to notice that Arthur Taylor outside had become a completely different person. Of course, it was only a change in appearance. Or more accurately, someone was coming to back him up. Tyler walked up to Arthur Taylor and personally helped him up. Mr. Taylor, are you okay? Arthur looked up and saw it was Tyler. He stammered, T. Tyler. D. Tyler. Tyler didn't say much. He took off his own coat and draped it over Arthur's shoulders. Then he said seriously, Mr. Taylor, didn't you ask me if I was a gangster? Well, now I am. Tears instantly surged from Arthur's old eyes. If he hadn't been driven to a dead end, how could he have wanted to use this method to make his son turn back? When Tyler supported Arthur and walked into the food alley, the diners were all stunned. Isn't that the old man who was just being bullied? Holy crap. How is that old man with those men in black? Could it be he's the father of one of those big bosses? Must be. Otherwise, those men in black wouldn't be so angry. Those little punks are screwed now, beating someone's father. They're going to get what's coming to them. Good riddance. Bullying an old man, they deserve it. It takes a monster to deal with a monster. For some reason, they suddenly felt that even gangsters could be the good guys. Tyler listened to the whispering diners and swept a gaze over them. The noisy food alley instantly fell dead silent. Many people even stopped eating and hurried away, or ran far off to watch in secret. The once crowded stalls were suddenly cleared of a massive area. Those customers weren't that afraid of Drake's little punks? But when it came to this group of real gangsters, who had just caused a scene at the big hotel across the street, they were truly terrified. They were genuinely scared. In a place where the rich and powerful often gathered, these guys dared to act so brazenly. If someone accidentally crossed them, they probably wouldn't even know how they died. Kevin Taylor and his group, who were busy drinking, suddenly realized that the surroundings had become deserted. They were a bit confused. Is it late already? Why is everyone leaving? I bet they were scared off by your dominating aura, Drake. They should be. What kind of status do I have? Which of those bosses on the streets doesn't give me face? Even those men in black across the street have to show me some respect. Exactly. If those guys saw Drake, they'd have to call you brothers respectfully. The underlings took turns flattering him. Is that so? Suddenly, a cold voice came from behind them. Of course, an underling instinctively looked up, but before he could finish his sentence, his voice caught in his throat. Then, massive beads of cold sweat began to drip from his forehead. The others also turned around in confusion, and then they saw a man in black standing right behind them. Whether it was Kevin or the previously arrogant Drake, they all swallowed hard. Drake even slammed the table in a panic. Boss, it's dark. Why haven't you turned on the lights? Drake, all the lights are still on. One of the underlings couldn't help but speak up. Drake backhanded him with a slap. I'm not blind, he roared irritably. Do I need you to remind me? Then he immediately put on a fawning smile for Tyler and the others. Gentlemen, is there anything you need your little brother to do? I'm at your service. Drake, is it? Tyler took 2 steps forward and said coldly, I think I heard you say that our Grand Apex Alliance has to give you face and call you brothers when we see you. The moment Drake heard those words, his knees went weak. With a thud, he fell to his knees on the ground. Big brother! We were just drunk and bragging. We were just talking shit. Please, be magnanimous. And don't take it to heart. The diners watching from a distance in the food alley began to whisper among themselves. Serves him right. He only knows how to bully old people. Wasn't he acting all high and mighty just now? Now he's acting like a total coward. Shh, keep it down. Don't let them hear you. Tyler turned to Arthur Taylor and asked respectfully, Elder Taylor, how do you want to deal with them? He called him Elder intentionally. It was essentially telling Drake that the old man they had been bullying actually had status, and honestly, Arthur Taylor, wearing that unique Grand Apex black suit, with a group of men in black standing behind him, did actually have the aura of a retired big shot. As the saying goes, clothes make the man. Even if you're a janitor, as long as you have a group of very street-looking guys following you, you can instantly turn into a boss. When Drake heard Tyler's words, his face changed instantly. He kowtowed 3 times to Arthur Taylor with a series of thuds. Old gentleman, I deserve to die. I really deserve to die. Old gentleman, I was blind. Please be magnanimous and just treat me like a fart and let me go. When his underlings saw this, all their drunkenness vanished. One by one, they hurriedly knelt down and kowtowed. Old gentleman, please, we beg you to let us go. We deserve to die for offending you. They didn't dare not to submit. Leaving aside the fact that the other side vastly outnumbered them, they had all seen what just happened at the hotel across the street. What kind of street? Punk would dare to pick a fight with such a street group of men in black? That would be like an old man looking for a rope. They'd have a death wish. Arthur Taylor looked at the punk before him, who had been so arrogant and overbearing just a moment ago, now kneeling and trembling at his feet. A flash of complex emotion crossed his murky eyes. Why must a perfectly good young man join the street life? Even if you want to join the streets, you should learn from Tyler. Tyler is what it truly means to be part of an organization. He has food, drink, and he gets paid. Plus, he's exceptionally polite to the elderly, and he's dedicated to his work. Though he's a bit of a street guy now, he's far better than those punks wasting their lives away, thinking they're such hotshots. At this point, Kevin was too shocked to even process it. He recognized the young man beside his father. Wasn't that the same guy he had mocked earlier, saying that even if he ended up like him, he'd rather go scrub toilets? If he'd known this guy was so well connected and powerful, he never would have looked for Drake. Kevin also fell to the ground with a thud. He crawled toward Arthur and wailed, "Dad!" I was wrong. When Drake and the others heard Kevin shout that, they all stared at the old man with wide eyes. "Wait, this old gentleman is your father? Then what you just did, you're a real piece of work, aren't you?" Now, they couldn't afford to think about anything else. Like a drowning man clutching at straws, they grabbed Kevin's arm and said, "Kevin, no. Big brother Kevin, please put in a good word with your dad. Big brother Kevin, we really didn't mean it. Please, beg your father for mercy." Drake's other lackeys also followed suit, begging for mercy. Arthur shoved his son away, tears streaming down his face. "I am not your father, and I don't have a son like you. I gave you everything you wanted since you were little. After your mother passed away, I was afraid you'd feel mistreated, so I couldn't even bring myself to say a harsh word to you. When you broke the neighbor's window at 12, I paid the damages with a smile. When you fought at school at 16, I went out late at night to bring gifts to apologize. When you stole money from home at 18 to go out, I thought you'd grow up and become sensible. But look at you. Why won't you change your ways? Of course, this is also my fault. As the saying goes, to raise without teaching is the father's fault. Spoiling a child is like killing them. I've realized it far too late." Kevin sobbed uncontrollably. "Dad, I really know I was wrong. I truly know I was wrong." Tyler chimed in coldly at that moment. "You don't know you were wrong. You're just surprised that Mr. Taylor knows us. You're only admitting fault because you're scared." Saying that, he pulled a telescopic baton from his sleeve and handed it to Arthur. "Mr. Taylor," he said, "this is a family matter, so we won't get involved." After all, no matter how much of a scoundrel Kevin was, with Arthur still present, it wouldn't be appropriate for them to do anything. This was showing Arthur respect, while also giving him a chance to choose whether to continue spoiling the kid or to fix him once and for all. It was entirely up to him. Then Tyler pointed at Drake and his crew and said, "Take these guys to the restroom." Drake and the others were instantly terrified and filled with dread. They pleaded for mercy. "Spare us. Please spare us." But no matter how much Drake and his crew struggled, they couldn't escape their fate of being dragged into the restroom. As soon as they entered, very quickly, someone brought over impact-resistant vests. Several men in black skillfully put on their gloves and completed a series of preparations to ensure everything was foolproof and left no evidence. Before long, a series of heart-wrenching screams came from the restroom, terrifying the diners outside. However, in their hearts, they felt a secret satisfaction, a faint sense of delight. They all felt these punks deserved the lesson they were getting. Serves them right. Arthur looked at his son still kneeling before him and grit his teeth. He finally picked up the baton and lashed out at Kevin with all his might. Crack, crack, crack. The baton landed heavily on Kevin's body. He immediately erupted in screams. In the past, if his father dared to hit him, he would have jumped up and fought back long ago. But now, he could only shield his head with both hands and take the beating passively, without even the courage to feel resentment. Once Arthur had given him a sufficient thrashing, Tyler directly addressed the crowd and shouted, "Who is the manager of this market?" Step forward. A middle-aged man squeezed through the crowd, trembling. Big brother, I'm at your service." Tyler pointed at Kevin kneeling on the ground and said, "Assign him a job cleaning the restrooms. As for the pay, that's up to you. I only have one requirement. The restrooms must be cleaned perfectly every single day. They should be so clean you could eat off them. If they aren't clean enough, I'll be coming for you." Yes. "Don't worry, big brother. I'll arrange it immediately." The manager agreed hurriedly, and he even felt a bit of joy in his heart. The foot traffic in the food alley was quite high, and the public restrooms were filthy and a nightmare to clean. They were also constantly clogged. Usually, only those elderly cleaners, who really couldn't find other work, would be willing to give them a quick scrub, and even then, they were never truly clean. Now that this big boss had spoken, he could boss this kid around as much as he wanted. If the restroom wasn't clean, he'd make him scrub it by hand. After all, with this big brother backing him, he wouldn't hold back. As for the salary, a few $100s would be plenty. Kevin's face turned green the moment he heard Tyler. He desperately wanted to slap himself. If he hadn't been such a smart mouth earlier, and said he'd rather go scrub toilets, this big brother wouldn't be holding such a grudge. But no matter what, he really didn't want to clean restrooms. Those restrooms were so filthy, He knew it was impossible to even describe, especially with so many areas stained yellow and giving off a pungent, foul stench. You couldn't even get them clean with a mop. "Dad," Kevin tried to beg his father for mercy, hoping his father would put in a good word for him so he wouldn't have to clean the toilets. To his surprise, Arthur, who had completely changed his outlook, not only didn't beg for mercy, but actually requested to increase his son's work hours. "Since I come to work in the afternoon, have him come in before noon." Kevin was completely despondent. He even wondered if he should just run away. As soon as these men in black left, at worst, he'd flee the city and find a factory job. However, when he saw Drake and his lackeys being escorted out of the restroom by several men in black, each of them looking deathly pale, and heard those men in black talking about taking Drake and his crew away to be handled by Mr. Song, he became even more terrified. Was this Mr. Song the same Lincoln Song he was thinking of? He was scared to death. "I'll do it. I love cleaning toilets the most," Kevin wailed. A miserable life is better than a good death, and anything was better than being handled by Mr. Song. When Tyler finished Arthur's business and returned to the hotel, Nolan's cleanup work had also concluded. That kid Nolan was quite ruthless. He had conducted a massive purge throughout the hotel. Nearly 1/3 of the hotel staff was executed immediately. More than half of the management was purged as well. Those who remained were mostly those who hadn't caused trouble and were firmly in the camp of the eldest young master, Nolan. After all, those who didn't pick a side didn't come to a good end. When the hotel's general manager learned what had happened, he was completely blindsided. What? He'd been sidelined? Not only sidelined, but also unilaterally fired by Nolan, because Nolan had documents stamped by the chairman and the group's managing director. He did indeed have the power to make those decisions. The general manager was left in tears, so he had to go find the chairman's wife, Beatrice. Beatrice hadn't expected Nolan to move so quickly and start his offensive directly with the subsidiaries. Moreover, he even had her husband's signed consent. That was the most devastating part. Now that Nolan had Jerry's support, combined with her husband's signature, his power was immense, only slightly below that of the board of directors. In a normal conglomerate, on the surface, the board of directors is the highest decision-making body. However, the Sterling Group is a family-owned enterprise. While there are some minor external shareholders, the vast majority of equity is held by Silas Sterling. A portion of that actually belongs to Nolan Sterling. Regardless of the formalities, Silas Sterling's personal authority effectively supersedes that of the board of directors. As long as he makes a decision, it is essentially guaranteed to pass, because he possesses absolute power. Currently, Silas Sterling is not in the country. Logically, the board of directors should hold the most power right now. Yet Nolan Sterling proceeded without board approval this time, summarily dismissing the executives of the subsidiary companies. Under normal circumstances, this would not be permitted, but he carried it out with brute force anyway. Beatrice Sterling, having just gained control of the board, was naturally incensed upon hearing this news. She immediately called for another emergency board meeting, with a single item on the agenda, to nullify all of Nolan Sterling's current authority, and prevent him from acting as recklessly as he did at the hotel today. The results of a board meeting would be made public, and would represent the official will of the group. Nolan Sterling grew restless upon learning this, but when he saw me standing on the stage preparing to speak, he forced himself to stay calm. Nothing was more important than Ms. Miller's speech. Personally, I don't particularly like giving speeches during a meal. I believe people should just focus on enjoying their food. If I acted like the long-winded executives at other companies, droning on and on without end, it would be quite unbearable and very annoying to everyone. However, I did have an announcement to make regarding the sale of restricted virtual shares that I mentioned previously. Right now, I plan to release a small amount of shares to test the waters. It can be considered a massive benefit for the core members present today. If I were to wait until next year to announce this, especially after the news of the Sterling Group Mall acquisition breaks, the valuation would at least double. Releasing a portion now is essentially giving them an early reward. Based on the current performance of our 11 large supermarkets, calculating the valuation using the PS ratio common in the retail industry, the supermarkets alone are worth over $2 billion. Even if calculated based on the PPE ratio and our current net profits, the valuation still far exceeds $2 billion. The Grand Apex Alliance might not seem to have many net assets right now, but I am very aware that the value of the shopping center alone will exceed 1.5 billion in the future. That includes appreciation from its location and other comprehensive factors. Of course, valuation can be a bit of an abstract concept. The actual market value might be slightly lower, but as long as the valuation doesn't see a massive drop, that is its true value. In the future, I plan to set aside 25% of the total shares as restricted stock to be sold to our employees. Roughly 10% will go to the executives, and another 5% will be kept as a reserve pool. I will personally retain 60%, though I may continue to reduce my holdings later on. This is the distribution plan for the short term. I am not worried about losing control, because the shares released for trading are all restricted virtual shares. As the name implies, the total equity is subject to certain limitations. I plan to split the $2 billion valuation into 1 billion shares, making each share worth $2. This is already far below the actual valuation, and this covers the valuation of the entire Grand Apex Alliance. Today, I will first release 3% to test the market, which is 30 million shares available for everyone to subscribe to. Furthermore, it's buy one, get one free. Getting a free share for every share purchased is effectively a 50% discount. If the results are good, we will continue to release the remaining shares. For internal sale, corporate reform is inevitable. While the company currently provides a basic level of security, for you, is that small amount of money really enough? I believe it is not. Everyone here, including myself who doesn't love money, and the more, the better. It takes money to buy gifts for your parents. It takes money to take your girlfriend out to dinner. It takes money to buy a house and a car in the future. And it takes even more money to give your children a better life. I have been thinking about how to let every brother and sister fairly share in the dividends of the company's growth. If we just hand out bonuses, it inevitably leads to issues with uneven distribution. Liable. Some get more, others get less. So after much consideration, both for the long-term development of the company and for the personal benefit of everyone, the company has decided that we will never accept investment from external capital. Instead, we want you all to become shareholders of Grand Apex, to truly become the masters of this company. The moment these words were spoken, many in the audience were filled with excitement, admiration, and gratitude. The young lady is truly, truly wonderful. She is always thinking about their welfare and how to get them more money. It's not like other organizations or companies that only think about how to exploit their employees and their underlings. Following such a great leader, they could die without regrets. Today, I have decided to release the first 3% of shares, which is 30 million shares, available for subscription at $2 per share. And with the buy one get one free offer, it effectively costs only $1 per share. Perhaps you aren't familiar with the math behind this. So let me put it this way. According to professional valuation models, the Grand Apex Alliance is currently worth about $3 billion. The current subscription price for one share is equivalent to a market value of about $3. By buying a single share, you are essentially making a $2 profit instantly. As soon as this was said, the crowd below erupted into a frenzy. The room was in an absolute uproar. To be honest, most people didn't have a clear understanding of professional concepts like valuation. They only knew that currently, under the Grand Apex Alliance, the monthly revenue from the supermarket business alone exceeded 100 million. But what they didn't know was that a monthly revenue of 100 million doesn't automatically mean the company is worth that much. Whether using the PS ratio or the PE ratio, the valuation of the Grand Apex Alliance exceeded 3 billion. If the planned shopping center is included, it would easily reach 4 billion. Of course, valuations can fluctuate. If future operations are poor, revenue declines, profits drop, or the company starts losing money, then the valuation will be greatly discounted. Regardless, hearing that the Grand Apex Alliance was now worth so much money, everyone present felt immensely proud alongside their shock. Look, this is the Grand Apex Alliance led by the young lady. Starting from zero, we've reached a valuation of 3 billion. In just about 6 months, those who had followed me since the very beginning felt incredibly fortunate. They were grateful they had chosen to follow the right person. I wonder if those who left the organization earlier are regretting it now. Quiet, Justin called out, tapping on the table. This was the first time The members of the Grand Apex Alliance had felt this restless. She almost forgot to maintain order. It was mainly because the numbers the young lady just mentioned were too staggering. If she hadn't said it, they truly would never have imagined that Grand Apex had already grown to such a massive scale. Nolan Sterling, in particular, was completely stunned. He had known for a while that young lady was just a title, and that Grand Apex was built entirely from scratch. But it had only been 6 months. In half a year, its valuation was already catching up to the Sterling Group. This was simply absurd. Of course, valuations in the real estate industry are generally calculated based on asset value. That is a different calculation method than the one used for companies like the Grand Apex Alliance. Once everyone had quieted down, I continued my speech. These 30 million shares are a special gift to all of you. The dividends from Grand Apex's growth will be shared by every single one of us. The minimum subscription is 10,000 shares per person, with a cap of 100,000 for the first 10,000 shares. You can choose to pay in installments deducted from your future wages. Anything beyond that will require your own funding. Also, I want to make one thing very clear. These shares are only permitted to be traded between internal employees or sold back to the company. Upon resignation, the company must buy them back at the current valuation. This is to ensure that the equity remains in the hands of those truly fighting for this company. I won't hide anything from you, because you are all my brothers and sisters, the collective masters of the Grand Apex Alliance. At our current rate of growth, I estimate our scale will at least triple by next year. By then, the shares in your hands could be worth far more than double. Furthermore, we will set aside 30% of our annual profits as shareholder dividends, with the remainder used for company expansion. Now, are you ready? The entire Grand Apex crowd roared in unison. We're ready. Every single member of the Alliance present was incredibly excited. The entire banquet hall was thick with a fanatical atmosphere. The young lady's words were crystal clear. Shares originally worth $3 or $4 apiece were now being offered at $2 with a buy one get one free deal. That meant they could get them for just $1 per share, and they could even pay for the first 10,000 shares through their wages. Even ignoring the part they had to fund themselves, just those 10,000 shares could be turned into $30,000 or $40,000 instantly, a net profit of $20,000 or $30,000. It was basically no different from a handout. If they could subscribe to the full 100,000 shares, then each person's net worth would jump to at least $300,000 or $400,000. $300,000 or $400,000, just like that. In Pearl City, that was enough to easily buy a house. Outside of the city center, real estate prices were generally around $200 to $300 per square foot. The real boom wouldn't happen for another 10 years or so, when prices would double to around $400 or $500 per square foot. The way housing prices rose was quite interesting. When the average worker's salary was around $1,000, rent and housing costs stayed around $2,000 to $3,000. When the average salary reached $2,000, housing costs jumped to $4,000 or $5,000. Everything moved in lockstep. Regardless, what the young lady was doing now was essentially giving each of them a house for free. With over 200 people in attendance, she was effectively giving away over 200 homes. What kind of boss, what kind of leader could be so generous? And the young lady had said that these shares would only continue to rise. Holding them long-term was definitely much smarter than putting money in the bank. Plus, there were annual dividends. As for the possibility of the share value dropping in the future, in the eyes of the Grand Apex members, that was simply impossible. With the young lady at the helm, Grand Apex's valuation would only go up. It wouldn't fall, no reasons or data were needed to support that. Believing in the radiant young lady on the stage was enough. Many people were already thinking about finding ways to raise money from their families once they got back, determined to buy up every share they were eligible for. An opportunity like this wouldn't come twice. Of course, I also know that it's difficult for everyone to come up with that much money on short notice. There aren't many families right now who can shell out tens of thousands at once. However, I'm still giving everyone 1 month. Why only 1 month? Because the stock price will certainly fluctuate later, and we can't keep selling at such a low price forever. Otherwise, it would affect subsequent sales. During this time, buy as much as you can. Aside from that, I've also laid out some general regulations. Peripheral staff can subscribe to a maximum of 50,000 shares. core members 100,000, and executives will be handled separately. As for rewards for outstanding employees, those will be granted as shares from the reserve pool, or issued directly as cash bonuses. The moment I finished speaking, the entire banquet hall erupted. Long live the young lady. Someone was the first to shout it out, and immediately, all 200+ people roared in unison, "Long live the young lady." The sound was so powerful the ceiling seemed to tremble. Damn it, I'll sell everything I own to make sure I grab my 100,000 shares. I'm raising money too. Buying this is basically printing money. My cousin is supposed to get married this year. I'm going back to talk him out of it and borrow the tens of thousands he has ready for the dowry. Marriage can wait. Buying Grand Apex stock is way more important. Some of the core members who had joined early had eyes that were slightly red with emotion. Take Tyler Taylor, for instance. He had been on the streets for a long time. Later, he followed Lance into the one-shot gang and had seen plenty of big brothers from other blocks. But someone like the young lady who literally forced cold, hard cash into the hands of her subordinates, she was truly the first and the only one. Finally, someone couldn't help but whisper, "I followed the right person. This life was worth it." Looking at the impassioned scene below the stage, I couldn't help but smile. "I won't take up any more of your time. You can go to finance starting tomorrow to subscribe. Now, everyone, eat and drink your fill. We'd go through fire and water for you, young lady." Another deafening roar erupted from below. Nolan Sterling watched the fanatical display of the Grand Apex crowd and said enviously, "I want to do something like this in the future." Yuna shot him a look. "You couldn't pull it off. If you tried this, the Sterling Group would collapse." Although Yuna's words were a bit discouraging, he knew they were the truth. Not every enterprise could adopt this kind of model. In most companies, forget about employees wanting to subscribe. If you tried this, they'd probably just quit and run. They'd think the company was about to go bankrupt, and the boss was just trying to scam them out of their money. In the entire country, there were hardly any companies that successfully implemented employee ownership, like Longway did, even that supermarket chain in the XC region. Why is there only one in the whole country? Some things look simple but are incredibly difficult to replicate. The reason Grand Apex could perfectly integrate these two elements was because of the unique nature of Grand Apex itself. This model of theirs was almost impossible to be imitated by other companies. In fact, it was even harder than imitating Longway or the XC supermarket. Even if some gangs wanted to learn from Grand Apex and set up similar companies, they didn't have Vanessa Miller's strategic vision to lead everyone to success. In short, Grand Apex was one of a kind and could not be copied. The Grand Apex crowd was very satisfied with the arrangements Nolan had made. This was also their first time dining in such a high-end hotel. Once everyone was full and satisfied, Nolan walked up to me with a wine glass. Without a word, he downed the glass. "Ms. Miller, I'm truly impressed. Today has really been an eye-opener." As he spoke, he poured himself another glass and toasted me again. Only then did he get down to business. "Ms. Miller, my stepmother has already convened the board of directors. They're preparing to move against me." I replied, "Are the contracts ready?" Nolan nodded and had someone bring the prepared documents over. The first one is an employment contract, temporarily hiring 200 members of the Grand Apex Security Company, core members, as bodyguards for the Sterling Group. Horcrusty only requires the signature and seal of either the chairman or the managing director to take effect. In addition, there is a liability waiver, the content of which is simple. All actions taken by the Grand Apex security team are for the benefit of the Sterling Group. Any issues that arise will be borne solely by the Sterling Group and have nothing to do with the security team. They are only responsible for execution. Following that, Nolan Sterling brought out an even more special contract. This was an equity transfer agreement. Nolan intended to transfer 2% of the equity to me and nominate me for a seat on the board of directors. While this small amount of shares didn't have a huge impact on a family-owned enterprise like the Sterlings, especially since it wasn't a listed company and didn't have many shareholders, presenting this contract at this particular juncture held a different level of significance. Based on the Sterling Group's current valuation of roughly $6 billion, the 2% stake was worth over $100 million. I was indeed a bit surprised to see this contract. I hadn't expected Nolan to do this. Nolan didn't offer much explanation. This was a decision he had considered for a long time. If He had originally wavered on whether to give away shares. Witnessing the growth speed of the Grand Apex Alliance and the sheer vision of Vanessa Miller instantly made him certain he had to go through with it. If Vanessa Miller could give away shares, why couldn't he? Though he wasn't giving them to employees, it served a similar purpose. Mainly, he also felt that with his current abilities, forget about expanding the company. It would be hard enough just to keep this family inheritance. The best way was to find a powerful backer. With a strategic vision, since he was looking for a backer, talk alone wouldn't do. He had to show some sincerity. These shares would be his initiation fee. Sam, get the company seal and stamp this. Sam, trembling, took the company seal out of his briefcase. Nolan had ordered him to borrow it from headquarters long ago. He originally thought the young master would use it to keep his stepmother in check. He never expected him to play such a high-stakes game. He had underestimated the situation. Finally, I signed the equity transfer agreement. There was no reason to turn down free shares. Later, when I build the company headquarters and employee complex, I can have the Sterlings handle the construction. However, for it to officially take effect, I'll have to wait for Nolan to fully reclaim the shares. As for the board nomination, that would require the board to finalize the appointment. Once the signing was finished, Nolan addressed the Grand Apex crowd directly. Brothers and sisters of the Grand Apex Alliance, I hope you've enjoyed your meal. I'll have to trouble you to work a little overtime. Even with a formal employment relationship, as the employer, he still had to be polite. He wouldn't dare be otherwise. Everyone stood up in unison. Young Master Sterling, just give the order. They had seen Nolan's grand gestures today, giving a car and shares to the young lady. He had shown her great respect and absolute sincerity. Given that, they wouldn't hesitate. Nolan felt a surge of excitement in his heart. Was this what power felt like? Then he waved his hand and shouted, "Then let's head out." The words had barely left his mouth before the members of Grand Apex moved quickly, leaving the hotel in a massive formation. Sam watched this and thought to himself that it was all over. The massive convoy raced toward the Sterling Group headquarters. Beatrice Sterling, convening the board for the second time, could never have imagined that her stepson would dare to bring an army directly to the headquarters, threatening to take them all down. When the news reached them, the entire conference room was in an uproar. It wasn't just Beatrice who was shocked. The other directors in the room were all stunned. Every single one of them was filled with righteous indignation. Even those who normally sided with the chairman were a bit angry now, feeling that Nolan's behavior was simply too arrogant. Has Nolan lost his mind? Storming the headquarters with people? This is an insurrection. It seems our prince really doesn't have any respect for us directors. Exactly. He thinks he can intimidate us with a few bodyguards? Naive. A young man who doesn't know his place. We have to give him a lesson today. Notify security to lock down the building immediately. Don't let them up. If anyone tries to force their way in, beat them half to death. While it was true that the Sterlings were a family enterprise, there were still some external shareholders, and those who could become shareholders and directors were basically wealthy and prominent individuals. They all had influence and connections in the area. They naturally wouldn't be afraid of Nolan bringing a few punks to cause trouble. However, they all vastly underestimated those so-called punks. To be more accurate, they were now legal security personnel for the Sterling Group. Originally, the group's security guards received the board's notification and immediately gathered everyone at the main entrance to block the way. Furthermore, they intended to give these arrogant punks a warning. But when they saw the endless stream of men in black suits stepping out of the cars, they were all dumbfounded. These men in black appeared well-trained and carried a chilling aura of bloodlust. Wasn't it supposed to be just a few punks? This looks like a damn gang mobilization. Nolan walked at the front and shouted with absolute dominance, "Everyone, move! Anyone who doesn't move will be dealt with immediately." Yet few of those security guards budged. Regardless of the situation, if they simply let these street types into the company, they would likely lose their jobs, especially since the chief of security was one of Beatrice's people. It was even more impossible for him to yield. Don't even think about going in. This is the Sterling Group headquarters, not a place for you thugs to act wild. The chief of security also knew they couldn't possibly stop this many gangsters. He could only try to stall for time while having someone call the police. Under Yuna's influence, Nolan's style of acting had become very decisive. Seeing the guards refuse to move, he waved his hand to have them taken down. With Nolan's order, the members of the Grand Apex Alliance pulled out their telescopic batons in unison and charged at the guards. Less than a minute after contact, those guards raised their hands in surrender. For $1,000 salary, why risk their lives? Jobs could be replaced, but once a life is gone, everything is gone. However, even though they surrendered, Nolan didn't let them off. Anyone who had just blocked his way was dealt with immediately, meaning they were fired. By the time the police arrived, those guards had already signed the papers and were no longer employees of the Sterling Group. A short while later, passers-by on the street outside the company witnessed a startling scene. Were the guards in their uniforms being taken away by the police? Instead, those very street-looking men in black were perfectly fine. They brazenly locked down the Sterling Group headquarters, displaying extreme arrogance. What was going on? Why were the guards arrested, while those gangsters were left alone? Holy crap. This is just too insane. What has the world come to? Man, I've lived for over half my life, but this is the first time I've seen something this strange. Officer, did you arrest the wrong people? In broad daylight? No, wait. In the dead of night, a group of gangsters stormed our local, famous Sterling Group, and even dealt with the security guards. It's simply unbelievable. This is way too shady. Many people already filled in the blanks, thinking these gangsters must have a powerful background. They beat those guards and then conspired to have the guards hauled away instead. Aside from shady, they couldn't find any other words to describe the scene they were witnessing. It challenged their very sense of reality. And if even a big company like the Sterlings could be bullied by these gangsters, then for ordinary people like them, if they accidentally crossed these people in the future, wouldn't they be dead meat? For a moment, in many people's hearts, a dark shadow was cast. Actually, when the officers first arrived, they were pretty much in the same boat. They were all quite confused. The dispatch call had said that a gang of thugs was storming the Sterling Group headquarters. That was a major incident. Immediately, nearby patrol officers and forces from the precinct were mobilized. Once they reached the scene, a giant question mark practically popped over their heads. Wait, the ones in security uniforms were the thugs, and the group in black suits, the ones who looked like total mobsters, were actually the security guards. Everything was backward. At that moment, when they saw the employment contracts and other documents proving it, they immediately turned serious. They stated they would severely punish this group of thugs in security guard clothing. Once those guards were in the patrol cars, they all claimed they were innocent, but the officers ignored them completely. They only looked at the evidence. None of you are employees of the Sterling Group, yet you forced your way in. Isn't this exactly the kind of thing only criminals would do? And since you dared to impersonate security this time, next time would you even dare to impersonate police officers? You must be severely punished. When the board members received another update, the conference room erupted in chaos. Shock and panic were visible on everyone's faces. This is bad, really bad. The entire security team has been arrested by the police. Now the young master's people have taken control of the company. What? How is that possible? This is absolutely preposterous. They didn't arrest the punks, so why did they arrest our company guards? Is there no law anymore? Is there no justice? Does the young master have no respect for us directors? Does he have no respect for the Sterling Group's rules? He truly is staging a coup. Stop with the useless talk. What should we do now? Are we really going to be wiped out by him? Though Beatrice Sterling was panicking inside, she maintained a calm facade and said, "We cannot just sit here and wait for death. Immediately contact every ally we have to stop Nolan. We absolutely cannot let him act recklessly. I don't believe he can actually turn the world upside down." The others nodded in agreement, immediately pulling out their phones to call their connections. Just as their calls were connecting, before they even had a chance to explain the situation, there was a sudden, thunderous bang. The conference room door was suddenly kicked open from the outside. "Good evening, uncles and aunts. Why aren't you at home sleeping at this hour? What are you all doing here?" The 10 directors, including Beatrice Sterling, all froze where they stood, especially when they saw, behind Nolan, stretching all the way down the hallway, the dense crowd of men in black. Fear gripped their hearts. "Nolan, what exactly are you trying to do? Don't you know we are in the middle of a board meeting? Get the hell out of here," Beatrice Sterling shouted sternly. Nolan shot her a contemptuous look and said, "Get out? Beatrice, do you even know what you're saying? Uncles and aunts, there's no way you don't know who the largest shareholder of the Sterlings is, right? That's right, it's me. So, holding a board meeting. And excluding me, the major shareholder, is that appropriate?" Beatrice Sterling's expression flickered, but she refused to admit it. "Bullsuit. Since when are you the major shareholder? Everyone knows the major shareholder is your father, Silas Sterling. Furthermore, I am currently filing for divorce. So half of those shares belong to me. The board has already passed a resolution. I am the chairperson now." Nolan looked at her like she was the funniest joke in the world. "Beatrice, you can fool the directors who are in the dark. But as for the fact that my father held the shares my biological mother left me in trust, you're telling me you didn't know about that? Listen up, everyone. Most of the shares my father holds were originally my inheritance from my biological mother. He was merely holding them in a nominee capacity. I have already demanded my father return those shares to me. I am the majority shareholder now." Beatrice Sterling completely panicked. The reason she had seized power early was not just out of fear of a reckoning from her husband, but also out of fear that Nolan would take the chance to grab power. If Nolan could prove he was the major shareholder, all of her previous board resolutions would be void, so she absolutely could not admit it now. Nonsense. "What evidence do you have?" Nolan coldly pulled a document from his coat and waved it. "This is the notarized nominee shareholding agreement. It has my father's own signature and fingerprint. You can all take a look." As he spoke, he handed the document to the director standing closest to him. The director took the document with trembling hands. After examining it closely, he gasped, This is indeed real. So Silas has been keeping this from us all along. So that's how it is. No wonder Silas was always unwilling to reveal the true status of the group shares. It seems we were all kept in the dark. Once the authenticity of the document was confirmed, Nolan walked straight up to his stepmother, Beatrice Sterling, who was sitting in the head chair. He yanked her up and said, "Get lost. Is this a seat you're worthy of sitting in?" After being roughly pulled up, Beatrice Sterling's face turned bright red with rage. But before she could say a word, she suddenly saw Nolan speak respectfully toward the doorway. "Chairwoman Miller, you may come in now." The moment Nolan spoke, the entire conference room fell silent. Everyone's gaze unanimously turned toward the door. Chairwoman Miller? Who is Chairwoman Miller? Since when has there been a member named Miller on the board? While everyone was speculating, a young woman dressed in a black double-breasted coat with stunning beauty and an extraordinary aura walked inside. Nolan immediately went forward to meet her, then personally pulled out the chairman's exclusive chair and respectfully invited her to sit. The conference room was instantly plunged into an eerie atmosphere. Beatrice Sterling stared at the young woman who had suddenly appeared. First, she looked incredulous. Then her expression turned to fury as she pointed at Nolan. "Nolan, what do you think you're doing? How can you let an outsider sit in that seat?" She turned to the other directors and said excitedly, "Everyone, do you know who this girl is? She's the leader of that gang of thugs outside. How can our Sterling group tolerate someone with an underworld background infiltrating the board?" Though she hadn't met me in person, she had seen my photograph. The other directors couldn't sit still either upon hearing this, standing up one after another to protest, completely ignoring the fact that so many gangsters were standing outside. "Nolan, what are you doing? Do you really intend to let the former chairman's life's work be destroyed in a single day? How dare you collude with someone of this background, getting mixed up together? If this person is to become a director, I'll be the first to disagree." "I don't agree either." "Me too." From the bottom of their hearts, they looked down on these gangsters, because in their subconscious, these street people were nothing more than a bunch of low-life losers wasting their days away with absolutely no right to sit as equals with business tycoons like them, not to mention sitting in the head seat. For a moment, the entire conference room became incredibly noisy. I looked up and scanned the room. Those eyes, as clear as colored glass, now seemed quenched in ice. Coldly, I spoke, "Can you shut up?" My voice wasn't loud or soft, but it carried an invisible deterrent power, causing the entire room to fall silent instantly. In the hearts of some directors, a sudden, inexplicable chill rose. Surprisingly, not a single person dared to make a sound. "Now that it's quiet, Nolan, you start." "Yes, Chairwoman Miller." Nolan nodded slightly. He took out several copies of documents from his briefcase and had them distributed to every director present. Now, I am convening this board meeting as the major shareholder. I propose to revoke my stepmother Beatrice Sterling's board membership and my uncle Jerry Sterling's board membership, as well as remove them from all positions within the group. Who supports this? Who opposes it? The words had barely left his mouth when a director suddenly stood up. I oppose. Nolan's eyes sharpened. He directly ordered, opposition overruled. Drag him out and execute the order. The words had barely left his mouth when several young men in black rushed in. They dragged the director out directly. Wait, this isn't fair. Board meetings are supposed to be decided by votes. How can you use violence? Don't you have any sense of reason? A few moments later, a shrill, agonizing scream came from outside. The sound was intermittent, as if the person could stop breathing at any moment. Everyone's heart was filled with dread. The young master. Nolan actually dared to lay hands on them, the board directors. Cold sweat poured from managing director Jerry Sterling's forehead. He regretted it. As one of the directors, he had also attended the board meeting convened by his sister-in-law today. Back then, when she was running for the position of chairperson, he hadn't supported her, but he hadn't opposed her either. He chose to abstain. This was undoubtedly a form of betrayal. Even if he was trying to play both sides, it was still betrayal. It was still betrayal. He really hadn't expected that the young master would actually pull him down. He had originally wanted to stand up and beg for mercy, but he hadn't even opened his mouth yet. Before someone was dragged out as an example, he instinctively recalled the scene he had witnessed earlier at the logistics park pier. The young master even dared to sink people in the river. Is there anything he wouldn't dare to do? Jerry Sterling desperately wanted to slap himself. How could he still harbor such fantasies? Regret. Once everyone had quieted down again, Nolan then began the official vote. I have always been very democratic, and I respect you directors. Let's follow the old rules and put it to a vote. Those in favor of my proposal, please raise your hand. After saying that, he was the first to raise his hand. Now, those directors all behaved themselves. After a moment of hesitation, they all raised their hands one after another. In Pearl City, they did indeed have a certain amount of power, but that didn't mean they weren't afraid of death. Especially for wealthy people like them, they were actually even more afraid of dying. Unanimously approved. The motion is passed. Nolan announced the result. Immediately following that, he brought forth the second proposal to increase the board seats. The proposal: Ms. Vanessa Miller is to become a new director of the Sterling Group. As expected, it was again a unanimous vote. At this moment, those directors finally understood. It wasn't that Nolan was ruthless. It was this beautiful-looking girl who was the truly ruthless character, to be able to take an introverted and somewhat weak young master and train him to become like this. She was definitely a ruthless person, no doubt about it. Unanimously approved. The motion is passed. Finally, Nolan prepared to propose himself to serve as the chairperson and concurrently as the managing director. Just then, someone rushed in to report. He said a large group of police officers had arrived. The one leading them was actually the deputy commissioner of the Pearl City Central Police Department. Beatrice Sterling heard this news, and a look of delight instantly appeared on her face. It seemed the higher-ups already knew of their predicament. Their connections behind the scenes had finally come into play, since the report didn't exclude the board members at all. The other directors heard the news as well. Delight appeared on each of their faces. Immediately, several directors jumped out. Pointing at Nolan and me, they boasted triumphantly. I'll see how you handle things now. Street thugs should all be locked up. Exactly. Now that the police are here, you're finished. That whole violent way of doing things is long outdated. You won't come to a good end. Just wait to be wiped out in one fell swoop. Ha ha. However, just as they were laughing most wildly, a group of police officers walked in. The leading deputy commissioner directly pulled out an arrest warrant and shouted, Beatrice Sterling. Gary Sterling, Arthur, Frank. He called out several names in succession. You are suspected of major smuggling crimes. The evidence is conclusive. You are now being arrested and taken away according to the law. Ha ha ha. Choke. The laughter of those directors who were so triumphant a moment ago instantly came to a screeching halt. Once they realized that their own names were among those called, their faces turned to terror. There's been a mistake, right? On what grounds are you arresting us? They are the gangsters. You should be arresting them. This is a wrongful arrest. We are the victims. But regardless of how they pleaded, the cold handcuffs were still ruthlessly locked onto their wrists. It turned out I had long since secured the key evidence. The scene of the person being sunk in the river that no one saw that day. He thought it was arranged by our side. Naturally, he would mention it. Later, I arranged to follow the clues, get Stephen under control, and obtain that ledger. Within the ledger, it contained various pieces of criminal evidence and clues regarding Beatrice and the others. I only took one look at this ledger, and immediately had it put away. I intended to find an opportunity to hand it over to a trustworthy officer. At this moment, the arrested directors were still struggling. On the other hand, those men in black were all greeting the police officers, very friendly-like. All officers, you've arrived just in time. You should definitely take away these law-breaking villains. Exactly. We hate these law-breaking scumbags the most. Officers, you've arrived at the perfect time. If you need witnesses, just give us a shout. We promise to be available whenever called. We will always support the work of our police officers. Hearing this, the deputy commissioner leading the squad heard what these men in black said and couldn't help but smile. I couldn't tell, but you guys have quite a high level of social awareness. Hearing that, the men in black immediately shouted in unison, "Obey the law. It starts with me. Firmly uphold justice in a society ruled by law." Meanwhile, the pinned-down Beatrice and the others turned green in the face. Looking at this harmonious scene, they couldn't help but burst into curses. This is a wrongful arrest. We are the good guys. They are the villains. Damn, this is shady. Too shady. The police came fast and left fast. Out of the 10 directors originally in the conference room, half were taken away in the blink of an eye. The remaining directors looked at one another, and then at themselves. Suddenly, someone spoke up excitedly. "Young master, do you remember? When you were 10 years old and had a high fever? I was the one who pushed the cart all night to get you to the hospital." "But Nolan, when you were a naughty kid and snuck into the company's women's restroom, wasn't I the one who helped you hide it from the former chairman?" "Enough, Nolan. Where's the decorum in this? As long as you give me your full support from now on, I won't come looking for trouble with you." "Support. We'll definitely support you." The directors nodded hurriedly. "Support? Just look at what happened to those guys just now. They were either fired on the spot or hauled away by the police. Who among them would dare not to support him now?" As the old foxes of the business world, they all had some family wealth to protect, and their connections were vast. But the problem was, even Beatrice and Jerry Sterling had been sent away. Those powerful connections they originally relied on suddenly weren't enough to handle this. This showed just how powerful the background of the helper Nolan brought in truly was. Powerful enough to turn black into white, arresting bodyguards, arresting directors, and even the chairman's wife. It was beyond absurd. So much had happened in the group today, and it happened so fast. It was as if the world had been turned upside down several times in a single day. Sam, the board secretary, kept reporting the situation of the group to the former chairman, Silas Sterling. However, he didn't dare to report it out in the open. Instead, he hid in the restroom to secretly send text messages. After all, there were too many men in black coming and going in the company now. He had to be cautious. "Chairman, you'd better be mentally prepared when you see these messages, especially since your heart isn't in good shape. You must have your medicine ready." "Chairman, our group is finished." Chairman, your Maybach was given away by Nolan. Even the group's shares were given away by Nolan. Beatrice and Jerry, along with several directors, were all taken away by the gangsters Nolan found, and one director, because he spoke up, was handled like a slaughtered chicken. Now Nolan is also being controlled by those gangsters. The board and the group are both under their control. Even the chairperson's seat was occupied by the leader of those gangsters. Nolan thought he had the winning hand, but now he's being discarded like a used tool. He can only stand by her side serving tea and water, acting like a common errand boy. Preston and the young miss probably won't escape their clutches either. "Chairman, everything I'm reporting, I've seen with my own eyes. You must take care of your health. Don't get too agitated." Glass was right in the middle of reporting to Silas Sterling. When he looked up, then he sent his final message. "Chairman, this is the last time I'll call you chairman. From now on, I belong to the new chairperson. I will never betray the new chairperson. Goodbye." In a resort in another country, Chairman Silas Sterling finished reading the messages. He felt a sudden tightness in his chest. He could barely breathe. Quickly, give me the... A nearby bodyguard hurriedly handed him a medicine bottle. The chairman's medicine arrived. Silas Sterling pushed it away. Get out of my way, he roared. Book a ticket for me immediately. I'm going home. It was now mid-December. The weather was bone-chillingly cold. But the long-awaited sunlight finally brought a hint of warmth to the city. Charlie had been keeping a close eye on the sales of his new album during this time, as well as the popularity of the songs online. Every time he saw his album ranking climbing rapidly on the major music charts, he would be very happy. Album sales were doing quite well. Right now, in Pearl City alone, tens of thousands of copies had been sold. Combined with total sales from other regions, it had already surpassed the six-figure mark. However, on his #1 hater side, there were still 100,000 albums that showed no sign of being released. Surely she wouldn't. He didn't dare to think about it. He really didn't dare to imagine it. I also noticed at school that more and more classmates were listening to Charlie's songs. However, opinions about Charlie as a person remained mixed among everyone. After all, the dirt on Charlie currently on the internet was simply too much. It wouldn't be easy to clear his name. Fortunately, many music fans were still willing to support him. The speed of information transmission on the internet back then wasn't as exaggerated as it was in later years. More people focused on the music itself, rather than the singer's private life. That was how the song is famous, but the singer isn't happened, unless you can continuously release hit songs, or truly have some very unique characteristics. It was hard for people to remember you. Charlie clearly didn't belong to the latter category, but the reaction to his latest album was extremely positive. There were already signs that he was going to blow up. Back in the classroom, I heard many of my classmates discussing Charlie's new album. Have you guys heard Charlie's new album? The title track, Freak, is amazing. The songs are good. But haven't you heard all the dirt on him? The internet says Charlie used to do whatever it took to snatch resources. And he even slept with fans. For real? I think it's fake. Who knows if those rumors online are true or not? Besides, I only care about the music itself. True or not, I don't like the guy anyway. There's just too much dirt on him. I think he looks pretty clean. He doesn't seem like that kind of person. Mr. Charlie's lyrics have so much depth, okay? You girls only care about looks. My buddy said his singing skills are trash, and it's all thanks to pitch correction. I think your buddy is just hating for the sake of hating, coming up with such a lame excuse. For a while, the class was split into two factions, arguing nonstop. Finally, someone couldn't help but ask the class president, who had been reading a book with headphones on. Vanessa, what do you think? I took off my headphones and placed them on the table. The classroom instantly fell silent. How about I give you all a gift? Grab a few guys and head to the school gate to pick something up. You got it, President. Frank stood up immediately, called out to a few boys, and headed out of school. Not long after, they returned with a box of albums, signed by Charlie. Once everyone had an album in hand, they understood my stance. The general opinion in the class immediately shifted, along with my attitude as their president. Our president really has taste. The president likes Charlie just like I do. I love Charlie so much too. Look, this signature is so artistic. You can tell he's a cultured person. If the president thinks Charlie is fine, then he must be fine. Exactly. Holy crap. President, this badge is the limited edition. The lyric sheet even has a handwritten serial number. I'm taking a photo and posting it on the forum first. I was showing it off like crazy. Within the class, my words were even more effective than the counselors. If I support Charlie, then everyone else definitely will too. If for nothing else, then for their status as the president's classmates, whether inside or outside of school, they would generally be looked upon more highly. Not long after my class ended, a piece of news suddenly spread from the school gate saying that Dylan King was coming to their school. The entrance of Central State University was packed with people. Students were excitedly standing on their tiptoes to catch a glimpse. This was the first time they had seen a real celebrity in the flesh. Although Dylan King wasn't exactly an A-list superstar, he was one of the top 10 finalists from the talent show Look at Me this year, yet everyone's enthusiasm remained very high. Firstly, in this era, the public's view of celebrities and public figures like singers generally had a layer of filters over it. Secondly, people naturally love a good crowd. Of course, some of them were indeed Dylan King's fans. Dylan King It's really Dylan King. He's looking over here. He looked right at me. Holy crap, stop pushing, stop pushing. My shoe just got stepped off. Dylan King, can I get an autograph? I really love the song you sang during the competition. He's so handsome in person, even better looking than on TV. Dylan King's sudden visit to Central State University was unexpected for many, including me, but I quickly guessed the reason. This guy probably didn't want to lose to Charlie at the first autograph session, or rather, he wanted to crush Charlie, so he specifically came to solicit votes. After all, when it comes to fan bases, it's mostly young people. In University Town, where are young people most concentrated? The university, of course. As long as he can get enough people from the university to go to his signing, he can slap Grand Apex Supermarket's face hard. Ignore me today, and I'll be out of your league tomorrow. Choosing Charlie was definitely your biggest mistake. The scene was chaotic. Many fans were red-faced with excitement, desperately squeezing forward, wanting to get closer to Dylan King. Dylan King obviously enjoyed this feeling of being idolized. With his signature sunny smile, he waved to the crowd from time to time. Dylan King, can I take a photo with you? A female fan squeezed to the front with all her might. Her cheeks flushed as she held up her phone. Of course! Dylan King cooperated for a photo. As the first successful photo took place, many students around began asking for photos and autographs. Dylan King didn't refuse anyone, especially for those sweet-looking girls. He would proactively take photos with them. While he was busily taking photos with the Central State University students, the other side of the school gate suddenly erupted with enthusiastic screams. It's Charlie. Charlie is here too. The crowd instantly split. Part of them turned to surge toward the other side of the gate. Dylan King's smile froze on his face, a faint shadow of gloom hanging over it. Hey, Mr. King. Charlie spotted Dylan King in the crowd and came over to look him up and down. That hairstyle must take a lot of hairspray, huh? The scene erupted in a burst of laughter. Dylan King instinctively touched his meticulously styled side part. His expression immediately turned ugly. Mr. Charlie is as humorous as ever. I heard you settled a new product endorsement. Congratulations. Oh, don't even mention it. The contract requires me to gain a few pounds. It's a nightmare. Charlie teased on purpose. How about we switch? That soft drink endorsement of yours is great. You can drink it and spit it out to water the flowers. How eco-friendly of you. If there weren't so many students present, Dylan King would have really wanted to punch him. He was just too damn annoying. You're the damn one who drinks and spits it out. And watering flowers? While the two were at each other's throats, a student council member responsible for maintaining order couldn't help but speak up. Gentlemen, ahead is the Winter Wonderland. Our students built. Would you like to check it out first? Charlie followed up. Classmate, you really get me. I was just about to say, this snowy scenery is perfect for creative work. Inspiration might just strike. He turned to look at Dylan King. Mr. King, how about an impromptu bit? Let the juniors see what you've got. Win this. The creative strength of a so-called top 10 talent singer. Dylan King's manager's face turned green upon hearing this, cursing in his heart. Damn it. Are you ever going to stop? Are you addicted now? Creative work? If Dylan King actually had that talent, he wouldn't be begging everyone for songs. In this era or in the future, most listeners and fans mostly only care about the performer on stage. Few people dig into the creators behind the scenes. But if you pay any attention, you'll know the gap between Dylan King and Charlie. Charlie is at least a legitimate singer-songwriter. He does the lyrics and music all himself and has even written hit songs. Dylan King hasn't created a single song so far. The songs on the new album were all arranged by the company. Now Dylan King had been put on the spot by Charlie. Facing so many eyes, he could only grit his teeth and agree. Of course, Mr. Charlie, after you. No, no, no. You're a big star now. You go first. I need to find the best spot to observe and learn. Charlie suddenly looked shocked, putting on a humble learner's facade. Once they arrived at the Central State University Winter Wonderland, Dylan King began spinning in circles to find inspiration. As a result, he almost made himself dizzy. Stars were dancing before his eyes. Finally, having no choice, he grit his teeth and picked up a guitar, cobbling together an impromptu performance. But his playing was stumbling, and the melody was particularly average, especially since Charlie liked to deliberately mess with him, occasionally letting out an exaggerated, Wow! Making the surrounding students burst into continuous laughter. Dylan King endured his fury and continued to play and sing. Suddenly, a harsh chord snapped. Charlie poked his head out of the crowd again. With an exaggerated look, he said, "Could this be the legendary postmodern deconstructionist music? Mr. King, you really are a genius. To be able to create a piece like this?" The scene erupted in laughter once more. A boy with glasses even laughed so hard he choked on his own spit and couldn't stop coughing. Dylan King instantly turned red. "Charlie, what exactly are you trying to do? Did I offend you in some way? Why are you targeting me at every turn? Can't handle it already? When you hired trolls to smear me, I accepted it quite gracefully." "Bullshit," Dylan King retorted in desperation. I've never smeared you." Charlie interrupted him, even mimicking the tone of those haters and trolls. For example, Charlie looks like the auntie selling pancakes downstairs, and his singing movements always look like he's looking for a bathroom. Crowd? Was it others smearing you? Or were you roasting yourself too hard? Dylan King's die-hard fans were the first to strike, criticizing Charlie. "Charlie, do you have any shame? Would our Dylan bother smearing a washed-up singer like you? Check yourself first. Does our appa need to smear you? Are you worthy? Look at your outfit. Even the market aunties are trendier than you. I don't know where you get your confidence from." Charlie's fans wouldn't be outdone, immediately counterattacking. "Oh, you're triggered. Triggered because he hit the nail on the head, right? Who doesn't know Dylan King fake cried during the competition just to get sympathy? And as a junior, posting on Twitter to smear a senior. As if we didn't see that. Truly shameless." "Exactly. And a top 10 finalist? More like a top 10 joke. Even dogs wouldn't drink the soda your appa endorses. How dare you come out and embarrass yourself?" With a few die-hard fans leading the charge, the students who were just watching the creative process instantly split into two camps. They started attacking each other. Eventually, it even turned into a physical fight. They grabbed snowballs from the ground and threw them. A snowball fight broke out. "That's for smearing our appa. Take this." And so, the largest snowball fight in the history of Central State University broke out just like that. I stood not far away, staring at the chaotic scene, completely speechless. Charlie's mouth really was something else. Look at how Dylan King was so angry he was practically fuming. Just as I was about to step forward and stop this farce, another luxury van pulled up to the school gate. The door opened, and a stylish young woman stepped out elegantly. It was none other than the popular idol drama actress, Faye. The moment Faye walked through the school gate, the two groups of students, who were currently in the middle of the snowball fight, all stopped. They looked over. "Faye? It's actually Faye. This is so exciting. What is going on with our school today? So many celebrities are showing up." Clearly, Faye's fame was much greater than Dylan King's or Charlie's. After all, idol drama actors are generally more easily remembered by the public than singers. The moment Faye spoke, she got straight to the point. "I'm here to support the promotion of my junior, Dylan King." Charlie's expression turned serious, and his eyes held a hint of complex emotion. With Faye's declaration, many of the students who originally supported him began to hesitate. Eventually, nearly half of them withdrew from the battlefield. In the blink of an eye, Charlie's side was left with only a few dozen students, while Dylan King had hundreds on his side. Dylan King finally felt like he could hold his head high. The frustration he felt earlier vanished instantly. Seeing this favorable situation, the manager naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity to corner the opposition. Another snowball fight was on the verge of breaking out. Just as he was about to shout, "Attack!" suddenly I approached, dressed in my overcoat. My long white hair fell loosely over my shoulders. With minimal makeup on my face, yet I carried a refreshing, ethereal grace, and a unique aura that simply couldn't be ignored. When the students present saw me, their hearts skipped a beat. Their earlier celebrity, obsessed, frenzy melted away instantly like snow. I walked up to them, looking around, and said only one thing: "Everyone, disperse." Though my voice wasn't loud, it seemed to possess a certain magic. The students scattered immediately upon hearing it. In an instant, the previously crowded winter wonderland became completely deserted. Dylan King and Faye were both completely bewildered. They had no idea what was happening. What is going on? What just happened? Why did everyone run away? They must be fake fans. Dylan King. They simply couldn't believe their eyes. The CSU Winter Wonderland, which was just packed with people, had become empty in the blink of an eye, leaving only the few of them behind, along with a few confused-looking strays. Even his manager was also seeing such an exaggerated scene for the first time. Even if a female student is exceptionally beautiful, surely a single sentence from her wouldn't scare all the students into fleeing, right? What kind of danger would she have to pose to achieve this level of effect? I bet even the professors at this school might not have this kind of influence. And they also clearly noticed that the students' eyes were filled with a certain dread. It was very strange. What was there to be afraid of? Could beauty be poisonous or something? In any case, they couldn't fathom the specific reason. What on earth is going on? Faye's brow furrowed. As a popular idol, she was used to being the center of attention. But this girl before her, who cleared the entire place with just one sentence, did indeed make her feel a sense of unease. Dylan King didn't complain much. His gaze seemed fixed on me, unable to look away. He had seen many beautiful women, from wealthy heiresses to entertainment industry newcomers. But this girl's aura was something he had never encountered before. Especially my eyes. As clear as an alpine lake, so deep that they seemed to be able to peer into one's soul. It was incredibly captivating. Who is she? Dylan King couldn't help but ask his manager. The manager thought to himself, how should I know? She's standing right here. Why don't you just ask her? Why ask me? Are you crazy? He still politely asked. Hello there, classmate. May I ask your name? Vanessa Miller? I replied, Vanessa Miller. Dylan King felt like he had heard that name somewhere before. He realized it quickly. His eyes lit up. You're the CSU beauty? He had heard about University Town before, especially about Central State University's beauty, Vanessa Miller. Her looks were said to be divine. Seeing her now, she certainly lived up to the hype. As for the rumors about Vanessa Miller, claiming I was ruthless and vicious or whatever, he hadn't taken them seriously. He felt they must be rumors spread by those who were extremely jealous of her looks. With beauty like this, how could she be a bad person? What a joke! If I wanted to join the industry, it would be almost too easy. In this era, many schools and websites held annual campus beauty competitions. This year, a certain portal website launched a campus beauty poll for various universities. The goal was to attract user registrations. The voters were mostly students. However, this event also drew the attention of some entertainment companies. Many campus beauties in the country had successfully entered the industry through this. Upon hearing Vanessa Miller's name and seeing my face with her own eyes, Faye felt an indescribable feeling in her heart. It was truly a face that inspired envy. Why had she come to Pearl City this time? It wasn't actually because she wanted to support Dylan King, her recently signed junior at the agency. Her reason for coming was primarily to film a variety show called Star Campus Tour. The theme was searching for the most beautiful campus heartthrobs and beauties. That was the show's biggest draw. Otherwise, what would be the point of just wandering around a school? Under normal circumstances, it was unlikely this show would be filmed at Central State University in Pearl City. In fact, they hadn't considered this city at all. They usually focused on art schools in major cities with lots of beautiful men and women. As for why an exception was made for Pearl City this time, it was all because of one girl. That's right, it was me. I probably never imagined it myself, but my photo had been uploaded to the campus beauty voting site, and it had secured first place by a massive margin. Generally speaking, the various campus beauties each had their own charm, mostly showcasing their most beautiful features. But for me, there was only a shot from behind. It was a photo of me, walking down the school's Ginkgo Avenue. Despite being just a shot of my back, the ethereal aura I radiated instantly captured the attention of countless people. Of course, there was also help from the students in the local Pearl City University town. In the past, the 5 universities weren't exactly united. Everyone thought their own campus beauty was the best. The votes were usually quite scattered, but my status was too unique. Almost everyone agreed by default that only I was worthy of the top spot. And so, with just that one photo of my back, my vote count led by a landslide. The organizers of the event almost thought someone was rigging the votes. Similarly, it was precisely because of the hype surrounding the online campus beauty contest that the production team of Star Campus Tour noticed Central State University's goddess, Vanessa Miller. Later, Faye overheard the director say something. This girl's vibe is so unique, As long as she's willing to show her face, our ratings are guaranteed to explode. It was because of those words that she made the impulsive decision to visit Central State. Now, she had finally met the girl the director was so fixated on. However, she still couldn't quite understand why those students would listen to me so obediently. But now was not the time to dwell on that question. Classmate, look. In a few days, our production team will be coming to your school for a shoot. Would it be convenient for you to appear on camera then? For you, this is a rare and wonderful opportunity. Even though Faye secretly didn't want me on screen, after all, a girl like this wouldn't have to do anything to completely steal the spotlight. When that time comes, the entire crew's attention would be on me. What would be left for the actual stars? But as a regular guest arriving early to scout the location, she still had to show a proper level of grace. I shook my head. Sorry, but I decline. Dylan King quickly chimed in. Classmate, you clearly don't know how popular this show is. As long as you're on camera, you'll definitely blow up. You might even be able to enter our industry and become a star in the public eye. I replied, I have no interest in your industry. If I had to say I have any interest at all, perhaps I could try being the boss and let you stars make money for me. Hearing this, Dylan King couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, don't make me laugh. An entertainment company isn't something just anyone can start. I didn't pay him any mind and instead turned my gaze toward Faye. Does your show still need regular guests? Faye was stunned. What do you mean? Do you want to be a regular guest? That's not very likely. Even if you had made your debut, it would still require. I interrupted her. I think you misunderstand. I pointed to Charlie standing beside me. I think Mr. Charlie here has great talent for variety shows. Charlie was taken aback. He never expected me to recommend him at such a critical moment. Even though he knew her recommendation might not carry any weight, he was still incredibly excited. Yes, yes. I have great variety sense. Hurry and recommend me to your director. I really want to be famous. Dylan King immediately began mocking him. You want to be famous? Keep dreaming. Are you even worthy? Besides, the regular guests for this show have been full for a long time. There won't be any chance. Charlie retorted, Don't be so sure. Maybe I really can get on. Faye spoke up as well. It's true. The 5 regular guest spots are already full. My junior here is one of them. Hearing this, Charlie instinctively looked at me. See? No dice, I said unhurriedly. I suggest you go back and have the director and the production team seriously reconsider, Mr. Charlie. As for the reason, you're destined to be short one regular guest. I shot a deep look at Dylan King. What do you mean? Why are you looking at me? Dylan King's expression finally turned cold. He had finally realized that this girl was defending Charlie so fiercely, likely because she was his supporter. Furthermore, he felt that this girl held a faint, lingering hostility toward him. Are you saying I'll be leaving the production team? Impossible. And why do I feel like you're targeting me? Did I ever offend you? I simply said one thing coldly. That supermarket you slandered on the internet? It's mine. Dylan King's heart sank instantly. He finally understood why those students were so afraid of me. Dylan King quickly regained his composure. What was there to fear? She was just a local gang leader in a small city. What was there to be afraid of? Senior, I just remembered. I still have something cooking on the stove back at my place. We'd better get back quickly. Faye was about to ask why, when Dylan King grabbed her by the arm and said, Let's go. If we don't leave now, we won't be able to. And so, a bewildered Faye was dragged away by Dylan King. Once back in the van, Faye finally couldn't help but ask, What on earth are you doing? Dylan King asked in return, Do you know who she is? Faye said, Isn't she just CSU's campus beauty? Dylan King shook his head. She's the boss of the Grand Apex Alliance. Faye looked blank. Grand Apex Alliance? What is that? It sounds a bit street. Dylan King's eyes darkened. It's a pretty famous local gang in Pearl City. Hearing this, Faye covered her mouth and said in shock, How is that possible? Even though she was a bit jealous of my looks, she could even foresee that if this girl actually showed her face on their show, there would surely be plenty of entertainment companies offering piles of cash to sign me. Beautiful women are always a scarce resource, but now her junior, Dylan King, was telling her that this girl was a gang leader? It was too absurd. Setting aside the age issue, since entering the industry, she had witnessed plenty of chaos in the entertainment world. There were indeed some street bosses in the industry, but without exception, they were all middle-aged men. A girl as young as me, being a local gang leader, was truly hard to believe. Dylan King wouldn't be lying to them, would he? But then she thought about those CSU students, and their reaction to me, and it all seemed to make sense. Generally speaking, a school's campus beauty would be the center of attention wherever they went, often causing quite a sensation, just like back when she was in school and was one of the campus beauties. Especially after gaining a bit of fame, she became the focus everywhere she went. But I was completely different. When those students saw me, they ran faster than rabbits. It was very abnormal. Such a beautiful campus beauty, yet she's in a gang. Faye sighed inwardly. But this was fine too. When the production team films me, they'll have to consider the impact and the potential consequences. Junior, you attacked her online before. Aren't you afraid she'll retaliate? Faye asked. Dylan King said with indifference. I already prepared a response. Furthermore, I'm a public figure. In Pearl City, there are so many fans who support me. They wouldn't dare do anything to me. At this moment, he became extremely confident. Because he had already arranged a backup plan, he'd spent a lot of money to hire several actors with great skills. He was going to let Grand Apex Supermarket know what regret felt like if they actually dared to lay a hand on his victims. In broad daylight, he would stir up public opinion on social media. Grand Apex Supermarket and the Grand Apex Alliance behind it would surely be targeted by the authorities and be finished for good. When that time comes, the people of all of Pearl City would likely be grateful to him, grateful that he had uprooted a social cancer. It was just a pity for that girl. Why on earth would someone like her join a gang? What a waste. But that was his own choice. He'll just have to learn the hard way. On the other hand, Charlie didn't take my previous words to heart. He knew I was acting out of good intentions, to help him out of a tight spot. He also knew how complex and dark this industry is. Sometimes, the entertainment world is even shadier than the Grand Apex Alliance. A variety show like the one Faye mentioned isn't something you can just get on whenever you want. Ultimately, you still need connections and a network. If his previous company had been willing to promote him, he might have had a chance to be on that show. But now he was flying solo. Even though I, as his #1 hater, supported him, I wasn't an industry insider after all, and I didn't have any connections in that world. It was almost impossible to get him onto the show. Unless, as I said before, during the production of the show, a regular guest suddenly went missing. In that case, he might have a slim chance. Ms. Miller, I'm truly grateful to you, but these things can't be forced. I should focus on making my own music for now. I believe opportunities will come along eventually. You're certainly taking it well. Let's set that aside for now, but I suggest you take a good rest over the next few days to prepare for your first signing event. Charlie nodded. I will. Speaking of the signing event, he really was feeling a bit excited now. Surely it wouldn't be like last time, where only a few fans showed up, right? This time, no matter how many fans came, hundreds, or even thousands, he wouldn't complain about being tired. It was just one signing event, after all. How tiring could it be? The more fans that showed up, the more it proved he was becoming a star. Speaking of the signing event, Charlie suddenly realized something. What did Ms. Miller mean earlier by the first signing event? Before he could even ask, a pure and beautiful young woman approached them with a look of hesitation. I recognized the girl at a glance. She was a sophomore, and a former campus beauty named Selena. Coincidentally, she and Charlie shared the same last name. Before I arrived, Selena was undoubtedly the school's most radiant goddess, the campus beauty. But ever since I came along, her light had grown noticeably dimmer. Although Selena was an accounting major, she had no intention of pursuing a career related to her major. Back in October, she had signed up for a talent variety show called Shining Girls. It was likely a sister show modeled after the format of Supergirl, and she had already successfully made it into the top 16. Some companies had already reached out to her, offering a fairly high price. Selena came to see me hesitantly, and in my heart, I had already roughly guessed her intention. If Selena wanted to enter the entertainment industry, she surely knew that Star Campus Tour would be filming at Central State University, and she knew the production team was here for me. Selena, was there something you needed? I proactively asked. Like everyone else, Selena instinctively felt a bit afraid of me. Vanessa, I wanted to ask when Faye and the others come to film the show. Could you? She found it a bit hard to say out loud. She originally wanted to ask me to bring her along on the show. Given the popularity of that show, it would surely be meaningful for her later competition. At the very least, it could boost her popularity and give her more leverage when negotiating with entertainment companies. Of course, it would be even better if I didn't appear in the shots at all, but she only dared to think that in her heart. The reality was that if she were to be on camera, even if I intentionally blocked her from the frame, she wouldn't have a single word of complaint. I seemed to see through her thoughts. I smiled. Selena, I have no interest in being on the show. I won't be coming when the time comes. You can go and perform your best. Although Selena had considered that I might look down on participating in this kind of variety show, in her subconscious, she still felt, how many girls could refuse becoming a star? So when she heard my words, she was still quite surprised. Are you really not going to be on camera? This is one of the top 3 rated variety shows currently. So many people are dying to get on it. I said indifferently, if you want, the person everyone votes for on that campus beauty site can be you. Selena's breath hitched instantly. Of course she wanted that. She wanted it in her dreams. Now that I had exposed it so bluntly, she felt her face burning instead. Selena, you don't need to be embarrassed or surprised. Not all girls like standing in the spotlight. I'm really not that interested in those so-called campus beauty polls and such activities. I don't want to become an object of judgment for a bunch of greasy men with big bellies. Of course, that doesn't mean I don't love beauty. Loving beauty and becoming an exhibit for others to gawk at are 2 different things. Finally, I said to Selena, good luck. After saying that, I left with Charlie. The 2 of us still needed to discuss the details of the signing event. It wouldn't be wrong to say I was a fan of Charlie's, but my definition of a fan was a bit special. To be precise, whoever can bring me profit is my idol. Of course, in Charlie's eyes, I was undoubtedly his #1 hater. It wasn't until the figures of Charlie and me had completely disappeared from the school gate that Selena finally snapped out of it. She looked down at her meticulously coordinated outfit, brand name clothes, a fresh manicure, and the weight she had specifically lost for the camera. Suddenly, it all felt a bit ridiculous. But in the next second, her gaze became determined again. The freshman might look down on it, but she, Selena, needed this opportunity for her dreams. Then she pulled out her phone and dialed the number of her agent at the entertainment company. In the car, Ms. Miller, what do you think will happen to Selena if she signs that contract later? Charlie suddenly asked. He had also looked into that Shining Girls talent show. One of the financial backers behind the show, Cloud9 Entertainment, is a fairly well-known company in Metropolis. Of course, the company's reputation was a double-edged sword. On one hand, it was famous for its predatory contracts. On the other, it did indeed have the power to make people famous. Under normal circumstances, the girls who debuted through Shining Girls basically had to sign with the backing company. This was almost an industry standard. I sponsored this show. So, aside from the trainees already signed to other companies, the newcomers I take a liking to must prioritize signing with me. Charlie was almost certain that with Selena's top 16 ranking, she would definitely be signed. If she didn't sign, she could forget about advancing further. The top 16 would basically be her ceiling. And even after signing, she might not necessarily advance. That would depend on whether she understood the rules. Charlie himself was one of the victims. That was why, after I helped him settle his contract, he had gladly accepted my suggestion to open his own studio. Although this would lead to slower growth, at least he would have autonomy. I thought for a moment and said, she'll probably end up battered and bruised. I had a rough idea of Selena's family background. She's just from an ordinary working-class family. If her family background had any real pull, breaking into the industry might actually be easier. But her family can't offer her a single bit of help. She'll most likely have to suffer quite a bit. It's true that being beautiful is an asset for girls, but it also attracts unwanted attention. How about I go talk to your senior for you? I could tell her about my own experiences, Charlie suggested. Forget it. She won't listen, I said, shaking my head. Dreams are like fancy meat grinders. They sit there all shiny and bright, just waiting for you to feed yourself into them. One day, she'll see reality for what it is. When that time comes, she can join your studio. Join my little studio? Isn't that a good thing? She can make money for you. I smiled, holding back the other half of the thought. She can make money from me, too. I'll most likely branch out into this sector in the future. It's not because I'm particularly interested in running an entertainment company, but because I think the influence of these stars will play a huge role in my future business plans, just like Twitter in its early days in my past life, when major portals transitioned into blogs. Besides technical upgrades, there was one very important factor: the success of the celebrity strategy. Don't underestimate this celebrity strategy. It's essentially the nuclear weapon for a new platform's gold start. Simply put, stars bring fans, and fans bring traffic, creating a snowball effect. Whether it was Twitter or the later streaming sites, then short clips, and so on. In the beginning, to grab traffic and increase influence, to poach streamers and influencers, the signing prices were more ridiculous than the last. This is exactly why, when I first met Charlie, I immediately thought of Twitter. I might not have the chance to set it up, because time is running out. Twitter would launch in 2009. My company doesn't have the foundation for new media yet. I have to pass on it for now, but there will be plenty of opportunities in the future to utilize these stars. So, it's not wrong to say I'm Charlie's fan. For one, I really do like his songs. Second, anyone who can make me money is my idol. Showing a little kindness now can bring massive traffic later. This deal is a guaranteed win. Mr. Charlie, I won't take my share of the album's profits. Consider it my investment. Don't worry, I won't tie you down, I said. Charlie didn't hesitate at all. Fine. He had no reason to refuse. More importantly, he didn't have the courage or the capital to refuse. In the days that followed, Charlie threw himself into preparing for the signing event. This event wasn't just for signing. He also had to get on stage and sing a song or two to promote the supermarket, while he and his manager were excitedly making preparations. Someone from his former company, Starfish Entertainment, suddenly showed up. It was a VP from the company. Charlie didn't really want to see him. After all, his time at the former company hadn't been very pleasant, especially this VP, who acted all high and mighty as soon as he walked in. It was repulsive. My time is very valuable. Charlie, I'm only giving you 10 minutes to consider. As he spoke, he tossed a contract onto the table. It was an acquisition contract for the studio. Take a look. If it looks okay, sign it. I have to get back to the office tonight. Charlie was furious but didn't show it. He skimmed through the contract and set it down. The terms, this time, looked much better than before. Charlie, you know, the company didn't really want to give up on you. The leadership changed too much. It couldn't be helped. It's still not too late. I guarantee you'll be able to put out an album every year. Also, that endorsement for Grand Apex Supermarket drop it. Offending an industry giant for a small supermarket isn't worth it. Hearing him say that, Charlie finally understood Felix Rain's true motive. It seemed Dylan King really did have some pull, being able to get a VP from his former company to personally come and pressure him. And Starfish Entertainment, predictably, was still treating artists the same way they had for years. The management from top to bottom was utterly detestable. Starfish Entertainment liked signing those grassroots artists from talent shows. First, they'd lure them in with fame and money. When the newcomer was on the verge of making it, they'd use threats and bribes to force them into signing vague, predatory contracts, making a fortune for the boss while suffering themselves. Because of these predatory contracts, it was hard for artists to fight back. Although the terms Felix brought were good, Charlie wouldn't be fooled again. Thanks for the offer, Mr. Rain, but I won't be signing this contract. After being rejected, Felix didn't get angry. He smiled. The company blacklisted you once. We can blacklist you a second time, even if you're not an artist with the company anymore. Furthermore, the company will sue to void your previous termination agreement, claiming fraud on your part. Signing with brands behind the company's back, you'll still face sky-high penalties for breach of contract. Charlie, you've been in this industry for a long time. You should know the rules here. How was Adrian blacklisted? What's become of Adrian now? Felix gave a few examples. All artists who had been disobedient in the past and had been crushed for it. There were names Charlie was hearing for the first time. To think they were ruined by them, he was quite shocked. Charlie, if I want to, all your work can disappear from the internet. No one in the industry will be willing to work with you. Even your best friends could be dragged down with you. Think carefully. Felix Rain spoke with absolute confidence. Starfish Entertainment and the capital behind it were the source of his confidence. As every second ticked away, The 10 minutes were almost up. Charlie remained silent. Felix checked his watch. You have 30 seconds left to decide. Just as he was trying to use this method to continue, pressuring Charlie. Charlie suddenly burst out laughing. Looking at the arrogant face of Felix, he saw 2 words, dead man. He had long since experienced how terrifying industry capital could be. If it were before, he might have truly surrendered. But now, Charlie suddenly thought of a movie clip. An arrogant rich kid was taunting a police officer, saying he could hit him or insult him and nothing would happen. What can you do to me? I've got people backing me up. The officer had replied with absolute dominance. You have people backing you? I have people backing me too. And mine are way bigger than yours. Who? The country and the people. Charlie turned his head to look at the coat rack where the black suit given by Marcus was hanging. Behind him, he didn't have a background as sacred as a police officer's, but he did have. Just how much money did music make in this era? Many people probably had no idea. It was no exaggeration to say that some hit songs could easily earn $100 million by themselves. Take ringtones, for example. The download revenue for a single track could reach tens of millions for many songs. That's not even including other earnings, but most of the earnings. In the end, it all ends up in the entertainment company's pockets. The portion that actually makes it to the individual's hands is usually not very much under normal circumstances. Before Charlie's new album became a hit, his former company didn't pay much attention to him, but as his album exploded in popularity, some people were bound to get jealous, especially when they discovered that the timing of Charlie's contract termination and the album's release happened to overlap. There was no way the company would just worry and give up such massive, effortless profits. Felix Rain had 2 main goals for coming here this time. First, someone had indeed spoken up. It was the financial backer behind Dylan King, who hoped to put some pressure on Charlie. They couldn't let Charlie steal Dylan King's spotlight. In fact, the person behind Dylan King was the sugar daddy that Charlie had rejected before. He was also the person Charlie's manager, Leo King, had mentioned multiple times, J. Lou. It was a case of love turning into hatred. Charlie didn't know how to play the game, but Dylan King was much more sensible. Second, Starfish Entertainment was indeed very frustrated, feeling like they had been played by Charlie. They wanted to regain control over this newly shining cash cow. However, Felix Rain was destined to return empty-handed. Charlie's attitude was firm. He flatly rejected all of their conditions. If they wanted a lawsuit, he would fight them to the bitter end. If Starfish Entertainment really chose to sue, the venue would most likely be in Pearl City, because the original contract they signed did not explicitly specify a jurisdiction for the court. According to common practice, litigation usually takes place at the defendant's permanent residence. In Theo Chase's words, this is my turf after all. Finally, Felix Rain left with a livid expression. He never expected Charlie would actually dare to defy him. It was easy to imagine what Starfish Entertainment would do next. They first cooked up a series of negative stories, and then hired troll farms to spread them everywhere. Meanwhile, they mobilized all marketing accounts to hype the scandal, and contacted gossip paparazzi to stalk him 24 hours a day. They published false news by taking things out of context. Finally, they used their industry connections to blacklist Charlie. If Dylan King hiring people to smear Charlie was considered small time, then having an established entertainment company personally step into the fray was a completely different concept. Whether it was the intensity or the methods, they were on an entirely different level. Without any warning, Charlie was hit with hard proof of a drug use scandal. Of course, what the truth really was, only the parties involved knew for sure. Charlie already had some dirt on him, but now he was being painted as a social pariah that everyone wanted to attack. Even when he went out wearing a mask and a hat, paparazzi could still recognize and stalk him, which annoyed him to no end. Some paparazzi were even exceptionally arrogant. Even if he warned them, they didn't take it to heart at all. After all, they had backers behind them. As long as the money was right, they dared to do anything. One day, while Charlie was out alone, he encountered 2 particularly arrogant blonde paparazzi. Other paparazzi would at least take photos from a distance, but these 2 were something else. They practically shoved the cameras right into his face. Furthermore, their words were exceptionally nasty, clearly intended to provoke Charlie on purpose. They wanted him to make a fool of himself, so their partner could record it. making for an even bigger viral hit online. Their behavior successfully enraged the normally even-tempered Charlie. He was so angry he kicked one of the paparazzi, and more importantly, he accidentally kicked the guy right in the vitals. The other paparazzi also had a short fuse, seeing his partner take a heavy hit. He didn't even care about filming anymore. He moved in directly. "I'll freaking kill you. How dare you touch my brother?" Charlie wasn't an idiot either. He immediately took off running. He cursed as he ran. "Film my ass. I dare you to keep following me." The paparazzi wasn't about to let him go. He chased Charlie while snapping photos frantically, shouting filthy curses as he went. "Stop right there. If you don't stop, tomorrow's headline will be, 'Disgraced singer beats man in Publix.' Let's see you try to make a comeback after that." Charlie felt miserable beyond words. He had never seen such arrogant paparazzi, chasing him down to fight, while still trying to film him. This was definitely those bastards at Starfish Entertainment, hiring them on purpose. The more Charlie thought about it, the angrier he got. He changed direction and kept running, pulling out his phone as he went. "Hello? Marcus, I'm being chased by paparazzi." While he was on the phone, the paparazzi behind him remained relentless. The guy even picked up an empty bottle from a shop's display and threw it. "Get lost." Smash! The bottle shattered behind Charlie. Charlie was startled, his heart racing. These paparazzi were too ruthless. Of course, it might have also had something to do with that accidental kick earlier. Before long, Charlie ducked into a dead-end alley and stopped. He bent over, hands on his knees, gasping for air. Immediately after, those two paparazzi caught up one after the other. However, the paparazzi at the back had a strange gait. His pigeon-toed walk looked quite comical. "Run. Why don't you keep running? Damn it. If you had just cooperated and let us take a few photos, we'd be done. But you dared to fight back. Do you have any idea what we did before this? We were on the streets, known as Sixth Brother." As he spoke, he struck a very street pose. Charlie gradually regained his composure, looking at the two paparazzi, who had been chasing him relentlessly. He said, "Since you two are paparazzi, you must see plenty of news and gossip. You should know that the world needs peace, right? Is it really appropriate to chase me so desperately, just to get some dirt on me? You guys have parents and families too. Aren't you afraid of breaking their hearts by doing such wicked things? How about this? Get on your knees and apologize to me. Say you were wrong, and that you won't do it again." Surprisingly, the two previously arrogant paparazzi suddenly fell to their knees with a thud. "We're sorry. We were wrong. We'll never do it again." Charlie nodded with satisfaction. Then he shouted toward the crowd of men in black, holding telescopic batons behind them. "Marcus, they've cooked up too much dirt on me. Please take them away." Marcus waved his hand, and as they took them away, the two paparazzi screamed in terror. "Didn't you say you wanted peace? Is this peace?" After Charlie came out of the Grand Apex Alliance, his actions became much bolder. Within these 2 days, he had performed similar scenarios multiple times. He'd first pretend to lure the paparazzi into filming him, and once they took the bait, he'd catch them and have them arranged. Then Marcus and the others would haul them to the police station to face justice. Finally, those paparazzi would be assigned the golden lawyer from Theo law firm David Zhang to defend them. Speaking of David Zhang, he was Theo Chase's university classmate. Both were very famous in their past lives, except their reputations were complete opposites. One was famous for getting people off, while the other was known for the fact that once he took a case, he'd managed to get his own client a much heavier sentence. Originally, Theo Chase didn't want to hire David Zhang. This guy was practically being hunted nationwide by the relatives of his own former clients, but I insisted on keeping him. When you assign a talent like this to your enemies, isn't it like adding wings to a tiger? No, it's more like adding years to a sentence.